Welcome, everybody, to the first edition of the Fighters Cup here, presented by the United States Marines Corp. And we say aloha, friends, and welcome inside of the booth. Clutchkey alongside Zobi with you here for the very first one of a five-part series here for the Fighters Cup. And November 5th, of course, we still have two more coming up, November 12th and 19th, but also December 3 and 10th. So plenty of action here. But the very first one, we are in Division B. This is going to start us off between the University of South Carolina Aiken taking on Sacred Heart University Pioneers, as well as Pacers playing in game number one here in Zobi. Pretty interesting matchup here in Division B that we see so far.
Yeah, no, completely. Division B, obviously the place to have a little bit more chill of an experience to fight for that 2,000, a little bit smaller prize pool, so the stakes aren't as high, but still, that's a lot of money to spread out between a five-person team. And I'm personally just excited to see these teams because these are teams I haven't worked with. I know you said that you have worked with the Pacers before, but I mean, we're headed to split, right? We're expecting collegiate, we're expecting, you know, that ascent, that haven, but no, it's going to be the Pacers starting out on attack and Sacred Heart University, the Pioneers, on the defense. And I'm not gonna lie, the Pacers have a pretty good track record on split.
Yeah, they have a pretty good track record overall. I mean, you take a look at both of these teams' record inside of that gold platinum division back in the ECAC. For SHU, for Sacred Heart, Pioneers are 4-2 currently inside of there. Meanwhile, for the Peach Belt regular season, courtesy of South Carolina Aiken, they are 5-2 overall coming out of that regular season. So both of these teams with winning records in the respective conferences that we see so far. So pretty interesting to find out what they are. And like you said, not the collegiate special, not the ascent that we thought we were going to see. I know behind the scenes we were saying, yeah, these teams want to have fun.
Yeah, and I'm expecting just that. Now, what's interesting on the side of the Pacers is they might be rocking some roster changes. So I'm curious if we're still going to see that double duelist, or if they're going to have any sort of swap ups. And so far, it does look like they're going to a more standard. The only thing is, Glore does love this fade. They played it back with the old roster. Looks like they're trying to play it here. And my question is Jewish Sunrose going to be on a second duelist, or are they going to run a double? So they have to go controller here. I mean, what else would they go?
I mean, you've already got the KJ set up, and nobody else is locked in, by the way, so plenty of just thinking around. And this is a best of one, folks. For those that don't know the tournament formation here, there are two groups of three, but it is round robin still, so you will play out 3 rounds total for the best of ones, and then after that, we get to a top 4 bracket that is a best of 3. So, meanwhile, they're just going to see what they can do to figure out what team comps they want to settle into in these 3 rounds of best of ones. So, this is more or less, I mean, the first game, I would say, is always the most important one. one, because here you want to settle in, you want to make sure that you know what your opponents are going to bring up. But more importantly, the first win is always important in a very, very short group, best of ones inside of group stages. So, I mean, maybe it's, what is it, 1 o'clock on the East Coast? So, I mean, this could be,
Yeah.
you know, afternoon jitters, if you will. But just trying to see where they're placing, and nobody's locked. I'm very surprised. Usually you would have a lock-in by now, but everybody's just going to lock in at the same time here with the counter going to 0, and a lot of mirror picks.
But did you see what Smooth locked in? The Yoru on
Oh.
Split, and it would make sense if it's like a second duelist, but it being the primary duelist here, when you're used to seeing, like I said, a Raze and even now Phoenix cropping back up into the meta, this is going to be a lot of pressure on them to get those initial frags, especially if you're gate crashing into the backside B. You're going to be on an island, and that's a little bit nerve-wracking, so my eyes are going to be on them to see if they can truly deliver on that promise. On the other side of things, though, like I said, for the Pacers, it's going to be like these new players, C-Ting, like Juice and Rose. Are they going to be able to adjust well? And are they going to be able to adjust against the players who have been playing together in the past season, like you said, in the Peach Belt season? And Split is a good place to do that.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. So we'll get to see our first look here between these two teams. Both of these teams in Group A. We'll give you an update as soon as we can in Group B. So for Group B, rather, you'll see EA OSU Orange taking on Extinct, and there's also a match we want to get to later featuring ECAC.
Yes.
That sounds any interesting. That is, there's a staff one, so keep that in mind as we get started here with the Fighters Cup, again presented by the United States Marine Corps, as we get underway here. 1 minute and 40 in round number 1 here with, you can see on your screen, SHU on the left side of your screen on the defending side to start. Meanwhile, looks like a B push, but a very slow B push to start here for USCA.
Yeah, no, and it looks like on the side of SHU, they're going to be leaning heavily into this Killjoy as well, because they're the only person on B. Yes, the Yoder's from Heaven, but that's still more of an isolated fight. A lot to ask of that microwave Killjoy setup that's positioned inside of B main. We'll see if USCA is able to go through on it, or if they decide to kind of... The Raze is being thorough in clearing out all of this utility.
They're going to clear out the utility for right now. Try to clear out what the cage is. Cages in the corner. Taylor's got at least 1 points up. He's got 2 as well, so trades that out 3-2, but man advantage still. So your heart as they move around this point right now. Oh, C-Tang right inside. What happened up there? It's going to be the out of smoke battle. And a pretty clean first round, 3-0 on the man advantage there, but Sacred Hearts gets 1-1.
Yeah, no, I mean, C-Tank could have cracked that round wide open for the Pacers and just falling short, not getting the timing just right. And I mean, it looked like they had a good semblance of getting into that site. I mean, the flashpoint was on point, and at least to kind of support the Rays, but then it really was just kind of a distraction from Smooth, allowing Dirt Top to go huge there and now be 3-0. Going to this round, you're going to see that kind of standard force up. Obviously, Smooth rocking the Marshall, so maybe in the following bonus round, we'll see them force a Vandal. But we'll have to see if they can win this one outright and not get thriftied.
Smoke's already there. Check but then also in mid. So all you need to do is hit one on itself. That's fine. Third top's gonna it's no avail. Nobody's there. Nobody's home. And just playing this slow, but you've already lost a man here. I mean, it is round 2. I mean,
And it's a
still
duelist.
pissed around essentially, so it's just kind of more of a wait and see game.
Mm-hmm. And like you said, not only did they lose a person, but they lost their duelist. So getting these sites is going to take a lot more coordination. You can already see them just kind of using this round for what they can find, like an Ultor, but that will cost them their life. Dirt Top's just going around the world looking for these frags. Nice little flashpoint, though. It looks like they are going to try and challenge this Marshall close up.
They challenge the Marshall close up, and the Marshall gets away for a little while, just TP's right out. And still, perfect round so far for the Sacred Hearts. If they can find any place to do this, there's no duelist, and yeah, it's taking a lot for them just to even enter. Taylor still got the setup, but the setup's still mainly for what was going through Mean, and now they're just going to look to see if they can plant right in. Juice, Sunrose.
Spike planted.
Go ahead and plant right on B. Taylor's just waiting for the moment to strike here right around the corner. Well, they know where Clore is. Try the jump peek, but right around the corner. They see 1, they see 2, and it's a 4v0 cleanup. And Sacred Heart only loses 1 during that fight.
Yeah, no, huge paranoia coming out from Panini there, just to allow the swing from Taylor to clean up the rest of those players. And I do want to give kudos over to Sacred Heart, over to the Pacers, just because even without that duels, they were able to clear out B Heaven effectively by playing together, taking those fights, and they got plant money, right? That's huge, especially on your eco round. So it'll set you up for the future, set you up for this round where you are going to be going into that rifle buy. And I mean, 2-0, like, yes, it can hurt the ego a little bit, but I mean, that's just the natural flow of how economy works in this game. So this is the round where you want to get off on to the right foot, and they're even taking it to the opposite side here. They've given up on the B prospects for now. Now it'll see how we see Panini and Eagle IMD hold down the defense on the A site.
Let's see if USCA can bring this one back. Satchel already. They're just going to right in. This one's in so much trouble. Just a little bit of the side of the flex there from the Satchel, and now Dirt Top's just going to go ahead and classic. Right click. Now below, but it's still not too big. Aggressively here, but Dirt Top from the top ropes, getting them in, and the Spike Harris killed. So now that Spike's out in the middle, this is going to be a little tougher to get to.
Yeah, now 2v2. Looks like they're even headed towards a bonus win for SHU. I mean, just the utility usage from Dirt Top being so monumental here. At least Glor were able to get the plant down. Now they're able to kind of group up, but just like that, Dirt Top stripping away at the numbers. And now, one of the veteran players for USCA trying to play Ringer on the Rosie here against Dirt Top, trying to get behind him, but this Haunt is going to miss out on the information. Just like that, 2 HP to walk away with the 4K, and they will continue the flawless streak.
It's going to keep going for SHU. They get I mean, if you're USCA though, you still get 4 down. Unfortunately, the econ not going your way so far. So really going down 4 would not be ideal here, especially in a best of 1. Remember, folks, not a best of 3. It's still a best of 1. So this is not looking good for USCA so far, at least on the starting end.
Yeah, no, I mean, that literally was just hero play from Dirt Top, from, you know, being able to get that flash out, the isolation with a free gun, mind you, against Uraga, and getting that gun upgrade, and then using it to isolate the players that were just on islands there in that post-plant situation. And that even brings the Null Command online now, so that's another retake tool if they even need it here. But I mean, this Ramstick has been clean so far. This is the second round that Fault Line has caught Panini off guard, and Raga has capitalized off of it.
Look, that Dirt Top, and then after that, Dirt Top's like, well, okay, you got 1, but I'm like to be able to get the rest. Dirt Top got a 4 last one, so now Dirt Top's just doing whatever he can here, just swinging around the floor this time is able to take care of whatever's in Evans. So Dirt Top's gone, and maybe less worry for this USCA team because now they're on man advantage, and they're going to go ahead and take this upstairs pathing.
Yeah, but they haven't cleared out Sight, they haven't cleared out Eagle or Smooth, so I like this decision, this thought process to rotate through vents. Yes, the Killjoy setups on B, but if you're challenging through Heaven, all you have to do is win this fight against Taylor. I don't want them to take this solo, and that's exactly what Assassin's gonna do, but at least they walk away with the frag, and now they widen the numbers advantage to 2, and it's gonna be an open site for the taking, and it will have to be that disadvantage retake, the first time on the side of Sacred Heart University.
Go ahead and plant the spike down here, 4v2. This would have to be a really interesting look from the Sky and the Yoda here, but engage champion, engage agency. They've already got 2, so the Yoda, the flashes work out, but Assassin's taking care of one of the flashes. Yoda left to go. See if they can find anything. Yoda's found 2 flashes out, but can't find anything else. Smooth, where are you looking? Smooth's gonna look around the corner, and it's looking for the crossfire. Can't get one, but doesn't look behind, doesn't check the other corner, and Glor is able to clean up, and USCA's got their first point on the board.
Yeah, that round being a lot closer than it could have been, though, definitely there. I mean, just we saw how low HP Assassin was, and just small mistakes from Smooth adding up to rob them of that round. But I agree with you. It's definitely a round that University of South Carolina Aiken needed it. Now it even charges up some key execution ultimates. Pair the Nightfall with the Showstopper, and maybe you'll see Raga win that exchange against Dirt Top there on ramps to follow up from this take that they've been going for. And A has seemed to work, right? It was a really close round. It's been their first point, and now they're headed there again. Ooh.
See, Assassin still. See if we find one at the Smooth. Dutch traded out, so we're down to a 4v4 here. Big thing though, no more smokes left for USCA, so really can guard out what they want to, but now they're going to go ahead and satellate again. They know where Eagle Eye is now. Oh, they're gone.
Face your fear!
It's just all quick. Oh, Murdoch's in a lot of trouble here. Turns out by itself. Just stuck. And now it's just going to be around the corner. 3v2 situation here for USC as they take control of A.
Yeah, this was an eco round, right? You have Darwin with only a stinger in hand. It looks like a classic for Taylor. So it'll be timing though that robs Rog of their life and hands that weapon over now. So now the playing field's even. Yes, Rolling Thunder's online, but you don't want to use this on Sacred Heart's save.
Here.
So don't really want to try to save here, especially on 5, but just trying to find out where they are. 2v2 situation. KJ Omen meant to defend here. Really have to engage. Taylor's got the 1v1 trade. Got the turret down, but his Spike's running out of time here for Taylor to do much of anything. Needs to start defusing, but they know where Taylor is going to be. That's going to be the kill right around the corner for C-Tank. USCA only down 1 now.
Yeah, again though, such a close round. C-Tank not even walking away with their life, so that economy is going to be kind of in check there. And I want to praise really Assassin that round. Not only did they get the first blood that you pointed out, Clutch, but it drew even more attention towards them. I mean, you saw Panini was trying to hold down ramps for the team, but then they had to go and try and get the trade, make sure that they didn't lurk through to have a higher impact later into that round. And that's what allowed them to take so much more space and it kind of deposit themselves into that A site for the post plan as successfully as they did. They even cleaned up some utility usage, cleaned up some of the double swings. Yes, Raga fell being on that island as the duelist, but it's showing promise here to try and get things back to a 3-3 tie as they jump into the round to get that early information from Smooth.
Coming out from SC2 before, or rather from USC, we usually see them go A, kind of rush the satchel in, but this time not so much. They're gonna see maybe they run into B and maybe they run into what the Killjoy is providing, but the lockdown is there, so maybe this lockdown finds something, clears out the site, but you gotta clear out the utility first here that this Killjoy has, from Assassin has learned, which from Taylor has all been set up here. The players detained, everybody's gonna push right in. It's gonna be a rip away from that gate there. And now, Shane, who's gonna get the better of this? And it's looking like a good sweep here for USD. Panini's on the flank though. Gets 2. Now it's just seeing if Panini can get the rest because it's just by themselves as KO's going to go down.
Last player standing.
Available for them, so it's just
30
to
seconds
go.
left.
Spike
planted.
In the long run, they know where Panini is. They don't. I mean, they have the ult from the shadows, so nothing really doing here. You really don't want to use that in a 3v1 situation here. As they approach right in, so he is down on B. Now it's just a Russian scenario game. And a turret spot's not, so you know where the turret's going to at least shoot. But everybody at low health, could very well find it. Not going to happen though. Through the wall, through the corner of the tower, shooting Sun Rose, and we're tied at 3.
Yeah, no, I mean, just the fact that Assassin was able to keep fragging with all that utility being dumped upon the entry, and I gotta praise again Sacred Heart, just the layering of utility there to deny the space onto the site that the lockdown was supposed to gain. You had the Seekers to slow the push, you had the Fragment, and as that expired, that's when the Storm Grenade came in, and it allowed them not to take too much deep space, but if you can't win your gunfights, it is ultimately, at the end of the day, a FPS game, and even then, they used the lockdown, they're using one ultimate at a time to execute into these sites, and they're winning the rounds off of those execution ultimates. So they keep up the economy here. If they keep these ultimates alternating, I think they are going to be able to take the lead here. But look at the aggression from Panini on this eco.
Panini is just going right up against this team in shade. And doesn't even notice that C-Tank's just going to walk right out of that smoke and say hello. Right, that bullet puts that bullet right in the back of Panini's head. As now, man advantage to the attacking USCA side, so they're just going to smoke out vents for right now. Make sure that maybe no rotation's coming, but where are they going to go here? I mean, they're playing this slow and steady, maybe playing for picks at this point, especially when they're up economy-wise, when they're up. I mean, they're tied right now, so you got to play carefully to see a lead here, especially when you want SHU to go down, and they've lost 3 rounds in a row here, so playing maybe slow and steady is the call here, maybe.
Well, CT's about to speed things up here. It looks like their season for the Rolling Thunder, and there it is. The double satchel in from Raga as well to capitalize off of it. But look at the crossfire. Turret, they don't clear out.
Raga behind you, Raga behind you. Taylor's gonna get one, Taylor's gonna get two with the stinger. Uh-oh. Looking pretty good here for Taylor so far, but they're gonna crossfire him out 2v1. It's just the Sky. Sky's only at 9 health. Remember, regrowth doesn't heal yourself. It's the flash. They know where the flash came from. So Eagle IMD, 9 health and the Dream. And really no more kit anyway, so if you're Eagle IMD, the question is, do you save? And the answer is yes, most likely probably just gonna save this Vandal here, looking for exit picks.
I mean, that's smart, right? This was a bonus. I mean, you saw the Spectre for Taylor, you saw the Stinger for Panini. So the fact that they were able to get 3 players off of South Carolina Aiken is huge in that regard. And I mean, you have no HP, right? So I agree with this. You've done the damage, you've gotten an upgrade to bring into the next round, so that'll help propel your economy to hopefully tie things back up without letting this half start to slip away. For now, though, on the exit, maybe they're going to go searching here.
Do they go hunting for this? I mean, they're very close. Just make no noise, Eagle. Just no noise. Just stay
Don't
there.
do it.
Just stay there. Don't do it. Don't move. Don't move. The dinosaurs won't find you. Okay, you're good. You're good. You saved the Vandal. You got it. You're fine. But USCA still gets 4-3. That's 4 straight rounds for them. Especially, that's a pretty good hot streak to have here in the very first half.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And once again, right, we've seen 3 ultimates expended on the side of USCA, and all of them have given them a round, directly or indirectly. So now I'm waiting to see, all right, is the Showstopper going to give them another round, or is SH2 going to be able to stop the bleeding with their own ultimates, right? They now have the lockdown that they can expend. Taylor has been somebody that's usually one of the last alive every time. On the other side of things, though, a difference maker could be that Panini is getting first blooded consistently, right? And that's not their fault. They're playing in these really choke positions where it is hard to hold on to, but then you don't have smokes for a retake. So they play a little bit more reserved, they play a little bit further back for the team for the retake, that could be a completely different situation. I mean, we've seen Dirt Top, right? They've brought things down to 1v1s and they've won them before. So if you have those extra numbers, you might be able to leverage the team play that they have developed that we've seen evidence of so far.
Well, timeout coming here for the USCA side. 60% so far, if 60% success rate so far, if you're talking about USCA, 3 out of 5 attempts going towards B successful rounds. Meanwhile, Sacred Hearts had diffused all spikes in the first 3 rounds, just nothing doing in the last 4 here. That should be the aggressiveness from USCA from the very get-go. So now USCA really wants to prove a point here, going up 5-3 in a very crucial round, round 8 here for SHU if they want to try to stave their way back into this one. As let's see if any picks coming out from mid. Oh boy, just the trades out, but nothing doing on either end. So now Raga really wants to go ahead and satchel in, but the smoke just right now, just a little bit of a problem. Don't know where they are. Eagle IMD is ready on the crossfire here to see if Raga's going to satchel their way on over like they usually have done. There's the satchel over. Raga's just going to cross, and now it's going to get crazy here. Nothing happened. Where's everybody going? Roger's just going to clone right in. And see if that's going to hit anything. No, it doesn't for right now. Smooth. Caught out. Panini's going to get a trade. 4v4 now. They try to rush right in. C-Tango gets rid of Eagle IMD. You saved 1 round, Eagle. You're not going to save this one.
Yeah, no, but like I said, Panini's still alive, the lockdown's still in play, so let's see if they can retake only being down 1 person. As Panini will even the playing field here yet again by another pick. The thing is, though, Assassin has not been checked. Nobody is checking, and look at the trigger discipline. They find a frag. Dirt Top's still alive, is able to find 1, but it's traded. So now Taylor's left in a 1v2, and the question is, do you be the hero? Do you invest a lockdown, or do you look for 1 more? Just dry here.
Well, I mean, could use the lockdown, like you said. You try to be the hero. Do you get the pick here to open things up? You do not. Assassin wins the mirror battle. It's a 5-3 lead for USCA. 66% rate here. Only 3 attempts towards A, but all 2 of them landing up in good spikes for USCA. And you like the aggressiveness, especially from Raga. This is like the horror movie, right? You know Raga's going to cross, just waiting ever so patiently. You have no idea when they're going to cross.
No, completely right. And they changed things up, right? Usually it's Dark Top or Panini there, and this time it was Smooth, and they just got unfortunate timing there. At least they were traded out, so that was kind of a plus. But in the end, it couldn't win them the round. And I'm not gonna say that it's when an ultimate gets expended they win the round, but the From the Shadows was used last round, right? So now jumping into this round, they're headed back towards the B site, where once again they've changed the kind of spread of the agents. Now it's Panini and Smooth on this site to keep things fresh, while it's Dirt Top pushing down, trying to get an early flank.
Well, Panini again, yeah, like you're saying, playing this aggressive angle here. He's gonna go ahead and double smoke this out. And here it comes. The showstopper's out, and now, oh my God, this Omen is still alive. How are you still alive, Panini? And Smooth still finds two on the Sheriff headshot. What the heck is going on here on B? There's no KJ setup whatsoever, and yet somehow, some way, they are able to find two picks. That's traded out though. 3v2 situation. US Sunrose is able to find their lockdown. Goes down for the KJ on SHU's side. And it's just now the Omen of USCA who has to back out of this lockdown if they want any chance of winning this round. Taylor knows where they are, but US Sunrose needs the 4K in order to clutch this out. 1v1 situation. Eagle IMD playing the sneaky game, playing around the corner here. He's going to go ahead and use the TP. Eagle IMD spots him out right away, but around the corner comes US Sunrose. There's the 4K. 6-3 for USCA. My oh my.
Yeah, that guarantees them at least a tied half when they swap over to the defense, but I mean, some fancy footwork, some clean Daigle shots made that hurt, made it expensive. And once again, it's just Sacred Heart University getting so close and then it being stripped away by these hero plays. I mean, literally, I think I can point out like huge rounds from every single one of these players, and that was Jewish Sunrose's opportunity. The 4K from when they only had one kill in this half so far to go big, to get that point on the board for their team. And I mean, I like the investment of the lockdown, but it doesn't work out for them. Now though, into this round, once again, they're going for that aggression, and this time it's Eagle to be the one to shut things down and use an ult early.
Yeah, Eagle uses the Seekers very early on here. See where this team is. One of them going towards mid as well, so maybe a signal that there is going to be a mid push coming up here, especially when you've got the KJ. But you do have Panini just watching over that for right now, coming up top. Trying to see if they can find any success here, but it's a little more of a split push. Assassin's able to get third top though, so Split successful so far on the map called Split, mind you. And just trying to figure out their path here. Back to mid we will go, but the setup here mainly set for tower as it's just they don't want any space, especially Raga just kind of crossing up there, but instead the call is to go to B, and no utility there so far except for an Omen Smoke, so they know it's pretty much clear at this point. And now Smooth gonna have to go ahead, just trying to dimensional right on in here, and USCA through the smoke is able to find Panini, and Smooth now dimensional drift running out, has to go in, has to go through the smoke and out. Lockdown's going to be used here from USCA. Sunrose is able to find Taylor though, so back down to a 4v2, 4v1. It's just the sky, no Seekers, no utility at all. C-Tank leads up house. USCA's won 7 straight.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge kind of comeback, especially after losing that, like you said, third round bonus on the side of SHU, and the 180 has been completely insane. They fixed all the solo fights that they were taking. They've fixed the utility usage, and I mean, they just feel like they're so in control of the momentum here, whether it's leveraging these ultimates, whether it's taking the space that they want pretty fluidly without losing too many players. And it's just been a very good read of where SHU is kind of setting up and kind of leveraging their forces. And it's also just been Raga gaining space, right? I feel like there's only been one time they've been shut down immediately out the gate, and that was by Eagle last round. So let's see if they can do it again. But then again, Assassin's the other person that keeps getting first bloods from this mid lurk.
Yep. The KJ that's bloodthirsty a little bit. Usually that may not be the case when you have a duelist on your team, but hey, you like to see it as a KJ player myself. You love to see the bloodthirsty KJs come out. But regardless here, Jewish Sunrose is able to find a way up top and is able to find that kill, so it's a free spike down here on A. And now it's just a play out here for this KJ and the Omen. Panini's able to get C-Tank, so Taylor and Panini says all systems go to play this one out. Obviously no saving here, considering that it's half buy, really light buys here for SHU. Jewish Sunrose is able to find Taylor though, so it's just Panini left to go. The Omen versus the World, and the Omen, the mirror battle, won by Jewish Sunrose. The second 4K for this Omen here in the first half, and it's 8-3 for USCA.
They've just been heating up after that. I mean, sometimes all it takes is one good round to like give you that self-confidence, to give you that edge to start going out and seeking out these fights successfully. And now like everybody is starting to fire on all cylinders for USCA, and it's promising for going forward in this group stage round robin. But then again, going into this round, it's the last round of the half. All these ultimates are going to be on the table, so yes, you're probably going to see a Rolling Thunder based execution here on the B site from USCA. But then again, look, the Null Command not far away either.
Ultimates online, 2 on either side here. Maybe Rolling Thunder coming out here that stops Raga in their track, and now Raga stuck in a really bad position with all that util already down to 66 health and no healing available coming, but that doesn't stop this team from USCA being aggressive. Assassin and Glor both getting their kills. It's a 5v3. SHU's got to expend everything if they want even another point here before they get the 9-3, but just Sunrose, watch your flanks, folks. Up in the tower comes the Omen yet again. This Omen's been so impressive so far in this very first half, and now Dirt Top has got to clean up house. Does have the Stinger available to them, but Glor's right behind them. Dirt Top with so low health, but Glor is going to be able to clean this one up, and USCA wins the last 9 as we go into the half.
Switching sides.
Now this is a good question because this is our first time at casting together, Keegan. Do you believe in the 9-3 curse?
I knew you were gonna say this.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the we all know the infamous 9-3 curse. I don't know. I mean, USCA, the way they're playing aggressively, that SHU just could not keep up with it. But SHU now on the other side of the shoe. I mean, USCA, can you be that aggressive on defense? I mean, I don't know. We'll see. But it looks like. You know what? I'm going to put it out there right now. SHU can bring this back, but within a few rounds. I don't think the 9-3 curse is happening.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I can see SHU staging a comeback just because I've seen like promise from these individualized players, and I feel like if you kind of target that towards one side, a more decisive side, they might be able to go huge, and it is going to have to be a lot of retake heavy kind of forces from USCA, and I mean that showed it right there, right? Just Dirt Top winning out the first duel.
Yeah, that's a start for you. That's a start. You get the first pick. Now you're looking up top to a Sunrose, though. Oh, okay, so Taylor's able to take that down. And they're able to plant the spike down here on A, but now it's a 3v3 situation. KJ's versus KJ's here. Glor's going to take down Taylor, though, so no defensive util coming out from SHU. It's coming up to the Omen and the KO left to go.
There.
And now 2 in the backside. 2 from
enemy
CB
remaining.
spawn side, and Assassin and Raga drop down. And the first pistol round goes to USCA, which means the pistol round going there,
yeah.
Not a good start for the 9-3 curse if you're hoping for it for SHU.
Yeah, no, I mean, at this point, right, you have 3 lives till match point, and that's one of them gone. Second's probably not going to look too hot unless you force up. And even then, that's just a gamble and a half. So you can see here already, just going for the pistols, going for the off chance that they can win this. Unless, Smooth, we've seen your Martial Magic on mid before, last half. Let's see if no, they aren't going to force. Oh, this is going to be an interesting round.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're gonna force this out, light shields and all, but they're gonna try to mirror out what USCA is gonna give here. So yeah, Smooth with the Marshall. Can you find something here? Got to find headshots because first shot for the Marshall doesn't do anything except for 1-on-1 on a body. So the light shields and all this may be able to help you, but moment is out already. And they're just gonna have to back up for right now. But it looks like a rush game here, where they're gonna run into a Marshall. They find out Smooth. Smooth is in the back. Or rather in mid, I should say. Glor is right on that back side. No Martial Magic happening though. C10 gets rid of him, but in exchange, SHU is able to find 2, especially on a force round here. SHU's got to find a way to win this if they're going to force. They know that they're down 7. They know that they're 3 rounds away from losing this. They're playing aggressively. Does it pay dividends? Raga's able to take care of Taylor for right now. Raga finds Dirt Top. Now it's a 3v2 situation. Eagle Eye MD in so much trouble. What an angle from Raga to throw those nades. It's going to be a defuse coming out from USCA, who's only 2 points away from taking the first win of the day.
Huge turret around the door, broken down by Raga on that late round flank. And I mean, they definitely were cooking, and the timing was just peak, and I couldn't tell if there just wasn't Killjoy utility or if it wasn't deep enough there to catch that, or if they just weren't in the round. But that is a huge mistake that might cost them this first map, because that was their force, and it did look like you said, it was starting to pay off in dividends, but then the broker was like, I'm taking back this investment, and it gets in the 11th, it takes another one of those strikes away from Sacred Heart Universities, and the Pioneers might just be getting sent back home this map.
Yeah, Pioneers not in the best of situations. Already having to force by pretty much every round at this point because they forced out the last one. So This is going to be very, very tough for them to win on. Look at C-Tank playing so aggressively here on the defensive end, but that does mean Stinger goes up to this team from SHU, so they pick that right up. Or rather, the Spectre, I should say. I'm sorry. Spectre's gets picked up by SHU for right now, so they've got maybe a little bit more of a gun advantage, if you will. USCA, though, just playing, I mean, C-Tank just playing so aggressively. I mean, you play aggressively on the attacking side, but doesn't pay off on the defending side.
Now it's just kind of silent here. And not quite breaking the threshold yet until this 0 point gets the information that it needs. Until that gate crash is in effect in full swing. Now they're backside. Now the Killjoy utility is no longer on the table. And this should be a free side unless Raga has something to say about it.
Let's see. Raga's going to find at least one. Juice on Rose simultaneously finding one. There's just one more stuck inside of that smoke for right now. And, oh boy.
Oh, that's huge.
Just outside of it, but they know where Smooth is for right now. So Smooth's able to back away for the current moments.
30 seconds left.
As now it's just 30 seconds left to go. Call's got to be made here if SHU wants to get this spike down on B. Attempting to go for it, but Glora's right there to crossfire out Smooth. And now upstairs, Panini trying to find Glora, trying to be the hero. Panini's found a second. Can Panini find Raga? Left to go. 15 seconds. Spike's in a really, really bad position. No from the shadows either. He can't do much of anything. Raga's in a very good corner position. Panini versus Raga around the corner. Wrong corner, Panini. Raga's right there to clean up. And USCA, match point.
Yeah, the 50-50 not panning off there. Obviously, time being a pressuring factor, maybe clouding the judgment. But, yeah, I mean, not only do they get map point, but now they get the showstopper online from Raga, and we've seen how these ultimates are used by this team to close out and secure rounds, and that might be just the cherry on top here to get them out of this map of Split. But then again, look at this. Raga getting the operator for the first time, which we know can be a staple of a defensive half, and I think it's going to be even more unexpected by Sacred Heart University because it's the first time it's even happening in the game.
Yeah, first operator in the game here. Unfortunately for Raga, if the way they're moving right now is any indication, Raga's going to have to wait a little while for picks. Doesn't matter, though. USCA is able to find one onto Panini, so no more Omen. Now, no more real big smokes coming out here from SHU either. So, Juice Sun Rose just peeking. It's going to make their way out of vents here. Takes care of Eagle IMD. The chances looking lower and lower for SHU to make the comeback. Would need 10 straight rounds to win this one. Actually, no, would need 11 straight rounds to win this out in a 14-12. Fortunately for them, it's 9 straight match point opportunities for USCA. So they got to find some way, somehow, to bring this all the way back. And they're looking for vents. Here comes the op, and Taylor runs right into it.
B.
Not only that, but now that is Spike down. So a lot of eyes are going to be on Smooth here. The only full HP player. And even that's now getting drained by this Swarm Grenade setup. They have so much information. And now they're even getting crunched from both sides. And like you said, this might just be it.
Turtop kills themselves. Smooth is able to find one. But the cavalry comes. And from round 4 on, it was all USCA. 13 straight rounds from round 4 on. And it is a 13-3 victory in favor of USCA. So the Pacers move on to a 1-0 record. Meanwhile, technically speaking, they're 2-0 right now because the bye counts as a win inside of the standings. Meanwhile, for Sacred Heart, they are now at a 1-1 record again. Buys will count as the win in the standings overall. So with a 3-man group, this for Sacred Heart, it is a must-win game number 2 if you're trying to get in. But for USCA, sitting pretty comfortably after a first-round win, and that's how big first-round wins are here in a 3-round round robin.
Yeah, no, completely. And I mean, we kind of pointed it out, just the fact that USCA, this is a comfortable map for them. They consistently play it in Peach Belt. And even this new roster here, kind of shifting away from that double duelist, they lost 0 of that aggression, which is great for them. And my only concern is, like, I've always been a fan of the double controller just because if you do lose one, then you have somebody to fall back on. But even then, Juice Sun Rose had a slow start, but then heated up, so they consistently were surviving, consistently were able to bring back rounds for their team, and it just made it so well-rounded, so complete.
Yeah, Juice Sun Rose, by the way, 2 4Ks in that entire series,
Yeah.
both of them coming in the first half. You talk about controller. Yeah, that's pretty much controlling the game, if you will. So best of 1, first off, going to USCA, Sacred Heart goes down. So that is our first round. We will get to see round number 2 coming up. It will be Team Extinct versus ECAC. I cannot wait for this match coming up here, especially in the ECAC. If you know what that acronym is, you know what's going to come up here, especially when it's a staff match here inside of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. So when we come back, we will see this second match, Extinct ECAC, coming up. You're watching the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps right here on Esports YouTube. We'll be right back.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen
Stay alert, Marine.
and unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Fighter Series presented by the United States Marine Corps. Koski alongside Zobi with you here for a second matchup. This goes down to Group B inside of Division B right now. We do have an update we'll give you in just a second, though. But in this game, Extinct taking on the ECAC staff. You heard that right. If you know the ECAC, yes, there is a staff team. ECAC participating in this one. Extinct, your other side of the map. Meanwhile, that update we want to get to real quick. There is already 2 teams determined in for a top 4 bracket coming up later in the day. USCA and Sacred Heart both getting into the top 2 VOP out of this tournament. So USCA and Sacred Heart University both inside of the top 4 going for that prize pool of the $2,000 that we have here. We do have the breakdown as well. First place with $1,000 and then second place getting $500, the other $250 going 3-4. So USCA Sacred Heart guaranteed going away from this tournament with some smiling faces, if you will, courtesy of the money that will be happening towards them. Meanwhile, for Group B, we do have still 3 teams, EA, OSU, Orange, ECAC, as well as Extinct. So this matchup for ECAC gets very interesting because if Extinct beats ECAC here, Extinct will have a 2-1 record. ECAC would then have to beat EA, OSU to get us to a 2-1 record. Then it's all tiebreakers after that. But for ECAC, a win here guarantees them in. So big matchup here for both of these teams inside of the second map. And speaking of the map here, it was down between Ascent and Bind. ECAC had the pick, and guess what? No Ascent. We're going to Bind.
I mean, as production people, I hope they would understand our struggle of not wanting to watch Ascent. So it's great there. But I completely agree with you, right? This is do or die for Extinct. They just lost their match in a close comeback against EA OSU, 13-10 on Lotus. So now they've taken a short break. They need to recollect themselves to now go against ECAC, where this is their first map of the day. This is their debut in the Fighters Cup, brought to you or presented by the United States Marine Corps. And I feel like that's a lot of pressure for them, but then it's even higher pressure for Extinct. So I feel like this is going to be a great game.
Yeah, and don't forget, you can see at the bottom of the screen, folks, don't forget, games every Sunday coming up from November 5th through December 10th, minus the weekend of Thanksgiving there. So November 5th, November 12th, November 19th, as well as December 3rd and December 10th. 5 series of tournaments here. We're in the first one already, but you can sign up as well here in these Open Valorant tournaments. 2 divisions to go through as we go inside of the Agent Selects here. And I know you were looking at this game earlier on between Extinct and EA OSU. Talk to us about what that looked like for Extinct here, because in Bind, this is going to be a big map for them.
Yeah, they were straying towards that kind of double duelist where they had, you know, some kind of unconventional comps. I mean, they had a Reyna on the map from Toby. So the fact that now they kind of have Toby back on the Reyna is no real surprise. On the other side of things, though, it's interesting that they are going more towards that double initiator with the Sova and the Fade. Okay, there it is. I was about to say, I'm like, you're kind of baiting us now here, Kaori Kazehaya, and I want to see what you're gonna do. But either way, even just none of these teams really going for the meta too much. I mean, number one, Vanguard Echo locking in the Sage, right? You would expect that to be a Cypher if you are gonna opt for the Sentinel over the double duelist, which I mean, these teams already are straying away from double duelist, or sorry, away from the double controller, which kind of sucks. But in that regard, I'm excited to see, because they are very different comps.
Yeah, super different. I mean, I don't think you have a mirror at all on your side, so this is
No.
Going to be pretty interesting to see, especially on a map like Bind. Bind, one of the first maps to come out, so we'll see what these teams bring to the table, especially, again, if you're keeping track of records at home. ECAC wins this, they're automatically in, most likely, with that 2-0 record going into that game against EA OSU. Would be seating at that point. For Extinct, do or die, like we were saying earlier, do or die for them as we head into the map. As if they win this, they would be a 2-1 record, hoping ECAC beats EA OSU to get themselves into that 2-1 position. Or if ECAC loses, they'd be automatically into the 2-1 record as well, alongside EA OSU's 3-0 record. So we go into Bind now, and Bind, I mean, I always love this map, especially, again, KJ player is myself. I do like.
Oh, I'm a KJ player too.
Hey, you know what,
Virtual fist bump.
Yeah, virtual fist bump. KJ is always fun on this map, especially on B. I don't want to. I'm not too proud of all the YouTube videos I did watch, but
That's true.
Leave that aside there for all the setups, as people better than I will point out that there are lots of setups here, especially for KJ. But we'll get to see only one KJ, I believe, in this map at all, and I think that's coming from Extinct.
Yeah, and I think that is going to make a big difference. I mean, you usually see, either a Viper, a Killjoy, or a Cypher kind of locking down that B site defensively. And the fact that Extinct is starting out in the defense, hopefully it will give them kind of a little bit of an edge in that regard. On the other side of things, though, I am a little bit worried about their attack half, just because, as our amazing watch party streamer over on Keg Shouts pointed out, they had almost an over respect for their opponents. They weren't getting too aggressive towards a specific site, and considering their composition is equipped for that, it was interesting, right? So I'm hoping they kind of clean that up. I'm hoping they gain a little bit more confidence, especially since it is do or die. Maybe the stress will kind of force their hand a little bit, but either way, that's kind of where my eyes are going to be going.
Yeah, this is really an interesting thing. The only sides that we will see for right now being pretty much mirror on either side is going to be the Brimstone. So very interesting. 8 unique agents here in this game as we head right in. And they, I guess it was a little bit of a technical difficulty, if you will. They just loaded back up in. So we're all set to go here and ready to play inside of Bind as we see Brimstones on either side. Otherwise, it is all unique. 8 unique agents being selected here as we head into the map. And Sage being one of them on for ECAC side, for Extinct, KJ side. So really, the Sentinels coming out strong here for at least one healing, one defense turret, but Extinct picking that KJ out could very well help them out in the first half, especially if you're defending this pretty well.
Yeah, no, I mean, even the double fade's interesting, right? Because you have Sova Data obviously ripping their name with the Sova, but the fact that they did complement that with another info initiator instead of, say, a flash initiator like Sky or Breach with the fault lines and concussive abilities, it's an interesting choice, but I'm hoping that information will help them, especially as they're going towards this B site pretty rotation heavy.
So they're going to go ahead and run right in. They were going towards B and then decided, okay, let's try this again. It was a heavy rush B, but I don't think they noticed that they're going to go A now, so there's nothing on A, and now it's just a run all the way back. So kind of the fake out, if you will. It's 5 to A, now it's a rush down into a rush from B to A. They head right on in, so now TobyQuip's kind of stuck back here, and the rest of the team kind of just stuck back here from Extinct. So if you're ECAC, you're loving your position here because you know where everybody is coming from. Now the question is, can you find the picks? Right now, it's just, oh boy, this is chaos here in round number 1. 5-man in, 5-man out. DJ Mandu's already got 1 with the Ghost, looking for the second. Very good from that mid-box area. Now he's got to go ahead and grasp here. Ace Hypes, no, they're right there. Troll is taking care of Ace Hypes, and it's down to the fate of Cody Kazahaya as TBS Troll gets 3 in the round. ECAC with the fake out, getting round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed just by the fact that it was a 5v5 retake in round 1, right? Especially with the aggression right out the gate from ECAC. You would have thought somebody in Hookah, somebody would have fallen in the chaos, but no, they brought that chaos over to the A site. They were able to lock it down, like you said, with that pressure into CT, almost trying to flip the map. And just a beautiful kind of grasp on these choke points to make sure that none of the players for Extinct could force their way back into the fray. Now, what's interesting to me here, Clutchkey, is the fact that there's 2 Spectres being forced for Extinct.
Spectres being forced by Extinct, so Extinct really want this round back here. But they know that there's something amiss here. They're just going to rush right in. ECAC did this last time. They rushed right in from B. They moved to A. This time, they're thinking, okay, let's just go all in on B. Go ahead and throw in the paint shells. Flash as well comes out, nothing doing so far in terms of kills. Satchel out, Cody goes higher right around the corner, is able to find 1. TobyQuip though, when Spectre's able to get out, Mini Drone straight it out. TobyQuip is able to get 2, is able to find a 3rd. The Reyna pops off here, and it's just down to the Sky of B-Man, who's around the corner here. But just the pack of wolves swarming around the Sky, and the Sky won't find anything. Apples finds the last kill. Extinct ties it up.
I mean, I mentioned it, right? The interesting buy approach there from Extinct with the 2 Spectres, but they were so beautifully placed, 1 on A, 1 on B, allowing TobyQuips to swing and capitalize off of Apple's setup. She definitely has watched her Killjoy lineup videos. I mean, just the alarm bot contact, allowing them to mow down Troll, who was the main entry there, getting the refrags from the rest of their team, and they were able to leverage that and now have a pretty solid bonus in order to take the lead versus, you can see on the side of ECAC, now they all have pistols.
Yeah, so not a very good economic sense here from ECAC. As Extinct now sitting pretty on what they will here, but you can see it is ECAC grouping up. Sometimes we saw last game where it was kind of more of a slow approach, if you will, between USC and Sacred Heart. This time for ECAC, all systems go, especially when you only have pistols. You do get Soledad down. You pick up the gun though. Maybe it's a little bit more headed towards ECAC's side, but Ace Heights and Spectre been good so far. Gets second onto DJ Mandude as well. And again, it's down to the sky. It's all up to B-Man to try to win this out, but the Packer Wolves are right there. Kona Kazahaya right in the face of B-Man. And Extinct go up 2-1.
A little stumble out the gate on the pistol, but they are coming back full swing thanks to that force buy. And Toby there was... They just were able to completely support the rest of their team. I mean, the rotation right out the gate, and then able to kind of save Ace Hypes in that regard from Troll. And we're actually going to have a really, really early timeout. It seems like they've recognized something. Corpse, their coach, having some sort of epitome here really early on. So hopefully this streak will continue. But... on the other side of things, I am a little bit concerned, right? They've been very rotation heavy, right? And we saw that first round, the fact that because of that, they were able to completely flex from the B to the A site uncontested. And that's what I want to see ECAC use this timeout for, considering how they can more play the rotations that Extinct is going for in order to capitalize and gain that deeper control that ultimately got them that pistol.
Well, right now ECAC needing a point here, and they have the econ to bring this back, so we'll have a full buy round from the looks of it in round number 4 here. But yeah, you're talking about early timeout. Maybe something can be brought up here for ECAC side, especially with Extinct getting these last 2 rounds here. For Extinct, though, not looking too shabby, especially if you're Toby Quips. Already 5 kills in the first 3 rounds here, looking pretty good. As we get out of the timeout now. Soledad still have yet to find one. Same thing for Mini Drones on the Rays. We approach now here the setup phase, and we've seen so far Extinct kind of, or rather ECAC kind of being aggressive so far. It worked out in round number 1 when it's pistol rounds, but when the buy is a little bit similar, then it looks like Extinct kind of gets the better of them, and we'll see if this is the same payoff right here. Haunt gets destroyed, so they know where Cloudy Kazahaya is. Look to your left, there it is. They're just going to rush Cloudy down. Mini Drones, there's the first pick you want here for ECAC. They start to run right into the site. Start to just use the flash in. Once again, I believe that was both of the guiding lights that they did use there, but no avail, no flashes, no kills after that. Just slow and steady now as Mini Drones, now they approach the site. Here comes the rush out from ECAC. Looks like they will get spiked down on B. Watch out for apples around the corner. DJ Mandude, Vanguard Echo both getting their kills. 5v2, it's down to Toby Quips. Needing the ace to clutch this up. It won't happen. It's a flawless from ECAC. The rush down. We're tied at 2.
Yeah, just great utility usage there to completely immobilize every single player of Extinct. Granted, take that round with a grain of salt because that was a second back-to-back bonus coming out from Extinct thanks to the second round forced buy. So now this is the round where you expect this to be the third round kind of exchange, but it's going to be full rifles versus rifles for the first time so far. And with the Empress, with the Orbital Strike in the mix, it could be anybody's game, and I think this is really going to set the pace for the rest of the half. It's going to determine whose economy starts getting bolstered, who starts to trail behind. And I think that in itself is why we're going to hopefully see some reservation from both teams. I mean, already slower pace from ECAC, already kind of a fall back into the spawn, safe angles on the side of Extinct. And it is just going to be a question of, like I said, these rotations that come out from the defense.
Not quite a full rifle v rifle. Ace Hypes does have the Stinger, or bought the Stinger there. So not quite full yet, and only have 1,600 credits to work with afterwards. So maybe just a little bit of a save round to get the Sky Smoke down. Already getting down. Extinct already, but Apples takes down Mini Drones in the air, but DJ Mandude right there to trade out 2. 3-2 advantage for ECAC. DJ Mandude can't get the ace, stolen away. Won't matter, TBS Troll gets the second kill, and it'll be ECAC going up in the lead, 3-2, winning 2 straight.
I don't want to overanalyze that round, Keegan, just because that was DJ Mandude completely robbing them blind. Yep. And you saw it there. Toby trying to save Apple's backside, trying to be that reinforcement, and they just get collided. And then the target swap over to Elbow to support the rest of the team that was finally funneling their way on to site. Both of those were just insane support plays. And now going into this round, though, I think this is going to be another kind of, like I said, setup for success. Not only have you disrupted the economy for Extinct, but now you even have brought the Nightfall online, so you can use Nightfall to get onto a site. You can use the Orbital Strike as a post-plant strategy, and both of those are going to be hard to rival, even with Extinct having their own Nightfall to work with.
That's a lot of arrows head in the way of
Yeah.
aim there, but nothing doing, nothing connecting for right now. So he whips. Can't find a kill. TBS Troll right there to just swing around the corner and find that arena lurking. So Mini Drones now using the satchels, and to no avail, they all run away, but you do now know that a majority of this team is back in CT. So here comes the Finn and here comes the Nightfall. They know where a few are. Mini Drones is able to find Ace Hypes. They back off. Mini Drones falling behind the vehicle now. It's a 5v3 situation. Extinct not in a very good position to take this one back unless you have that Fade utility come up. So but that's able to find Vanguard Echo in the meanwhile. Brawler comes out, nothing doing so far. Mini Drones on his tear right now in this round. Finds a third around the corner. It's up to Sobadad with 5 health and a dream. It will not happen. TBS Troll from the other side. Here Showers gets it. And it's 4-2. Favor VCAC, 3 straight.
Courage.
I mean, not even only did they get the round, but they didn't use either of those ultimates, so they're just charging them up until we're going to see kind of an ultimate showdown of a round. And I mean, it almost looked like Extinct weren't really in position for that Nightfall just yet, so I want to see some better communication, because that is something also that was pointed out in the last stream, was once they are on a site, once they have a kind of post-plant situation on their hand, they kind of stop talking to each other, and that's something else that can kind of change the pace of a game. On the other side of things, though, they also are a few off from some ultimates. They have the Denial from the Hunter's Fury. They have a retake strategy to cut off angles with their own Orbital Strike, and I'm hoping they can kind of aggress to get those orbs like they just did in Showers. But in the meantime, it is just ECAC headed towards this B exit that has worked pretty well, and the Nightfall is just going to help even more.
Nightfall finds 2 at the paint shells in the back line. Mini Drones is insane. Satchels in, paint shells in at the same time, and it's able to find 2, and that's the entry frags you want for ECAC. Showstopper's going to come out as well, seeing if this can find anything. I don't think it will. Nobody's really close enough for that showstopper to happen anyways. In the corner, DJ Mandude says hello to Sobadad as soon as that smoke drops. They know at least one of them's in CT. The KJ's there as well. Apple's able to avoid the flawless, but TBS Troll is able to end the round. It's 5-2 ECAC.
Yeah, just... I understand Sobadad, they're trying to get the early information as the rest of the team rotated over, but ultimately that timing put them on an island, and just once again, coordination and Mini Drones opening up the site beautifully with that utility usage off of Nightfall, and then you saw like DJ Mandude just able to close off the rotations, and then even just the coordination between Troll and their teammate pushing into CT to close down those last 2 players, trying to piece something together is what has gotten them this 5th round on the board.
So 5-2, ECAC with the lead, 4 straight thus far. A lot of these attempts have been to beat, and this might be one of the first times I see that it is not a full team push from ECAC. In fact, you have the Fade kind of just playing here, starting just a little bit. Hunter's Fury will go down the lane. If it finds anything, it will. So that's found at least B-Man on one of the 3 arrows found. So now it's a full rotation out to A. However, this Fade might have the chance to use the teleporter though. Also, but that is able to find a 2nd and a 3rd onto Vanguard, Anko, and DJ Mandude. Ace would be 6 though, so let's find out if they've got it. Right now, the call is just to rotate back out, but maybe what they don't realize yet, I mean, I don't know if the call was made. Fade did use that TP to get back with the rest of the team back towards Showers. Unfortunately, they will not have a sight line here. Through the teleporter they go. Sobadad though, streaks end some way, somehow, as they will get the plant off. And despite the aggressiveness here, where this Fade is still in the flank. Where are you going? Oh,
I mean, I think they should have gone for the late round flank. Even though they're down on numbers, if they got the timing there, that could have been exactly what they needed to get back into things. For now, though, this is looking pretty good for Extinct. Let's see if any of the players can go huge again for ECAC.
Let's see if they can. Everybody inside of that hallway. TBS Troll through the smoke's able to find 1 through. Wall is able to find a 2nd here. He drops versus Arena. They will win it. Tries to flick onto Apples. Not happening. Apples now, it's up to them. 1v2 situation. It's not going to be a save. It's going to be TBS Troll with a 5th straight round here for ECAC. They get the 6th points for them. 6-2, guaranteeing at least the tie for the half.
I mean, yeah, Troll was like, I don't need to fight to get the frags, I'll just get them from Hookah, and did that one after another. And I mean, I don't even think there was too much default there from Extinct. Just, I mean, they used the utility to try to pay their way back in, and it was just those hero fights being one, I mean, good utility usage as well, to know kind of the exact timing that they were swinging out, and the nice kind of distractionary forces from the rest of their team under Hut, swinging out backside. But like you said, 6-2, the half starting to slip away. One more round, and they'll have the advantage going into what could be considered Extinct's weaker half. And I want to see this lockdown. I want to see this orbital strike to get the momentum back in their favor.
We're going to strike on both sides. Only advantage here for Extinct would be that additional ult of lockdown. TBS Stroll, though, right now, one of the tops on the scoreboard here, looking for pick already. And you can see 4 members of ECAC all playing for Hookah. Mini Jones playing for the Satchel around the corner. Finds Toby Quips. Good call out there from the team. So he's able to find the Reyna at the very least. But Apples, though, with the Spectre, looking for more picks, especially on a half-buy here for Extinct on this Killjoy. Let's see, Guiding Light finds anything. Guiding Light does. Sobadat has no idea where B-Man is. Good flash around there from the teleporter out. And now Apples by themselves. Where do they make the call here? They're going to go teleporter, and they're going to go towards A.
Even though they have teleported that Sky, lurking a little bit later to make sure nobody slips through the cracks, since they don't have that flank sentinel. But like you said, you're gonna have plenty of time in their favor here, and I wish they were pushing up a little bit deeper, which I think is the goal here now with this phase utility, because
Well,
I did not expect the Nightfall there at all, Keegan.
yeah, they used the Nightfall there, so very big ult use, and now no more ultimates on the side of ECAC. They might not need it, though. They do have the C's for right now. Ace Hype's bringing out the orbital strike. See where this lands. I think they know where they are, so Vanguard Echo ult roll inside it. Vanguard Echo can't get out, and Ace Hype finds Vanguard Echo, but the spike timer running out, so this needs to be a fast play here if they want this point, and they're not going to get it. Spike is just going to start running out of time here. No chance of finding exit picks for TBS Troll. Doesn't really matter. ECAC gets their 7th point, guaranteeing the lead for the half.
It's always Troll, man. I feel like it's always Troll, right? They're the ones opening up the round. They're the one bringing things back. And
14.
I mean, we saw the orbital strike. They just didn't move in fast enough off of it, it felt like. And it kind of, once again, felt like they were going in halfway into a round. Either they should have invested fully, both of them going in jointly off of both ultimates, or, you know, deciding to save. And I mean, now that it's kind of the advantage given away, now you are fighting for as many rounds as you can to make up the deficit before you swap sides.
TBS Troll already with 14 kills in the matter of 9 rounds here, so 10th round,
Where are you?
only one in double digits thus far. So Fade gonna bring out the Han. Nothing doing there so far. Prowler nothing doing there so far. Some of that's just kind of denying anything, and that's pretty much all the utility there for the Fade. Only denied by one Sova, but they do know that somebody's lurking around the corner here, so call out probably rotating back to A, but Extinct this time a little bit more prepared as they have the Reyna and the Brimstone lining themselves up right now for this push. Gonna go ahead and use the Guiding Light around the corner. Mini drones with the satchels above the vehicle and out, is able to find Toby Quips, and is able to find their own Sky to bring this one back with regrowth, back them to full health. Spike is down on A. So now it's going to have to be the regroup here from Extinct, all the way from CT. Watch out for Sobadat on the flank, though. Sobadat can do some damage here. Gets at least Vanguard Echo for right now. And A-Side's getting the 2nd kill for the team. Sobadat on this flank is so good right now, but it's down to a 2v2. How far in favor of ECAC? You'll see it right there. B-Man, TBS Troll both getting kills, and ECAC 7 straight.
Yeah, no, that was a great look coming out from Extinct, finally trying to leverage different parts of the map, finally being able to set up a pinch play from both sides of that A retake. The lockdown coming in a little bit too late, and then once again, Troll's alive, the round is not lost. Able to kind of be a pivot point off around that barrier wall, so you only had 2 options to go into, B-Man or Troll, and both of them finding their picks there properly in order to get this 8th round locked in. And now even the Orbital Strike and Showstopper are online, so I'm not expecting that's the last round they're even going to get in this half.
Yep, 2 more rounds left to play here in half number 1. As, well, the Sova, at least he got some information along the side of that recon boat. Oh, Shocko, though. Able to find at least some damage. But they back off for right now. See that armor and that somebody falling down. Some of that through the smoke is able to find one. Can't escape the orbital strike, though. DJ Mandude is right there. Mini drones with the satchels able to find Toby Quips. So the orbital strike gets it down to a 2v2 situation. Through the teleporter they go, but watch out for the Killjoy. All of the utility out right now. The rush down. It's up to Apples to defend this with the Guardian that they have. They find at least one. The headshot onto Mini drones as well. Is able to find another. Can you find the 3rd? For the sweep up here, just on to the Brim. No, DJ Mandude makes this a 1v1. Brim versus Brim tries to plant the spike, but A-Side gets it. and they stop the bleeding. 7 straight rounds. It will not be an 8th. It'll be the 3rd point headed to
Last
Extinct.
round before the switch.
I mean, that's what you want. A Killjoy that anchors until they are the last standing, and Apples, she's able to lock down that site. They're able to get the impact frags that they need. I was so worried when they were reloading and my Mini Drones was just going in for the kill, and they still were able to walk away with that frag, get some chip damage on DJ Mandu, just enough so that Ace Hypes is able to finish off what they've started, and that's the kind of hero plays we need to start seeing in this last, I would say probably this last round, and even so in the pistol follow-up after the sides swap, so that they can start going towards a tied game, hopefully.
Are we about to see another 9-3, Zobi? Are we about to
Oh
see
no,
another
do
9?
not do this.
Are we about to bring it up yet again? 8-3 your scoreline here.
You.
Oh, and TBS Troll already getting hit by something.
Ooh.
Hunter's Fury down the lane is just going to find anything. Finds at least 1 hit, and it will find Mini Drones. So Satchels
That's
be gone.
huge.
Satchels be damned here. Mini Drones can find a pick that way. They're already in the grave. The operator does find at least 1, though, so TBS Troll looking for it. Shockbolt doesn't hit TBS Troll for right now. Maybe they don't know that they're there. Guiding Light blinds their own teammates, so it's not going to find anything for right now. Slow and steady here. This is the least aggressive we have seen ECAC so far, and that's because 2 picks have already fallen here. Courtesy of Extinct. So where do you go now? Apples on the Guardian. It's so good as of these late rounds here with his Guardian. And now it's up to the Fade. 3v1 man advantage here. Doesn't have the spike either. And now it's just a rundown here. TBS Pro will get the Nightfall based off that sphere. So it's got to be just a play in here. We'll probably take this teleporter and run right in for the spike. Nightfall comes out. And now they know
Not
where
gonna
they're
clear
coming from around the corner. TBS Pro does get 1 onto Soledad though. There's Prowler on either side. And now the Prowler's basically blinding both of them at the same time. There's no shots on either one. There's the C's around the corner. TBS Pro finds it, but good crossfire from Ace Hypes to deny the clutch. And it's going to be Extinct, taking us to an 8-4 lead for ECAC at the end of the
Switching
half.
sides.
Yeah, Ace Hypes instantly being that closer. But I like how you phrase that, right? We didn't see that aggression from ECAC because they're aggressive players, because Mini Drones was taken out of the picture so early on. And honestly, Troll, right? They were feeling confident. They had the lead. They swapped over to the operator, but that means they couldn't be the second tip of the spear now that Mini Drones was gone. And that kind of tied them down. And by the time they were left, it was too late. They couldn't get enough frags in to get that 9-3 curse that you mentioned. But I mean, even then, 18-4, how much more can we ask of them at this point, Keegan?
I don't know how much more we can ask of them. I mean, 18-4 is insane as well. Mini Drones 12-9 with that duelist aspect, but with the Fade going 18-4, this is a little scary here now. Extinct, and you mentioned this earlier, where Extinct now on their sort of weaker half, if you will, but we'll find out if they can bring it back. Down 4 here. Toby Quips is able to find 1. Isn't able to find any more. So Devour can only do so much, especially when you're just getting shot at by a pistol. DJ Mandu, though, is able to find 1 on the trade, probably Kazuhaya, so right now it's just a rundown. So what's the call here? Less aggressive for Extinct than ECAC was. ECAC was all systems go. Extinct, meanwhile, saying, all right, where do we go?
Yeah, and I mean, at least it is, like you mentioned, the 3v3, so now they can kind of figure out and reassess. They even have, some of those bigger players for their teams, like Apple still alive, who's closing down this flanking, making sure they can find anybody who's on an island. I mean, even then, B-Man is here. They're going to be able to get that early information. They even have the Trailblazer if they want further confirmation. But I'm worried that if they lose this initial fight, it'll be hard to get back into this round.
In the background, B-Man's able to find 2 with the Ghost before the Incendiary kills him, and oh my goodness. The Brimstone pops off, and ECAC is able to defend the 3v3, 9-4, especially in a very important pistol round before the double-digit mark comes up for the ECAC team.
Yeah, no. And 9-4, this is not what you want to be doing, is losing that second round, especially when you had a hill to climb already and it's quickly becoming a mountain. 1 off double digits, now they even have weapons, and we saw that kind of double Spectre buy, and I'm wondering, they don't even seem like they have the funds to do that. It is going to be the full pistol. It looks like they are going to be playing for next round, if anything, unless... No.
Well, Mini Drones with the judge here. The court be in session. Try to bulldoze their way in. Mini Drone strikes the gavel onto Ace Hypes. But TJ Mandu, no more Brimstone either. 4v3, take your teleporter. So who's in the back line? It's going to be this Reyna, Toby Quips, as well as Soledad. finding their way through the teleporter, and now it's a 3v2 scenario here. Good stage wall up to kind of deny any space there inside of Hookah for right now, so no jumps over, no satchels over until that wall goes down, and Spike is with Soledad for right now, so where do they want to go is the question. As they try to hook their way around, they already went through the teleporter, can't go back through it in that same direction, so call out, just play slow, I guess, for right now, maybe head towards A.
Yeah. And once again, they're going for this kind of more distributed defensive strategy when they don't know where these players are going. And it looks like a magnet's
30 seconds
drawing
left.
Extinct back towards this B site. Once they've had to wait just a little bit until their teammate, till Toby joins them. So far they have, but even then, I think the Reyna should be going first here. They're the one with the weapon. No, Soledad just running across, being the bait more for Toby, and even they can't get the trap to snap. And that is gonna now be Sobadrone's low HP, no time, 1-0.
Okay, take a break.
That's devastating. That's insult to injury.
Oh my gosh, no. You can't do that to them. The boom mod gets the kill. Oh my goodness. ECAC right now. 10-4. 2 straight rounds here for them, both on the pistol round as well as the bonus round, if you will. So they're going to keep bonusing. B-Man, though, picking up the Phantom for the first time here, and in this half, I should say, but it's going to be a full buy-in for Extinct. Yeah, I mean, buy what you can at this point. You're down 6. You need something here for an answer.
Yeah, it is the rifle round minus Ace Hypes rocking the Bulldog. So this is the opportunity to start getting back into things, and it needs to be in a pretty flawless fashion, because if they lose this, then not only is it the 11th round, but then they're reset. For now, DJ Mandude is at the receiving end of this aggression. Incendiary is out to try and stall it, but can they do it? No!
So Equip, Soledad both getting their kills, both getting their picks here. So Extinct now on the man advantage. First time they've had this inside of a 5-man start here, so Extinct trying to capitalize off of this bonus. They'll plant the spike, but Mini Jones is in your back line here. Paint Shell's going to get thrown out into the back. He's not going to find anything. He finds at least one. Toby Quips is there to get the pick, but it's not going to be enough still. It's TBS Troll with this Marshall. Going to have to make some Marshall magic happen, if you will. Maybe through the wall, doesn't find a pick there, doesn't find a hit. It's going to be everybody looking at Hookah, everybody looking at TBS Troll. Extinct. And again, stopping the bleeding in the first 2 rounds. 10-5 the score.
Yeah, I know, only losing one player is huge there, but you've got to be disappointed if you're Mini Drones. Every single player there was in guard, and the timing is just wrong because of that smoke there in long. Not able to take an earlier fight, not able to get the spray transfer there, because all the players, like we saw, were kind of in the safety of backside behind Hut. And although the Paint Shell finds the one, it doesn't force out the other players fast enough for them to capitalize before the double swing comes through. Now, though, obviously, they have the showstopper online, so maybe they'll be able to bring the fireworks to this round to get the 11th on the board to kind of stop the growing economy of Extinct. It looks like they're even getting that opportunity.
See everybody heading through, long headed through Gardens here, but guys will deny them of any entry points. So right now, Apple's inside of the system. Knows where at least one head is. Trying to find the kill. Soledad, though, is able to take down the top player in TBS Troll. On the side of ECAC, trades that out though for the Brim. The Prowler comes out, another Sky Smoke comes towards Hookah. Mini Drones using the Showstopper, hits the wall in front. Might have had one there if it was above that ledge, but not going to happen. It's a very, very hard approach here for Extinct. What do you do here? No smokes either, and now that wall blocks you off of any sight line there up at Hookah. Going to go ahead and be the Empress coming out here from Toby Quip, seeing if they can find any entry picks in. She's just going back and forth. Ricardo takes the teleporter. We'll take this all the way back to A. The Reyna only one exiting out. Could have had a pick right there, but the timing just unfortunate. B-Man though through the box is able to find Cody, and it's good here for Extinct. They do find a pick on the B-Man for Reyna. 20 seconds left to go. Got to start putting down the spike, which they do so right by U-Haul. Now it's just a game of patience, wait and see. What are they going to come up with? 3v3, and the health bar is looking very, very similar, except for the Reyna right now falling. Oh, so low, no Devour either right now with 4 health, 31 health. Look at Extinct team right now. Alarm bot triggered. Spike. Trying to figure out where to go for this spike. Mini Jones is able to find Soledad, so See, defending team right now looking pretty good on the main. Mini Drones above, using the satchels, able to take down care of Toby Quips. Apple's 31 health and a dream. Vanguard Echo looking for the defuse here. Good defense put up right now, looking for it. Has to get to the diffuser, isn't able to get it. Mini Drones is able to find the kill first, but that spike gets diffused first in the round, and ECAC goes up 11-5.
Oh, that was robbed away from Apples. I mean, the rest of the team not being able to buy enough time there. Like you said, such low HP. And just the wallbings on the box not connecting. And even then, Mini is just the defender of the rest of the team. The shield braving the storm. Able to make sure that spike is stuck all the way through. And even now, because their economy's flowing, Troll gonna reprise the role in the operator. They didn't get enough rounds to shine last half, and they're like, all right, we're gonna run it back. We're gonna use it to hopefully close things out here. But look at the aggression, the change of pace from Extinct, and I think this is gonna work.
Yeah, Extinct is gonna play the ECAC side of aggression. All systems go here, but Mini Drones is gonna take care of some of that. Good incendiary for right now that takes care of Toby Quips. Everybody's inside of the corner. And now this team from Extinct kind of just stuck inside of this box for right now. So Mini Drones, with Ace Hypes caught out, the last two players here for Extinct all stuck inside of this box. They're not watching each other's sides, and Mini Drones with the boot bots able to find a third and a fourth. Mini Drone cleans up house with a fourth kill. We'll find the spike defuse as well, and Showstopper in a matter of a few rounds.
You know what I'm seeing from Mini Drones, Keegan, is I think they've heard one of our amazing production individuals, Leighton and Stat, saying that they're going to get flamed if they don't top frag. So they have, you know, stepped on the gas. They're like, all right, let me lock this down. Let me make sure I have greater than a 2KDA. And they're doing all this without the Showstopper. I mean, Extinct has not been able to counter this raise effectively, no matter what. And I mean, literally from the impact on post plants to impact right out the gate, even flanks, every single strategy and position Mini Drones has capitalized upon in different rounds, different contexts.
Let's see, match point here for ECAC, 7 opportunities. 7 opportunities for match point here for ECAC. We'll see if Extinct can pull some magic out of the hat here, because they're going to need everything that they've got. 3 ultimates online, Nightfall will start us off. There will be no lockdown though. Apple's gone. So no lockdown in at least this round if Extinct can keep this going. Orbital Strike staves them off for just a couple of moments. And like right there, Soledad's able to take care of a big pick on Mini Drones. Mini Drones, TBS Troll, the only 2 players in this lobby right now above the 2.0 KDA. That will continue on. DJ Nanzoon's able there. Hunter's Fury comes down the lane, is able to find Vanguard Echo, and Vanguard Echo cannot run away from it. It's now the advantage into Extinct. P-Man running right around the corner. They have the Prowler right there. 2 players peeking this corner. P-Man's able to find 1. But Ace Hypes takes care of it, so now it is down to the operator of TBS Troll. Flush this one out, they could save it. They decide to run away for right now, finds 1 shot. You would 2v1 situation though, maybe saving the op is the call here, just peeking around. Yeah, TBS Troll really doesn't want to take this unless they find a pick here. Prowler does go out. See if this finds anything around the corner, but the Prowler expires here. It's a peak battle between Soledad as well as TBS Troll. Who's going to win the battle of chicken? As the spike's pretty much going to run out at this point. And with the operator, yeah, it's a save point at this round. So see if Extinct wants to run right at this operator, or if they're just going to save what guns they have here on the spike. And the call, both sides probably going to save here.
Yeah, great round to keep them in this. But then again, yeah. That's hurting the economy for Soledad, definitely. But I mean, they used every single ultimate just to win that round, minus the lockdown. Like you said, Apple's falling too soon to invest it. But I want to praise Soledad that not only are they the top frag, but I feel like every single ultimate they've expended has hit and killed. Like, they're rivaling Calm here in the Sova action, improving their name here on Bind, a typically non-Sova based map as well. And it's promising in that regard. It shows signs of life here, even though they still have to lock down 6 more rounds in a row.
Believe it or not, that's the first. I think that's probably our first spike explosion. Only 2 spike explosions thus far in our games, man. This has been really aggressive gaming so far on both ends, as we see the Bulldog taking care of the Ares. So it is Cody Kazahaya getting this off, and Extinct going all systems go here. Everybody's in besides the Sova, and now there's the lockdown. It's going to be really, Apple's not getting picked early on, but wow, the Showstopper finds 2 from Mini Drones, and this could be the turnaround here for ECAC. Lockdown's going to expire here. Nobody caught inside of it. Oh, Soledad is right behind.
They're sticking it!
Soledad finds the flank kill. And now the spike is down onto Extinct. Is able to make it 3v1. The operator finds at least one onto Toby Quips. Don't run into that though, you have the man advantage here. It's just the operator unless TBS Troll wants to play this one with an operator, really no chance of kind of entering into sight. I think the call here is, oh, they're gonna play aggressively here with this op. Trying to go in the mid, finds the wall bang, but it's not enough, 10 health for Ace Hypes. And it's gonna be the backoff situation for TBS Troll again, holding on to the operator. Extinct will win, and they're now winning their 7th round.
Yeah, no, a repeat of history. The Brim and Sova forcing the operator save from Troll. And I mean, I agree with you. I thought that was the beginning of the end, right? The showstopper opening up the round with 2 frags. I mean, they were sitting on that for so long that it seemed like that was going to be the cherry on top. And then Sovedad again coming in clutch, shutting down the Judge flank, making sure that they were able to get the spike sucked, make sure it got planted in time, and they were able to trigger the post plant. Now, though, with no real ultimates to work with for either sides, minus the Empress from Toby, it's going to be all eyes on them, or it's just going to be some vanilla Valorant.
Going to be dry fights here besides the Empress. I mean, really, who's to say the Empress basically is going to be still make a dry fight here. I will say one of the best things that our Observer is doing right now, checking all the sprays. Sprays are one of my favorite things in this game.
I love the sprays, yeah.
Sprays are so good, especially that last
Now I have some in my background, like, yeah.
I'm so mad that I don't think in the BP, I don't think I got the Anya Smirk one that they had, and I think it was Neon that spray was for. I'm missing out on that, but anyways, minute 20 left on the clock here. 4 people headed towards A showers here. It's gonna work. Mini Drones is gonna get aggressive with it through the smoke. Spotted. Toby Quips out. So the Spectre's able to find one for right now. Incendiary takes out Mini Drones from their spot. Guiding Light does say there's something there, but through the wall, the Vandal's able to find Mini Drones right now, and there's the Bucky able to find DJ Mandude, and the Bucky gets a kill here as Extinct will rotate back.
Yeah, no, great timing from B-Man there with the Trailblazer to get that final concuss to get the second Bucky shot off. Even then, like, just Mini Drones has been able to be on the site consistently that Extinct is wanting to follow through on. So they're able to draw that first blood, take the only ultimate that was in the cards for Extinct out of the deck. And even now, as they recoil and regroup towards the B site, you see the rotation from B-Man. So it's going to be a 2-on-3, no matter where Extinct decides to go.
So they split up here. Guiding Light says nothing there, but there is Extinct right there, just holding on. 15 seconds, though. This is match point. If you're going to make a call, you got to make it now here, especially if you're going to try to get the spike down. There's the Guiding Light that takes at least one. Ace Hypes gets it. There is the headshot, and now the spike plan from Apples, and that's going to get down just with 4 seconds left to go. And now it's a 3v3. The operator, though, can be the big difference. Han comes out, and they know that TBS Troll is in CT, but the Hans also wants 2 on Extinct's side. So ECAC on the flank. DJ Mandude's on the flank, and it's found Cody for 1. That's where the turret is. Apples versus DJ Mandude. Who wins this? Apples goes down. DJ Mandude, TBS Troll. And the classic is how we're going to end this right here. The spike is defused, and ECAC guarantees themselves a spot in the top 4 as they win it 13-7 here on Vine.
Yeah, sending Extinct home without a victory. Devastating way to leave the Fighters Cup. If you're not, we have many more weekly events coming on, so they will definitely get their second opportunity. But, I mean, just such coordination from ECAC, mainly off of Mini Drones and their amazing star potential. And they're making it look like this was VCT with their satchel, with the kit utilization and leverage. I mean, they literally were filling almost every single role, and even the support coming through from their teammates was what kind of tied up the loose ends when they did fall from these hero plays.
Yeah, big plays overall from ECAC. They'll move up to a 2-0 record. Meanwhile, Extinct, like we've been saying, moves down to a 1-2 record, excuse me. So that eliminates them from contention because the last game to play here in Group B, ECAC versus EAOSU. Meanwhile, again, if you did not hear us earlier, USCA, South Carolina, Aiken, and alongside Sacred Heart University, they'll be playing inside of the top 4 bracket as well. VOP is out because they are out of this tournament. So that will do it here for at least the second match that we have here on the stream. When we come back, it will be the third match between EAOSU Orange taking on ECAC. We'll see which team gets the first seed coming up in the top 4 bracket. As we will take a break, you're watching the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps right here on ESU2. We'll be right back.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen
Stay alert, Marine.
and unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. Klutchke alongside Zobi with you here for the final match of Group B, or Division B, I should say, here inside of this division right now as we get to this matchup between ECAC and Esports at Oregon State. The Beavers taking on the ECAC staff here. New names we will see, but ECAC getting between Haven and Bind, but it was Oregon State's pick, and instead of Bind, they may have watched the last match where Mini Drones popped off as well as DBS Troll, so they instead decide, let's go from 2 sites, we go to 3. Haven will be the next map pick here, so pretty interesting map that we'll get here, especially when we've only seen 2 sites thus far. It'll change when we get to 3.
Yeah, and even though both of these teams, ECAC and EAOSU, have qualified for that playoff bracket with, Extinct going 2-0, or I guess technically 2-1 if you take the bye as a win, it is going to be a play for honor, for seeding, right? To see who comes out of the group stage undefeated. Because, like we said, both of these teams have won 1 match so far. And both of those matches were quite close. So if we're using Extinct as the comparison line, we had a 13-10 on Lotus, and then we had the 13-7 on Bind. So I'm expecting this team's got to go double digits to double digits, if not overtime. But jumping in to Agent Select, we'll see if they kind of reprise some of the roles that we're used to, or if they're going to switch things up for us.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, you go back to the last one for ECAC side, and you look at what they were building up earlier. They had the Raze, they had the Raze, the Fade, the Brim, the Sky, and the Sage for ECAC. So let's see what they decide to bring out in this case here as we get into this. Nobody's really been selecting just yet, but it looks like something similar coming out for ECAC side, except Mini Drones kind of tempted to maybe switch up their fates on the Raze, instead going maybe for the Reyna and DJ Mandude we saw in the Brim earlier, instead deciding maybe we want to go with that double Sentinel side, and maybe we go with the oh no instead. They're just I think they're kind of just fooling around with the different picks here, because they're deciding which initiator, KO or Sky. I mean, what do we want to do here?
Yeah, once again, I feel like for some reason in Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps, they've been kind of choosing the Fade a lot over Sova, minus Sova Dad themselves, obviously. And it's definitely been interesting, right? I mean, you can see Lazy already being on the Fade. Sova over on the side for ECAC. They're showing the ice, so that's not allowed till next week. But DJ Mandude's going to go for the KO. And my only concern with that is less definitive information if that 0 point gets kind of destroyed.
Yeah, meanwhile, for Oregon State side here, we're going to get our first look of the day at Cypher here for Zesty. So this will be quite interesting to see for Oregon State what they decide to pull out. You were saying earlier about the score lines here. You go back, by the way, if you want to get an update for the rest of the tournament so far, your USCA Sacred Heart University, if you didn't hear, both of those teams already into the top 4 VOP out of the tournament. So USCA Sacred Heart University will be playing for the $1,000 top prize here inside of Division B in Group A over there. Meanwhile, Group B still haven't yet to be determined. However, we do know the 2 teams that are in EAOSU and ECAC, both of the teams you're seeing right here on stream. They'll play this out to see the seeding 1 versus 2 here. So Sacred Heart University will play the winner of this matchup here, I believe, according to our seeding. So let's get things started here inside of Haven. No delays on this time. We'll just jump right on in as we get to see what they bring out. And it looks like the utility for the KJ starts off on A.
Yeah, but they have obviously that Brim for support, which is always nice to make sure that you have somebody to fall back on to get your trades. On the other side of things, though, you see this KO. Meantime, look at this. Mini's already getting challenged. The aggression into Garage, but it's all a distraction. It's trying to pull rotations off while the real goal's A.
Yeah, Soul already gets that pick, but now they're just going to rotate all the way back to C. Good thing DJ Mandude's right there to take care of at least Soul. And have that probably goes a little bit wide from where DJ Mandude was, so Vanguard Echo's going to peek on the other side of that box and go. Meanwhile, again, a split push. Like you were saying, the call-out was there was 2 on C, but the split push here for EAOSU means they're now going to go to A, and no utility on A whatsoever means that this is just a free plan coming up here from EAOSU unless that incendiary lands, which it doesn't, as a spike gets planted just to the side of it. So they now know where TBS Troll is at the very least. But where's the rest of the team playing up from? It looks to be CT. They are making a little bit of noise there. There's 1 suppressed, but it's not the one they're looking for. B-Man's able to take care of 2 with the Ghost. It's down to a 2v1. Makes it now down to a 2v1 as SD is able to take care of Vanguard Echo for right now. Nothing hit with the cam. as they're going to try to defuse. Good defense right now, but they know where B-Man is so low. B-Man sitting low around the box, and B-Man's not going to just get off that. B-Man, Pro Stone fake. Zesties doesn't get it, and it's going to be ECAC winning the first pistol round.
Bro, my heart rate is jumping there when their crosshairs quite literally on the head of B-Man. I'm like, just right click, you'll kill them. They're one tap. And even after the spike had been defused, they even do fall there. But I mean, just an amazing retake, even like you said, after A site had been given away because of that over rotation. But this is the kind of clash that we wanted to see. EAOSU, a very different team, a lot more aggressive, a lot more confident in their plays than the past opponent was. And I feel like that's going to be something, a hurdle that ECAC has to jump over. And obviously defense, it's an attack-sided map in terms of the 3 sites, so we'll have to see if they can get rounds tied together here, especially considering now they have bye.
Let's see here for ECAC side, defending. Nothing looking really down B, nothing looking at window so far, but for Oregon State, they're looking to see what they want to do here, slow and steady. I guess they're looking to see if ECAC wants to play aggressively. So far, that answer is no, because nobody's really peeking anything. So, where's the call up here? And actually, for ECAC, they're all going to rotate towards A. There's a lot of util being thrown at A, sure, but there's nobody there. So, for ECAC, they could probably just walk into B for free here. But instead decide they want to go for Garage instead, and now they get Garage for free, so now it's going to be a C push here. But DJ Mandu's going to be right there to take care of at least Soul. It's the push down, and this Bulldog's doing work, takes care of Pirate Fiddle at the same time. There's the Marshall itself. Now DJ Mandu having to reload, only 1 bullet inside of that mag, nothing doing there, dies. Now it's a 4v2. There is not going to be a plant down for EAOSU. They do get the spike carrier killed. That was Lazy that tried to plant. It's just up to Zesty, who does find mini drones, but this is going to be it. It's the rush coming out from EAOSU. Nothing doing ECAC defense bonus round.
Even though they lose the round, I just want to point out Zesty's classic. Where do I get one? I mean, even though they didn't get the round last round, the frags, the smokes, it's 4-2 is insane, especially now going to the 3rd round, and that brings the Neural Theft online that much earlier. It even allows them now to get that full rifle, full utility out of the save. And I mean, yes, they only dropped 2 players of ECAC, but that's better than nothing, and it kind of forces this bonus to be not as powerful. You can see the Judge, you can see even the Bucky now and the Marshall, weaker weapons compared to kind of a Bulldog, a Guardian, or a Spectre. So let's see if that's enough firepower to kind of refute this A hit that's about to come steamrolling at them.
I really want to see this Bucky pop off. Look, I'm
Judge
gonna
might
say
first.
Bucky, favorite gun game for me, but that's just me. It's going to be the Judge that gets the first kill, though, and does pick up the gun in the process. It's going to be that first kill coming from the Brim. Now, it's just, oh, there's a knife that's already out.
Look where
so
Mini is.
He's got to find a way out. Mini Drones is right there, though, if they want to rotate out. Where's the call here for EAOSU? You're going to run right into a Phoenix here if you decide to rotate out, but EAOSU is like, nah, let's put A here. It doesn't matter. Soul's able to find one, though, TBS show, but here comes Mini Drones on the flank. Do they know?
There's no
they
Sentinel.
Don't know. They don't know. There's no Sentinel to keep them back there. You're right. There's nothing there, so Mini Drones is able to find at least one, but that one is all they get. It's down to a 3v3. Where's the call? Looks like they're gonna rotate out, except for this Raze. This Raze looking for something here, but the rotation, yet again, goes all the way back to C.
Yeah, but look who's beating them there. The Killjoy already, CT here already can contest, but just seconds late with his Guardian, and B-Man's gonna have to respect it. Now it becomes nerve-wracking, right? Unless you can just get headshots like that and close out the round before your team arrives. I mean, you're getting the defuse, you've gotten half. Pirate Fiddle might be too late, no!
It might not be too late. B-Man does get it to half, though, so Pirate Fiddle's up. There is a wall there. Yeah, the wall is there, and it is half. You can probably defuse this right here, but no, the paint shells are out, and I don't think you have enough time. No, Vanguard Echo doesn't get it, and Pirate Fiddle's able to find 4 in the process. And oh my goodness, you can see 0.45 away from that being defused, but they get it.
Vanguard, there's a little ledge so that you're not visible. I mean, I don't even think the paint shell would have finished them off. Like you said, 0.45 seconds. It was that classic follow-up that got the round from the clutches of despair. And even then, still only walking away with 1 person on your rifle round is going to be a huge economy blow. And you can see its effects here. Only the hero rifle for Pirate Fiddle, who walked away with their life while the rest have to save, versus now the full rifles. So ECAC should theoretically be able to hold on to the lead they've established so far.
Let's see, ECAC is up 2-1 right now. There's so much action going on, folks. We're only in the 4th round here. There is so much craziness going on inside of these first 3 rounds already. Looking for more in the 4th. You can see the positioning right now. Looks like it's going to be a split push into Garage, but DJ Mandude says, you're not getting away without some blood being spilled here, and Mini Drones will say that as well. 2 kills from the corner. And now it's going to be the Neural Theft at the very least, seeing where this positioning is from ECAC. But in a 2v4 situation like this, they let go of the plant for a second there. But they're able to get the plant down, not using the cage out for right now. So 2v4, you do have ultimate. ECAC does have the lockdown available to them. Showstopper also available for OSU. There's another cage being thrown out, but DJ Mandude knows exactly where Zesty is. Pirate Fiddle gone as well. And it's a wipe up here for ECAC as they go up 3-1.
Theory proven true here. Those better rifles making quick work of EAOSU. Not only that, but now they have so many ultimates to work with going forward. Even the null command to kind of counter a showstopper entry that EAOSU might be going for. And I mean, they're looking even stronger than they did on Bind. I'm not gonna lie to you, Keegan. I mean, just the coordination in these retakes and just the piecemeal approach to breaking down the crossfires has been brutal to handle thus far.
It's been brutal for them right now, but yeah, ECAC looking pretty dang good, especially if they're on defense first. We saw them in the first half where they were on attack, and yeah, it was just aggressively winning that first half 8-4, but 3-1 on the defensive end, especially on an attack side of map like Haven. This is looking pretty good for this ECAC team, and the run it back already happening for Mini Drones. Throws out the paint shields to no avail. It's going to be the battle here, and where they are right away. So the duelist battle won by Mini Drones here. Prowler does find Mini Drones, but to no avail on the shots missing from EAOSU. Back off scenario, you can see the rotation all the way back.
Look where B-Man is.
Old Faithful, they're going to go back to Garage here, but KJ does have all the utility here on C site. Doesn't really matter though. ECAC can't find the picks for right now. Soul down the lane is able to find B-Man, and the spike's now planted. That's 3rd straight round they get the plant down onto C. So will this result in a win for them as a 4v3 man advantage here for ECAC? Find the pixel. Spike is down in that mid box through the smoke. Die for Heals is able to find TBS Troll, who was shooting through that smoke. And now Mini Drones through long here. It's all up to the Cypher. Zesty finds DJ Mandude, but Mini Drones was able to find a 3rd. Phoenix pops. It's 4-1.
Yeah, no, I was nervous when the run it back and the null command really had no impact over on that A side. I mean, DJ Mandude popping it so early, forcing the rotation onto C, but B-Man's position down C long had enough of a stall power, and then even the double down on the flank, Mini Drones heading that way too. They just weren't receptive enough of the fact that this could be a double-pronged retake in that regard, and they just ran out of materials. They ran out of players leading out of this 4-1, and look at this. Troll gonna reprise the operator role. They do it on Fade, on Bind, they'll do it on Brim here on Haven. The last players you expect to be sporting the op, but it'll still be staring you down and through the barrel nonetheless.
Yeah, and they know that they've been going C a lot, so the operator here, not a bad idea for this Brim. And TBS Tro, we know, has been pretty dang good on this operator so far. Mini Drones wants to take this aggressive battle again, and yet there was nothing looking behind them so far. They know Mini Drones can be aggressive here. Here comes Zesty around, and there is Mini Drones taking him down, so Zesty's probably calling that out, and now they know that there is something amiss behind them. Question is, can they find this pick? Oh boy. And that, oh boy. Well, when the breach hits you with that, that's not good news for you. That's not good news on the aftershock for you, so it's going to be it's going to be Mini Drones out and about, no running back this time. Lockdown available, and there's going to be the Rolling Thunder already out from the breach that head all towards A. I believe hits at least one there, and now Pirate Fiddle and Soul both getting their kills means A is wide open for them to try to take this over. TBS Troll with the operator. Can you find at least one? You find at least one onto Lazy. It's a 2v1 now, and this raise is solo. B-Man thinking about using the lockdown here. Is it worth it in this 2v2 situation here?
Did they see them?
Yeah, I mean, Die for Heals. Do they know Pirate Fiddle is going to get the plant down? And this plant down is all the way on C. B-Man flicks on the Die for Heals, though, so it's a raise with how much health? The raise with 12 health and the Dream. The lockdown staving them away for right now as well, but that lockdown's not inside that little cubby area. It's right inside where Pirate Fiddle can see where it's going from. There's the fake right now. The operator, though, keeping Pirate Fiddle at bay. Turret's going to hold it. Showstopper Out and about, Showstopper, is it gonna find anything? It does, it finds B-Man, it finds the turret. Can B-Man clutch this up with 6 health in the Dream? There's the bait shells out, and he does! Pirate Fiddles goes ahead and clutches this up. My oh my, EAOSU, Oregon State's to win this by the hands of 12 health and a Dream from the Rays.
I mean, mechanically, timing, the showstopper bait just with the jiggle peaks. And I think that round just comes down to the fact that the operator was a shackle stopping them from being able to get the trade off of B-Man. They were stuck holding the angle, and those jump peaks, you really can't hit an off shot like that. And I wish they had just like traded out the weapon, committed to pushing them. And I don't know if it was a lack of communication about the HP or what exactly what it was.
Oh my goodness. Tell you what, folks. Observers right now going absolutely bonkers as to what just happened. And the operator now in the hands of Die for Heals. Able to take care of TBS Troll. So the operator now on the other foot says, hello ECAC, we're running this right down at you. The aggressiveness coming out from Oregon State. They're confident. They're ready to play. They're hyped after what that Rays just did. Pirate Fiddle has sparked something inside of Oregon State, and it is all free space here for EAOSU to go right on in. It's up to the Sage and it's up to the KO. It's up to Vanguard Echo and DJ Mandude to do something in such a dire situation. There's not a lot that they can do, especially with, I mean, you do have, yes, the KO with the Initiator, but not much else you can do other than maybe throw a knife at them and suppress what you can. But there is just all the angles being peeked on for right now. Even Cypher's got a cam for you. So if you're ECAC, I mean, is the call here to just save?
I mean, you have a Stinger, so I think they just don't. I mean, Vanguard Echo, yeah, you should save probably,
yeah,
but I think
should save, but the Stinger, I don't know. Oh.
Yeah, no, they can die without giving the ult orbs over, because once again, 5 players, they can start charging up those ult orbs for later in this half. But either way, great change of pace. You are saving the Stinger.
Yeah, staying with the Stinger overall. Wow.
Look, they're making a mad dash to the spike, and they don't make it.
Yeah, so they stick with the Stinger overall with 1,800 credits to their name right now for DJ Mandude. So yeah, it's just gonna be the stick on for right now to that. And so for EAOSU though, 2 straight for them, 2 straight rounds, courtesy of that Pirate Fiddle clutch and the spike diffusing there. But this EAOSU team, that last round, they look different.
Yeah, no, completely. Kind of finally able to starve off that initial aggression from ECAC and adjust accordingly. I think one of those reasons was just the attack operator being in their arsenal, and Die for Heal sporting it here again, trying to search for an early blood, trying to punish an over-aggression, and it might just find it for Mini.
Mini Drones is awaiting this for a little while. Crawler's out on DJ Mandude. DJ Mandude did so much damage. Good thing you had a little bit of space in the aftershock right there. Mini Drones is just going to run right in, but did have the running back, but they know where the running back does come from. So now they're looking at Garage all the way through, and DJ Mandude gets a kill with Fragment, so Lazy goes down, and now you have no more fade. Die for Heals on the off, though, right behind. Well, the Sage is going to slow them, but is it going to find a pick? It does not. The slow's not enough here. Slower is not enough here with that kill. DJ Mandude's able to cross with the cage, but EAOSU looking so aggressive, but you don't want to get too aggressive, especially with the health bars looking as dire as they are right now. Cypher Breach falling oh so low, and now they're going to go for C, the option C yet again. Pirate Fiddle able to take care of DJ Mandude, so it's down to a 4v3, but health bar wise not looking great for Oregon State. So they try to just give themselves a little bit of space here. Vanguard Echo though with the Sage gets rid of the cam, but at what price? It's your life. Pirate Fiddle, it's that headshot onto the Sage, and Pirate Fiddle is such a force to be reckoned with. A 3rd kill for Pirate Fiddle. I really want to see the scoreboard happen around here, because Pirate Fiddle's just been the catalyst here, and with still taking care of TBS Troll, we are all tied up.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like Pirate Fiddle, she's flipped a switch, and I mean, we talked about how, you know, Zesty Soul were both on a lifeline there. They're like, just sit back, watch me work. And they did exactly that, shutting down Garage first, and then just flipping over to CT, shutting them down too. And I think it was just kind of credited to the fact that ECAC was taking a lot of solo fights in that regard. I mean, you saw Vanguard swing, then DJ Mandude, then Troll, and each of them fell like dominoes to Pirate Fiddle. And if they can keep up this streak of now reaching a 3 KDA, then it is just going to be a duelist diff, especially when Mini Drones has found it's their first blood from the operator.
Yeah, you were talking about Mini Drones extending a little bit earlier for that operator. Yep.
Yeah.
This time, the operator gets that win onto Mini Drones. The Mini Drones cannot play the game the way they want to right now. Oregon State with all the momentum on their side from the looks of it. Be the or not Roman Thunder, excuse me. That's going to be the fault line out for right now. Nothing doing there. So EAOSU is backing off, but they do know that there's a lot of util on A. So the question is if they want to rotate back, which they will call for right now. They try to rotate A, and look at this. It's a full rotation to A. They're thinking Oregon State's going to be aggressive, but nothing's happening so far. So Oregon State's just going to make this call. Let's go C. Let's play around here, and we're going to go right into C basically for free here, because if that smoke goes down, it's going to go right down to that connector, or that CT spawn at C right now, and this is free range here. DJ Manzon's gonna prove me wrong though. They get one, but Soul finds two. Picks right there, one through the wall, one on the headshot, and it's a 4v1. The KJV all has the Phantom, but right now I believe deciding just to save it, as there's no point in fighting a 4v1, especially if you're a KJ.
Yeah, I mean, the score being even at 4-4 means it's not going to be the end of the world if you go into the next round with that weapon. And then we've seen the strength of these post plants, especially when they're in numbers, just the coordination. I mean, you can even see here where they're not sure if they're saving. Soul's at the ready to support Pirate Fiddle in whatever fight that they want to take. And, I mean, they've kind of flipped the idea on the head where I said that ECAC was so coordinated on these retakes. It's kind of starting to fall through, maybe because of the early first bloods, maybe because of the overextensions of them getting a little bit antsy. But I think this is where you want to take a timeout if you're ECAC. Breathe, recollect, especially since you've just lost, especially since you just saved a weapon, and think about what you can do going forward.
We all know the answer to that. Pirate Fiddle, that 3v1 clutch in round number 6. We
Oh,
all
yeah.
know what the answer
That's gotta
was.
hurt.
We all know the catalyst of what EAOSU is doing right now. Oregon State leads 5-4, and there's your timeout coming up here, but I believe
I'm a mind reader, bro.
Yeah, that's Oregon State. I mean, that's Oregon State coming up with the timeout here. So
No, that's ECAC.
Oh, is it ECAC? Oh, it is ECAC
Yeah,
calling
mine-
the timeout. So
Mini drones.
no, Mini Jones did call it. You're right. So I do apologize about that. But Mini Jones is the one that calls the timeout there. So, yeah, I mean, popping off so much, and yeah, you're so good right now. The call outs here from Zobi. Reason why you're calling everything right here.
It's because they're also a prod team. It's because they're a prod team, right?
Yeah, there you go. Because they're a prod team. Yeah, you're right. So pop off. But 12-4 scoreline for Pirate Fiddle. Unbelievable so far. Has not died since that 6th round that we were talking about. So, I mean, big plays from her. And then for ECAC, on the other hand, 10-6 for B-Man, but that's pretty much it. Mini Drones and TBS Tro kind of been silent this game.
Yeah, no, completely. Like we said, they've been. I thought about this maybe being the solution, you know, in the last matchup for Extinct was if you shut down Mini Drones, you win the round, and that's kind of exactly what's been adopted here by EAOSU successfully, and it's definitely reaping its rewards here. So I don't know what I need to see from Mini Drones, because early on, right, they were winning those fights to us.
Yeah.
Now suddenly they're getting first blooded left and right, and it's not a good look.
Yep, so 3 rounds left until we hit the end of the first half. EAOSU looks at their first lead 5-4 right now. It's down 4-1. Have won the last 4 special orders here, and now it's going to be Pirate Fiddle with the satchel looking for one above the top. Knows where at least Vanguard Echo is. That Hunt also going to confirm that. Soul getting the final blow there with some assistance. DJ Mandude using the no command, but to null. To nothing here, but they do get the res up on the DJ Mandude. Only for Soul to find that pick yet again. B-Man's traded out, and now it's a 3v1 situation. TBS Troll inside of sight right now, knows where that spike is planted, but all eyes from window from the crossfires here. TBS Troll does have the sky smoke here, will look to maybe defuse this, but the season's right there. Lazy's gonna find the kill through the wall, and Oregon State's won the last 5.
Yeah, this has been a complete turn around. And I mean, ECAC, like, they're cooking up strategies, they're trying to execute on them, very similar to how they did on Bind. I mean, like, we saw, I mean, what just flashed in my mind there, right, was that round on Bind with Mini Drones being able to flank through B long. And that's exactly what they tried to go for here, just out of Garage. And just the receptiveness, especially from Lazy there, to shut that down right as they exited through the door, is thoroughness in your post plan. And I'm hoping to see a change of pace, maybe when the sides swap, but it's 6-4. So EAOSU can win a few more, and an 8-4 with this is not gonna be great.
believe that's the second time that this operator's found an opening pick.
Oh yeah.
And that's
And it was given
already
to them
good
by
for
you.
them. There's going to be the Nightfall opening things up, and yeah, there's going to be a lot of utility used every which way you look here on C. Time for heals, though, using from the shadows up top, and is able to find B-Man with one shot. Yet again, this operator is so deadly. Die for heals has something around the corner. What's got cooking? What do you have cooking? You don't have enough cooking. Stinger's able to find that kill, and now the operator in the hands of mini drones. Mini drones, I think, one of the first times we'll see mini drones with the operator, but the spike is already down onto A. Vanguard Echo already having to use the heal to get this Phoenix back up to par here, or rather the Brim back up to par, but now where do they want to go? I mean, it is on A. It's a 4v3 situation. You do have the operator. Do you want to die with the operator is the question, though. I mean, just trying to push right in. Man advantage now back to Vanguard, or back to EAOSU, who takes care of Vanguard Echo. Now they know where the other one is with that Terror Troll, so now it's just a runaway game here. Spike is way too late. They're going to try to rush TBS Troll down at CT. They get TBS Troll, and now it's a runaway game for mini drones here. They're going to try for this. The op does find one, but the op falls down. Pirate Fiddle's going to go ahead and say, thank you very much. We'll pick that up at 7-4 for Oregon State as we get to the final round of the half.
How was that not a collat? Valorant always is impressing me. Maybe it clipped the shoulder or something along those lines, but I want to point out to you, right, that this operator has been in play since it was bought by Troll on the side of ECAC. It was then won fruitfully by EAOSU, by Die for Heals, and they have used it thus far to the tip of the spear. And now, we've just entered Meme Town. Look at this. 4 Odins and the Operator. The most expensive buy you can get here in Valorant. And they have Vandals in spawn. I mean, it's last round. Might as well.
I guess the saying is spend it all, right? You're not gonna. Those credits don't transfer over unless you have 800 left, but yeah, those credits don't transfer over, so buy everything you can. They had gun setups. They were thinking that the Odin spray could happen something in Garage, but that's not where anybody is, so they decided, okay, let's play this game normally now. They're going to go rush right into C. Oregon State playing aggressively now. That flash is out. Two, but the spike is still planted. Paint Shells gets nothing as of right now. No heals, no HP, no nothing. So, going to be the knife finding nothing either. Nobody close to there. There's nothing to seize for right now. Seize is going to be on top of DJ Mantu. That's going to be a problem here if they can't just kind of enter in. B-Man does find Lazy, but behind. Here comes the team. Pirate Fiddle now brings out the Showstopper. Knows there might be at least 2 down where they are. TBS Troll and Mini Drones able to find picks. There's one back. Mini Drones finds one during that. Zesty could still clutch this one out. Operator still in the hands of Die for Heals here as they go down. Last player standing is Mini Drones, but Zesty cleans up house. And 8-4 is how we end the first half. Oregon State winning the 7 straight here in the first half.
I mean, I was happy to see semblance of a 5v5 retake or 5v4 retake in that situation. I'm like, all right, Mini Drones is alive late into the round. B-Man, all of them, they have a lot of utility. And then they even had semblance of, you know, taking that site off the information gathered by the run it back, but just the Sky Smokes coming in seconds late, allowing Zesty to go nuclear and even push up to counter their goal of getting somebody onto the spike. And just that receptiveness, just the ability to get that transfer over to get both of those players is what has locked them in for this 8-4. And although it's not impossible, it is going to be a little bit of a rougher kind of situation to climb out of if you are ECAC, especially since you have a double Sentinel composition.
Let's see right now for the first round in pistols. It's all systems go. We saw ECAC do this earlier where they are playing with everything. They are playing with their cards out on the table already, just kind of pushing right on into C. Now they know where Soul is at the very least, but here comes the flank side. There's 2 on the flank you got to be worried about. Nobody's put the spike down just yet. Too worried about what's coming all over the place here for EAOSU, but B-Man's able to take care of Lazy to start this one off. And Soul and Zesty both finding headshots on their classics here. I'm gonna know where they're getting these headshots from with the classic, man. I mean, even if it's pistol round, Zesty, Soul picking up 2 each. And it's Oregon State starting off the pistol round this time with their own win.
You know, EAOSU treating this like the grand finals today, even though it's just the last round of the group stage. In fact, that they just completely are shutting out ECAC, not wanting to give them any opportunity at this comeback. And the response is just to try and play for the double digits recovery of the 6 rounds, because they're not buying up on the side of ECAC. They're going for the pistols. They're going for the ego bonus, or the ego save, hopefully. And looks like they're going to try to take this to the B site, which is the closest one to try and get these pistols to hit hard.
Looks like EAO is going to put 2 on each side, but you have the Marshall coming out from the Soul. Doesn't find a hit onto anything. Use front line just to get out for right now. Some Marshall magic. You got to find a headshot, especially with the AOSU buying at least armor, but nothing doing so far. So for ECAC, they're deciding, okay, let's rotate out. Let's try to go elsewhere. Maybe A is the question here, as they will go down A long and see if they find anything here, but they're going to be waiting for them with a raise, a Pirate Fiddle that's been so good so far here for ECAC, or for EAOSU. They're running into a raise and a fade, but they're just playing slow here. I don't think I've seen ECAC play this slow in a while.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think it is just the fact that they are kind of getting a little bit nervous here with the fact that it is down 5 rounds, but they're quickly speeding things up, right? That Phoenix being the distraction while Spike's going down on A, and look at this DJ Man Dude!
DJ Man Dude pops off for 2, will pick up the Spectre, and now that gives ECAC the chance to win this one out, especially on a 4v3 man advantage. First time they've seen this in quite a long time. The man advantage happening their way. Sky Smoke will go up into heaven for right now. Soul just gonna go ahead and flash down below. For right now, jumps down. Soul is met by the Spectre of DJ Man Dude. B-Man denies the ace from DJ Man Dude. It's still a thrifty round as ECAC gets back into it. Stops the bleeding. That breaks up the 8-round streak coming out from OSU.
I mean, I said it was going to take a hero round, and the hero player themselves, DJ Man Dude, steps in to take the reins, to take the round, to hopefully retake the momentum here, especially since they've now reset EAOSU into a save buy of their own. So you're going to force up some hero rifles, Vanguard Echo specifically here hovering over the Vandal buy, and I agree with you, this could be how they get back into this. They should be good for a 6th unless EAOSU takes exactly what ECAC did against them and reciprocates it, but we'll have to wait and see.
There's been a catalyst moment for OSU. Well, we see it for ECAC, especially with that big second round coming out from DJ Man Dude, who started off peeking around the corner of a smoke, turned that into a Spectre 4K. So now for ECAC, it's up to them to figure out how they can catch up in a 4-round deficit here. The call was A, but there's a lot of util on C right now. Trying to find their way out as Spectres for DJ Man Dude's already found 1. The Spectre doing work right now for ECAC, especially now that EOSU doesn't really have the economy to do so. So now DJ Man Dude looking for the pick. Doesn't find it. Soul's right there to pick that up, and will probably pick up the Spectre in the meanwhile, but they do get the spike down onto C. So here we go. Man advantage right now on side of ECAC side, only losing 1. Right now just finding their way in from garage site here. B-Man's going to try to flank here, gets rid of Soul, and actually Mini Drones alongside of the Incendiary cleans up house. Everybody's cleaned up inside of that corner. ECAC winning the bonus round pretty well for them, and they're only down now 3.
Yeah, ECAC looking like they're back out of those first 3 rounds they had strung together. Or sorry, those first 2 rounds they strung together in the first half. And it's just those multi-layered approaches kind of coming out, and when they do, it's just insane. Like you saw it there, right? B-Man with that lurk, not expected by EOSU because the defense side was so straightforward, minus those 2 successful rounds.
Anyways, 9-6 your scoreline here in favor of Oregon State. So the Beavers did get that big streak earlier on, 8 straight rounds for them, but the last 2 have gone the way of ECAC. See if they can build up a streak of their own. Like I said, Catalyst was the first one for Pirate Fiddle from ECAC side, Oregon State, or for EAOSU. So ECAC's got to find a spark of their own here. No call out yet as to what they want to do, but you already see Mini Drones kind of moving their way slowly but surely inside of Garage, and will move up inside of the window. Pirate Fiddle, though, was able to find DJ Man Dude, and I don't think they know what Mini Drones is. Mini Drones able to just walk right on in. Vanguard Echo getting that kill onto Zesty. That trades that out right away, and now the call just rushed down onto C yet again. Great round they've done this. They're just going to find 1 pick and then just rush right on in. Good Incendiary from Mini Drones. Takes at least some damage off of the raise of Pirate Fiddle for right now, so going to play a little bit more carefully. Spikes down, 4v3 man advantage here for Oregon State. Looking for the crossfire and maybe onto Garage. Good Nano Swarm right now, staving them off for what currently is the amount of time. TBS Troll looking for the lineup as well with their incendiary of their own. Mini Drones though is able to find two, looking for the third, nothing doing. But the Brimstone still has the lineup here in the corner, could very well hit it. But no, TBS Troll from Spectre is able to hit the Soul as well. And there it is, lineup Larry comes from TBS Troll, takes down Lazy, and ECAC's won 3 straight, the lead down to 2.
Yeah, no, I mean, just we talked about how we're lineup Larry is and setup. Sandy isn't making that a new thing, I guess, now. And that's exactly what they just brought out to clutch that round, to bring it back, to keep the team in this. Not only that, but there's so many ultimates that they are setting up this for the perfect comeback. I'm expecting an 8th round. I mean, look at the buy coming out from EAOSU here. The hero rifle for die for heals, but then again, the rest having to sport these worst weapons. They even dropped the hero rifle. No, they just go for the full save.
Looks like they're just going to go for the full save and the full rush in here. Oregon State wants to play game. And Zesty with the Sheriff has found 2. We'll pick up the gun right there. And so that actually, instead of maybe a save round here, Oregon State maybe gives themselves a chance at winning this round. No, doesn't pick up the gun. We'll stay with the Sheriff here. But now ECAC maybe second guessing here what they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, looks right now that we'll see where they want to decide to go here. There's no call as of yet, but they know that Sheriffs are waiting for them aplenty, especially with Zesty getting the first 2 picks here. So now we'll see. Wants to play here. DJ Man's able to find one. Is able to find a second around the corner. Good lineup for Lazy and Pirate Fiddle there for DJ Mandude. As it's a 3v1 Zesty versus the world. Would need the ace to clutch this up. Zesty found the first 2. Can you find the rest? Spike goes down on to B. Just the second time this game we've seen that. And now the Russian. Where is Zesty going in from the right side? They will go in with that smoke. The wall also blocks them off. Zesty's got no chance of this unless they have some way to get in. Unfortunately, as a Cypher, you got no mention here. And there is yet again TBS Troll just waiting. Where's this Molly going? Yeah.
Just for good measure.
Just for good measure, we'll throw out the incendiary. TBS Troll's got the lineups, and the lineups don't even matter. It's going to be EOSU winning this, or rather, it's going to be ECAC winning this round out, and the lead cut in half from 2-1. ECAC's back on the board.
Yeah, no, I mean, just DJ, man, dude, we were told that they're still kind of being fueled by the rage of the ace being stolen by B-Man, and that is showing. They're like, if you're going to steal my ace, I'm going to steal your match MVP. And they are quickly trailing by only 1 kill, and the 8 assists here is just adding to that. They want not only the win, they want that spotlight.
Let's find out here for if ECAC can tie this series, or rather tie this map, I should say, because it is only best of ones. This is the final round for those that are looking for programming right now. This will be the last best of 1. After this, we go into our top 4 best of 3, which I have right here inside of Division B. Meanwhile, Mini Drones rushes right on in, uses the running back to take care of Zesty. Pirate Fiddle does say Mini Drones' run on that is over for right now. Paint Shells comes out to no avail and no damage. The raise of Oregon State right now. Pirate Fiddle just waiting around here for the picks. They're all lined up inside there. They're all grouped up. Does get hit by the fragment, but Pirate Fiddle's able to find a second. Ultimate goes for nothing. TBS Troll in the back line though. Lazy and Soul clean that up. And now it is a 1v all here. B-Man around the corner found one. No! Has to reload. Switches gun. Nothing doing there. As it's going to be Lazy cleaning up house, and Oregon State finds a way to stop the bleeding after 4 straight rounds from ECAC. Oregon State keeps the lead.
That was just some auctioneer style recapping there. It's just as fast as that round almost fell apart for EAOSU, and B-Man is robbed of the clutch there in my eyes. But even then, that round to me, and the difference maker, the tipping point, was boiling down to the duelist diff. Mini Drones should have had so much more space there off the running back into the C site, and not only was Pirate Fiddle able to shut it down, but then even more of the players that were funneling in, they were able to halt in their tracks and then play off the contact with the rest of the team. Now though, look who's trying to claim back that momentum even further.
Catalyst is there. Pirate Fiddle's found 3 on this Vandal. There's a Catalyst, there's a Spark. Pirate Fiddle finds 4. Who says defense can't get aggressive? Oregon State finds their 11th point. They're 2 points away from winning that #1 seed. Oh my goodness, can't even get words out before we get to this point here, but 11-8, Oregon State runs them down.
Yeah, there's nothing else to say other than, yeah, they run it down. And the fact that, you know, they didn't even use, like, the Nightfall or the Showstopper off of that initial Rolling Thunder means that they're now kind of pacing things out to finish this now. It's like they were waiting, like, those first few rounds just to charge up all the ultimates, and now it's just going to be one after another, one round claimed in, I would say, ECAC style from the last map of Vi. And I'm guessing that next will be the Nightfall, but we'll have to wait and see.
3 ultimates on the side of Oregon State, 2 on the side of ECAC, so where's the call here for ECAC? Knowing you're 2 points away here. This round huge because the economy falters if ECAC loses this. So a big round here for this attacking team. They know where Die for Heals is, but do they get the kill across the lane? That's a huge kill onto Mini Drone. So gets that headshot. Now, oh, Vanguard Echo stuck. Oh no, Vanguard Echo is just stuck right there. And really, nothing else what needs to be said about this push right now. So, for ECAC right now, they got to find a way to make a call here, make a way to win. Down for this KJ to pick up, but really, I mean, there's just no chance. They're just kind of popping down shots as Die for Heals gets TBS Troll.
I mean, it's just dropping like flies, one swinging after the other. That breach utility is so immobilizing, both morally and just in terms of the round. The pivot on to A is good. The rotation's not quite making it in time, but DJ Mandude has to go big here, and that's why they're getting aggressive, even though it would leave Killjoy in the 1v5. And I'm sorry, but I would want to see the lockdown here, actually.
Oh,
and here it comes, maybe?
Yeah, here it comes. Lockdown is available, but here it comes. Showstopper's out first. DJ Mandude around the corner. Will be found by the Showstopper here. BMAC can't clutch it up because Pirate Fiddle is in the area, and Oregon State wins the big round here as Oregon State will go up 12-8. Defuse coming to Seoul as they get in half. Seoul now getting themselves closer to that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that this is just the last round of the group stage that determines placement in the playoffs, like, I would love to see, since they're in the same group, they'll likely be on other sides of the bracket, a rematch in the grand finals. Like, that would be insane. Obviously, they have to get over the A teams that have already qualified, but, I mean, this is as close as we hoped it would be, right? I mean, yes, EAOSU got out to an early lead at the end of the last half, but ECAC's been fighting to close that gap ever since. And, you know, like I said, EAOSU is just leveraging these ultimates so well.
Oregon State gets 4 opportunities at match point here. So 12-8 the score as right now Zesty just looking for camera, nothing doing there so far. ECAC playing the slow and steady again, not the aggressiveness that we've seen out of them, especially back on Bind, where Mind Drones and TBS Troll kind of just ran right on in. This is a little bit different from what we've seen of ECAC so far. Remember, both of these teams, like Zoe was saying earlier on, both of these teams already inside of the bracket. Maybe we'll see the matchup yet again in the grand finals. That goes to a best of 3. Who knows what could happen in a best of 3 especially. But winner of this will take on the team out of USC, or rather, winner of this will take on Sacred Heart. Meanwhile, USCA takes on the loser of this. Well, so they are waiting inside of this bracket right now to see who goes where. The question is, what team will land up placing #1 seed? Is no call out yet. 40 seconds, already a minute has gone by in this round, and so far ECAC not pressing the gas pedal, but now the gas pedal is brought up. Zesty is still inside of the smoke, but all of ECAC just run right past him, and now C is basically under their full command here. So here come ultimates aplenty now. Comes out, Die for Heals is able to find DJ Mandude here. Ultimate still online for ECAC, just not being used so far. They have the orbital strike available to them. Now Mind Drones goes down as well. TBS Troll does have the orbital strike that we know. They also have that lineup as well. There's the Nanos one to keep them at bay for right now. There's going to be the kill, or rather orbital strike come out, but now there's the push down. And now everybody's just being surrounded. Lazy's able to find TBS Troll through the smoke, and now it's just a rundown. Pirate Fiddle's able to take care of B-Man, and that will wrap us up. It will be the first seed headed to the Beavers of Oregon State. 13-8 your final score here, and that is a big one. Oregon State gets the #1 seed from Group B.
I'm just so sad the incendiary. Where was it? It just didn't come in fast enough. It seemed like they might have been able to buy out the clock just in time. I mean, just beautiful coordination there and timing. It's like Storm Grenade expiring, Orbital Strike going in it, Incendiary's out, and it's just that aggression, like you said, down long, so adamantly kind of seals the deal. But then again, like we said, nobody's out off of that match. It being that close is just a taste of potentially what is to come here in the playoff of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps, and I just cannot wait to see how this seeding is going to set up our bracket.
Yeah, so I believe if the way things shake out here, Sacred Heart University taking on EAOSU, so Oregon State will take on Sacred Heart. Meanwhile, for the Pacers, they will be taking on the ECAC team. I believe that's how the brackets will shake out here. So, meanwhile, we take a look at our final stats here in Pirate Fiddle. Oh, she's just been popping off. 25-11. That average combat score sitting at 344, an unbelievable score from Oregon State. Their other top player from Seoul, 20-16. Otherwise, everybody else falling in the negatives for this team of ECAC besides BMAN, 19-16 overall. But we will see which semifinals we go to. We'll get that to you as soon as we can, but we'll take the break. When we come back, we will see who our semifinal matchup is. It's no longer best of one, folks. When we come back, best of threes in the top 4 semifinals. What will we see out of the $2,000 prize pool? Who divvies up what to see who gets that $1,000 championship at the end? You're watching the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps right here on ESU2. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen
Stay alert, Marine.
and unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. Clutch King alongside Zobie with you for the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps here for Division B. And we do have our Final Four bracket as we stand here. We take a look at the standings real quick for us as USCA gets the number 1 seed out of Group A. Sacred Heart University with a 2-1 record will get Group A second seed. In Group B, Esports at Oregon State University Orange getting the perfect record 3-0, as well as ECAC getting the 2-1 record. Extinct and VOP both out of the tournament, so we may see them next time. Again, it is an entire series, so check it out. Again, the entire series happening 5 weeks in a row, including this one, 5 other weeks in November 5th, November 12th, November 19th, and then we get down to December 3rd and December 10th. You can see right there all the way to December 10th, again, presented by the Marines, by the United States Marine Corps. So we get into this now. The bracket side, normally as it goes, 1 versus 2 on either side. So for Group B side, we take a look at the number 1 seed, as we just saw Oregon State get their number 1 seeding as we watched them beat ECAC 13-8. So they will get the number 1 seed, and they will take on a Sacred Heart University team, a 2-1 record. Their only loss, of course, coming from that USCA team. So we will get to see them in action, and it is a best of 3 now. We'll get to see our 3 maps in action, and the very first one, actually 2 of these maps we have not seen yet, and we're excited about the second map we're going to see later on. But the first map coming up is Lotus.
Yes, and Sacred Heart University, the Pioneers, will be starting out on the attack. EAOSU, or Esports at Oregon State University, will be starting out on the defense. And I mean, I know you said you don't like the 3 sites maps, but I feel like Lotus is quickly becoming like a competitive favorite, especially in the collegiate scene. Like, obviously goes Ascent, then Haven, but like Lotus is getting up there, right?
Yeah.
And even with it kind of increasing in commonality, the strategies are still so in depth, still so fun to watch, just because of how many kind of rotation points, how many kind of opportunities there are to have that dynamic gameplay, that dynamic strategy or approach. And I mean, I'm excited to see what's going to happen, especially since we really have only seen one game on stream from Sacred Heart University, and it was a little bit of a blowout. That 13-3 loss against USCA in the first round of the group stage.
Yeah, Sacred Heart didn't have an opportunity to play after that. Again, you got 1 win for the bye and already 1 win because VOP was out of the tournament regardless. So Sacred Heart has only played that 1 game so far, which they only got 3 rounds. And now they're going to run into an Oregon State team that is very, very aggressive, mind you. As we head into agent selections here again. First map coming up is Lotus. We get to see what they decide to pick out here. We saw earlier on from this team from Oregon State back on that last map back on the last map of Haven with the 3 sites. We saw Omen, Breach, Raze, Cypher, and Fade. We'll get to see if we see something similar here in Zesty back on the Cypher yet again.
Yeah, and fun fact for you guys, we've actually seen indirectly on some of the co-streams EAOSU play on Lotus. They actually beat Extinct 13-10 on this map, and I'm gonna say it, Pirate Fiddle was a force to be reckoned with even on this Neon that we're seeing them hover here yet again. And then Soul as well, who was previously that supportive Breach, who still was, like you said, I think it was 20-16. They are great with the tour de force. They are just as aggressive even on that chamber, and I am looking forward to seeing hopefully a repeat performance out of them with this same composition. But then again, they're against kind of a classic that Sacred Heart is running in terms of that Raze Fade combo that can be deadly if timed perfectly.
Yeah, chamber gets locked in, so we will see at least a tour de force coming out from Soul and Pirate Fiddle, the 2 you want to keep your eyes on from that last match. If you did not join us earlier, Pirate Fiddle finishing up, she finished up 25-11. The average combat score 344, highest in the lobby. Soul would follow that up with a 289 and a 20-16. So Soul, Pirate Fiddle, the 2 players you really want to watch out for. Early rounds as well. Zesty got a couple of good rounds early on in the Pistols.
Definitely.
So this team of ESU Orange, a team not to be reckoned with here. So it's going to be a team that is really going to be interesting. Oregon State's the aggressive team here. We saw earlier on back in that last map against ECAC. They were down 4-1, and then all of a sudden Pirate Fiddle winning that 3v1 clutch out with insane mechanics and a huge showstopper and all that, winning that out 3v1, eventually leading them to the 13-8 win over there and winning a 7 straight rounds, mind you, to end that half. So an unbelievable game from Pirate Fiddle there. And so now we move on to our first semifinal game. So winner of this one will get the chance at $2,000 at $1,000, excuse me, for the championship game. Meanwhile, loser will still take home a pretty prize of $250, and for a 5-man roster, hey, $50 each, not a bad day at all.
Yeah, no, completely. And I feel like we've hyped up esports at Oregon State University a lot, but even Sacred Heart University, I saw promise in that first match given the blowout scoreline. It did feel a lot closer a lot of those rounds, especially with Dirt Top being as dynamic as they were on the KO there. I'm expecting to see a big performance here from them here again, being the tip of that spear. On the other side of things, though, Smooth being on that typical duelist instead of a Yoru like they were on Split could be exactly what they need to get into the right swing of things. For now, though, it's headed towards Mountains, the Seaside, where Soul is going to be this first point of contact if they even clear them out.
Let's see here, an immediate teleport out from Soul. Just snaps the fingers and says, yeah, I'm not taking this right now. Let's just hold off for right now. We got some time to regroup here, as C is going to be the call out for right now. So they're just trying to move themselves right down in, and it's early plant here. It's a 5v5 plant here. Sacred Heart wants to play aggressive, and they're going to get the aggressiveness down already with a spike here. Rushes on in, spike is down on top of that second level, as you see. Here's where they want to plant it. There is an Alostorm right there, spotted out by Lazy right away, so that's getting shot for right now. Soul does take down Taylor with the Headhunter, and Pirate Fiddle follows that up as well. The spike's still being diffused, however. Nobody else is going to capture that, so the spike gets diffused. Kills are still following up, but it is Oregon State winning the 5v5 aggressive battle.
Yeah, no, huge cage, huge dependence on Taylor there with that swarm grenade, and it getting destroyed so early on by Lazy means they could not buy any time from those offsite positions. And even then, the players that were on site, that were in Bend, were just completely overwhelmed by the joint utility coming in, by, like you said, Pirate Fiddle's aggression. And we know that they can hit those shots, and that's exactly what they did to be able to get this first round on the board. And I don't expect to see them slowing down anytime soon. They had the weapons, and even Die for Heals, maybe even setting up for a third round kind of hero weapon by opting for a Frenzy instead of a bigger weapon. So let's see what happens when they roll into B site, which is Cypher's den this round.
Cypher's den is there. All the utilities, including Tripwires, also gone for Rain now. Good pain shells forces out Die for Heals for Rain now. So Tripwires triggered, but doesn't matter. Smooth runs right through it. Zesty is gone here. So bonus on Sigmar, not looking too bad here, especially when Smooth finds a second shot. Pirate Fiddle does still have the Spectre down, but Pirate Fiddle finds 2. Not a bad trade-off here if you're Sacred Heart. You're winning the man advantage here, 3 versus 2 right now. Pain shells in this corner. Lazy has to back away, especially on 24 health. It's going to be both of the team members here for Sacred Hearts there, and it's going to be Panini finding the kill onto Lazy. Just the Neon left to go with the walls up. It's going to be the fast lane and the runaway game here. And so, oh boy, Pirate in a lot of trouble. Pirate Fiddle's able to find 1 with the Spectre, but it's Eagle IMD. They find 31 health in a dream. It's just the runaway. They're going to save the Spectre. But Pirate Fiddle does not get the round. We're tied up at 1.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, just the coordination and being able to get those early frags, get those weapons over thanks to that top mid aggression. It allowed them to hold on to that site. And I mean, just some unfortunate timing there, especially with that fast lane, so that Lazy couldn't beat out the Marshall. So then, you know, that's just the chips stacked even further against them. And I feel like this might be the most I've seen the second rounds going in favor of the opposition in an event.
It's really weird, right? Like, the second rounds have been very interesting either way here. I mean, it happened in the second half of the last match that we had, and then you're right, and the other one as well. Go back to Extinct versus ECAC. That second round went in, so you're right. I mean, second rounds have been very interesting in terms of what we've seen so far here in the very first tournament of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. 3 kills already falling for Sacred Heart. They are taking full advantage of that economy advantage that they do have on them. Looks like all systems are headed towards A for right now, as big play there. Spectre takes care of Zesty, and it's all up to Soul, who has the Headhunter, but they are looking, and they see him so far in the spawn. Headhunter doesn't find anything with the first 2 bullets. It's going to be just a hunt down here. I mean, Soul's in a lot of trouble if they decide they want to push them all out from all different angles here, but play safe. Are they going to find the kill? No, not for right now. Where are you aiming? And Soul's not going to find it. It's a flawless round for Sacred Heart. 2-1 the score.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the benefit you have of being in that A group, of only playing the first round of the group stage. You've just been sitting here watching every other team play their matches. You know what their playbook is looking like, especially for these teams that only play for fun, so there isn't that much material to go off of prior to today's unfoldings. On the rest of the side of things, though, I mean, not a great start for EAOSU and what they would hoped. And I think obviously it has to do with the fact they lost the second round, so then they were back on a save. So this is a round where I think we're going to go back to that kind of cat and mouse game where EAOSU might be able to leverage these weapons, get a second round, you're tied 2-2, and you go next.
Pirate Fiddle opting not to buy, instead has the overdrive available to them, and this Raze is just going to get melted down, but Panini takes care of Pirate Fiddle with 1 shot on the Marshall. So no gun pickup whatsoever here for the Neon. Sacred Heart with the advantage now. Omen does have the shadows, more or less likely in case anything bad should happen to that spike from the KJ for right now, but could use that as a flank. Still, the call right now for Oregon State is to rotate this off to A. The 3 players there, but 1 anchoring, and that is the Chamber onto C. I think we're going to see Dirt Top versus Soul here in a couple of seconds. That Haunt doesn't spawn anything, which I'm very surprised about. I thought Soul was right in its sight, but they do get the C's off, meaning that they know where Soul is for the moment. Probably comes around the corner, nothing doing there for right now. So the C's gets nothing, just the Terror Trail, but just a 1v1. Then I'm pretty excited to see who wins that one out. Meanwhile, towards A, we see Call being pushed up everywhere. As you see one going upper, the Cypher just waiting in the pockets, waiting in the annals of that corner right there. Zesty and Eagle meet, and it's going to be Zesty winning that out right now. Spike does go down, Panini's in your back line, takes care of Die for Heals. Looking for another on the sky, but Lazy runs right around the corner, says hello to Panini. Panini's gone. Taylor takes care of Zesty, though. We're back down to a 2v2. Now the Swarms are going to go right down on top of the spike here, so if they can get rid of this KJ of Taylor, Oregon State's got a better shot of defusing this. But really, right now, Sky of Lazy falling oh so low. Guiding Light finds Taylor. It's just Doctor on time. Soul is able to take care of Taylor 2v1, but the health bars are super low. Can Dirtop line them up for right now? Haunt goes out just to see where they are. Soul swings around the corner and takes care of Dirtop. Despite the health bars, it's going to be Oregon State defusing this and tying things up at 2.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for sure that Sacred Heart University was going to be running away with that round off of the positioning that Panini was able to secure in their spawn, and then just the unfortunate reload, running out of bullets, and the comeback from Lazy to be able to get the team back on to that site, and it's what's set them up now here with the 2-2. And a decent buy, and even then, though, weapons looking good for both sides here, pretty much. Other than Zesty now finally selling that rifle, deciding it's better to save for the future. But Eagle IMD with an Odin, this is gonna spell disaster, especially because look, they're aggressing A main.
Yeah, they are aggressing A main. Eagle IMD right there, though, just to stave them off of any blind fire through the wall. But to no avail, nobody takes any damage, so 5v5 for right now as they try to enter on in. It's very much just stay inside of spawn right now for this side of SHU. So just where the call out is the question. Hunt comes up, at least finds 1. So they know where 1 is at the very least, but doesn't spot up much else, if anything. So they want to go. Pirate Fiddle waiting right there alongside of the Sky as well. So it's going to be Lazy. Pirate Fiddle just kind of waiting for something to happen, but Oregon State, or rather SHU, just doesn't know where to go.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting kind of closed out on A main from that early aggression. The Odin not able to connect as they would have hoped. They do have these ultimates to lean into, especially the lockdown, especially Dirtop, further widening the option basin with that first blood. It looks like they want to take this to the C site, and they're not even going to worry about the ultimate. Smooth double satchling in. Smooth with it is going to find Soul. And that is the site pretty much theirs for the plant, for the post plant.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and plant this down. 5v3 man advantage all in favor of SHU right now, as they're going to have Taylor go ahead and plant this one down. Dirtop does take care of Zesty, so it's a 5v2 right now. Lazy does find Taylor, but right now that's just kind of a back-off scenario already because the Sky using Trailblazer know where the location is. Dirtop right around the corner waiting for Lazy to pop out, and Lazy pops out, finds the kill. Pirate Fiddle now in a 5v1 situation. He's having a back off right now. It's the Omen versus Pirate Fiddle. She's going to go ahead and go right around the corner, but TP's out. And this Omen just nowhere to be found. Panini's just right around the corner here. And Smooth Panini crossfire. Flawless round for Sacred Heart. They take lead 3-2.
I mean, I was gonna say we kind of hyped up Pirate Fiddle and her amazing stats, and she still has a 2 KDA even if they are down around. But it's like they're not even trying to suppress Pirate Fiddle in any way. They're just like, all right, you see Pirate Fiddle, you avoid. And it's working. I mean, you're being left in a 1v4, 1v5 situation, and you can only ask so much of your duelist in those situations. And I mean, the question then becomes, how do you combat that when they're just running away from you? They're not even willing to take the fights, and I think the fancy footwork from Panini highlighted it there perfectly. That's the team strat, exactly what we saw from Panini.
And already, I mean, we're only 5 rounds in. SHU's found 2 flawlesses thus far. 2 flawless rounds for them out of 3 wins. It's not going to happen this time, though, or it might happen. Dirtop and Panini both finding their kills here. Pirate Fiddle and Dive for Heals. You said avoid Pirate Fiddle, but what if you just run right in their face and get the kill? I mean, that's looking good for them so far. Dirtop finds the headshot onto Lazy. Another 5v2 situation. Oregon State on the back foot here. Souls looking for a flank, but to no avail because Sacred Hearts has A kind of run all over the place. Here's Cypher right now, kind of late shot right now. Zesty finds Dirtop, avoids the 3rd flawless in 4 rounds. Soldier's going to snap the fingers and just run away here for right now, but paint shells are out. Zesty is caught inside of it, and now it's Soul by themselves. It's going to be Soul versus the world here. Maybe looking for exit base find 1, but they know where they are right inside of the smoke. They could chase them down if they wanted to. They're not going to. Soul just escapes to their lives, maybe just exiting out with a stinger for right now, but SHU's going to take this one pretty handily.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, the complete shift in momentum that it seemed like EAOSU was kind of not expecting. I mean, you saw how fast they got overwhelmed by the Nightfall, by the follow-up off of that. And that's only one of the now 3 additional ultimates that they have on the board. And it does make me worry because it means that they're set up for success. Then again, though, this is a very attack-sided map, right? They have all those ultimate orbs to farm, to take advantage of. And with a team as aggressive as EAOSU, where you can't avoid Pirate Fiddle if they're going onto a site that's the objective, then it's going to put them in a lot better of a situation.
So 4-2. I mean, you called this last time here. 4-2 the score right now in favor of SHU. You called this last time. When do you take a timeout if you're Oregon State? Because I mean, you've lost 2 flawless rounds, and then you're losing you lost a 4v1 now with Spike going off. I mean, this is like all momentum. You were saying all momentum headed towards SHU for right now, but I mean, a timeout might be incoming if SHU comes in, but it comes in with another winning round here. We'll find out, but. Minute 30 on the clock, down 10 seconds already. A lot of util being used, especially from the Fade right now. Crossing over, they know where Zesty is, can throw the paint shells in, which they do. Zesty's got to run away from that. Now the Boombot goes right on in. Boombot finds a target to run at, and that will not go off. So they're just going to keep playing slow A here. They know that they could rotate out to B, but will find Soul kind of waiting for them right there with that Headhunter or the Stinger. Now it's gonna be a close one. Smooth versus Soul who wins it. It's gonna be the Vandal that wins it. Smooth gets that kill. Down to a 5v4. Taylor's gonna go ahead and plan. Zesty knows that Smooth is down to low health though. There's the flash shot. Very nice flash. Good teamwork coming out from that breach there. That flash point so big for them. And now it's gonna be the rundown here. Eagle does have the Odin that's just gonna shred away this team. Pirate Fiddle, the last one, 4v1 just to run him down. Eagle's gonna find the third, and SHU's up 5-2.
My Odin doesn't do that, that's for sure. And I mean, I feel like that's the first impact we've seen from the Odin, but it definitely gets the job done, definitely widens the gap here. And you were asking me when I think the timeout's gonna come, and apparently it's right now.
There it is.
I just talk about the timeout and it happens at this point. Like, okay.
Yeah, the timeout just happens when I guess all I have to tell you, all I have to ask you right now is when's the timeout happening? All you have to do is say, yeah, it'll come right now. It'll pop up. It's like the genie out of the lamp, really. It'll pop up here. I wish for a timeout. Boom, right there. 5-2 your scoreline right now. What are you noticing from both sides? I mean, Smooth right now 9-2 just popping off already, and it's like Pirate Fiddle. Yeah, top of the scoreboard 6-5, but you could say that 6-5 has been kind of silent thus far.
Yeah, no, completely. And I mean, finally we're getting to see those ultimates and that first kind of rotation through them on the side of EAOSU, mainly because of the slow start to the half. And I'm expecting now to see maybe at least another round or two. And even if that happens, I think that could be enough to have a comeback on the attack. I mean, I've seen teams time and time again where they struggle in the defense, and then suddenly their attack half is a completely different beast to handle. And from what we know about EAOSU, especially in their last match, I think that's going to be the case here. So I don't want to lose hope just yet.
You're talking about ultimates, 4 on either side. How many people are going to press X right here? How many people are going to press that ultimate button right now in this round? We'll see what gets popped out. Otherwise, the only 2 people that don't have them, Dirt Top and Pirate Fiddle. So we approach round number 8. So far, it's just going to be the go-ahead with the Odin yet again. Eagle has not found anything opening-wise on the Odin, but did find earlier on 3 picks in that last round for SHU. Up 5-2. Remember, folks, Oregon State is your #1 seed from Group B. They are undefeated, 3-0. Meanwhile, SHU, they were 2-1. They only played 1 game thus far according to the schedule. They only played USCA. And so far, they're up 5-2 right now. They forced Oregon State to already take their first timeout, so and now comes to see if that timeout was well worth it as they get the lockdown already coming out from the KJ. The attack one lockdown does get destroyed though with Dirt Top making good use of that. That's already 3 kills. Dirt Top's found a 3rd. Does get taken down. No ace coming, but straight it out. 3v2 situation now. There's Paranoia coming out from Panini. Nothing to push up on, though. No kills to be spoken about for right now. Rolling Thunder's going to come out, and Pirate Fiddle is all but caught inside of that. The fast lane is up and about, so they don't know if it actually hit the Neon for a while here. But Eagle now spots out the head of Pirate Fiddle with the Odin. It's a 3v1 situation. What do you do here if you're Die for Heals? Already in a bad situation. Name of the game, run away here for Die for Heals. Will run away. It's going to be SHU taking that 6th one, and the timeout goes for nothing, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say the lockdown, or sorry, the Rolling Thunder there is what's kind of nailed down the fact that the timeout couldn't do much, right? I mean, it's a 2v3 and you're still using it. Like we said, it's been how many rounds? The last time we looked at Pirate Fiddle, they had a 2 KDA. I don't think they've gotten a kill since. And that, I think, is why they're kind of so gridlocked at the moment. Is just, I think, indirectly, the Pioneers are finding ways to counter Pirate Fiddle and immobilize them as a duelist.
Yeah, the Neon not getting a good chunk of things happening to her right now. So 6-6, not the scoreline. I will tell you, not the scoreline I was expecting, especially from Oregon State side. A 6-6 Pirate Fiddle, not what I was expecting at all. Nightfall starts us off right now. Lazy over the top is able to find 2 headshots onto Smooth and Dirt Top. So then Nightfall going for SHU, going on deaf ears here. I mean, even if they are deaf right now, but still for nothing at this point. And now it's a backup back to spawn. C is open, but there is a Cypher waiting for them for right now. Zesty's going to pull out the cam. That's going to get shot down right away. So Zesty now knows that, hey guys, there's people over here you might want to come on by. And this Cypher might have some help, but it's going to take a little while considering 3 of them are on the flank here. She's going to just be let go by the Cypher for right now, and there's going to be the go-ahead and the plant. Taylor gets this down. We go to C yet again here for this plant. Now you're assuming that they're coming at least 1 from flank, but do they expect 3 coming from flank? Ultimate's available for Oregon State. Not going to use the Seekers. Still have from the Shadows as well as from the Neural Theft. Might not need it though. It's just the breach in the back line. And Eagle's able to find 2. Might be able to clutch this one out. The owner might be able to do work here. Flashpoint gets out, knows where the head is of 1. It's a battle here. There's a concussion for right now. Die for Heels has concussed for a couple of moments here. The spike still just a couple of seconds away from being impossible because this is not at half yet. Die for Heels is spotted out. Just fakes it for right now, and Eagle with the Odin clutches this out. 4K, and SHU keeps the lead going at 7-2.
I had this whole thought process planned out, you know, when EAOSU was going to win that round, about how they could have used the Rolling Thunder in that kind of situation to win a round, but Eagle IMD is just like, I know your thoughts, Sierra, and I'm about to make them go away. I mean, I don't need the Rolling Thunder when I go out and get a 4K clutch with the Odin. I mean, they just lined up, and it was so devastating, because even my other thought process was Pirate Fiddle there, having the mentality to not follow through and make it a 4th person on the flank and instead going to play with Zesty in that situation was so smart to make it a double-pronged crunch retake. And then still was just pieced apart by 1 player, which is devastating. So now here, look, even then, it's a change of strategy and it's getting shut down.
Die for Heels with the Omen already down here. Smooth. Pirate Fiddle looking around the corner. Pirate Fiddle, she had the look, but then looked away from that. Unfortunately, Smooth was in the corner she thought of first. So that's just an unfortunate peek around the corner. And so now, Lazy trying to come up from B here, looking to see. They're hearing a lot of footsteps now. Is this going to amount to any kills? It doesn't. Lazy doesn't find a pick, and instead gets picked off themselves. It's a 5v2. Sacred Heart looking really good right now. 5v2 situation. I've already had 2 flawless rounds in this game, looking for a 3rd as the spike planted all the way on A. Both players having to rotate all the way around. And now it's just, what do you do here if you're Oregon State? I mean, you've got the Neural Theft, but you don't have anybody down. Otherwise, it's just the Tour de Force and the Neural Theft. Both Sentinels needing to try to enter in against a 5v2 situation, not looking very likely at all. Eagle still having the Odin is, I think, the most dangerous thing in the world right now. Let's see where they want to go. Spike already down to a couple of seconds left to go. Soul just jumping down. They know the alarm bot is right there. Has to snap their fingers away. And Zesty and Soul, they're just running away for right now. Here comes Smooth with the lineup kill in the back. Smooth lines them up, gets 2 more. And it's a flawless round, the 3rd for Sacred Heart this half.
Yeah, I know, I was going to praise them for going for it. I mean, like 7-2, you have to start getting rounds on the board. Like, I know I said the attack side might be your half, but that was if you won 2 or 3 more rounds, and they haven't done that. And there are only 2 left, so 8-4 is the best you can do here. And yes, you have the ultimates to do it, but even then, the last time they had all these ultimates, they were countered beautifully by, it seemed like, only 1 Rolling Thunder. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Eagle IMD use that ultimate again before this half is over.
Let's see. I mean, 4 ultimates online for Oregon State. SHU coming up on 2 of their own, so
here.
You get to see Soul looking at the defense. French inside, just dumping around, has to snap the fingers at 5 health. And no regrowth coming for Soul either. I mean, Soul has to back all the way around. Lazy has the regrowth, but chooses not to use it. Smooth, though, getting dive for heals is a big move, because now it's either B. I mean, B is a little bit more open. Trapwire still there. They know the trapwires are right there. Get rid of it for right now. Zesty can't do anything, can't take advantage of the trapwire for right now. The Seize is out for Soul. Honda's also there, but they know where Soul is, and Soul is in so much trouble at 35 health. Not a lot of regrowth left here for this guy. I think the regrowth just ended, actually, so no more regrowth happening, no more healing. Meanwhile, Pirate Fiddle decides, let's go ahead and use the overdrive here, see if this finds us anything. It finds at least one, runs right into Eagle for a second, and finds a third, runs right into this team, and Pirate Fiddle making some noise here in the 11th round, and that overdrive is huge for them. Makes it down to a 3v2 scenario. Spikes now with the Omen instead. They have the Neural Step, so they know where one more is. Pirate Fiddle back to the Vandal instead. Lazy around the corner here. Dirt Top's able to take care of Lazy. That's an unfortunate pick, but 27 seconds left to go. Call's got to be made here for SHU if they want this spike down. But now, looks like they're going to go right at C. It's going to be Neon using high gear. Trying to get back into this point, or maybe faking that out, but the spike is now going to be down. 10 seconds left to go on the timer, but now they've got the spike down, so they know where it is. But do they know where the Fade is right now? This Fade kind of just hiding in the corners right now, thinking that there's somebody back there. Unfortunately, there are two right on C, so looking right now, he's high gear to get around the corner. Pirate Fiddle looking for the ace, already has 3. Could look for another, shooting through the smoke, almost had it. They're just going to cross each other. Zesty does get the kill on the Bulldog. There's going to be the fake defuse for right now. As gets it down, Zesty cleans up house, 3-2. 3 kills for Pirate Fiddle, 2 kills for Zesty. And Oregon State stops the bleeding. 6 straight rounds for Sacred Heart finally stopped.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna put this out here because I think it's a fun, kind of ironic statistic, but 2 out of the 3 rounds they've won, they've used a cage on the spike, on the C site. And I don't know why that came to mind, but it did. And so I want to see kind of more of these late round retakes. Yes, Pirate Fiddle, obviously the MVP there, getting the frags off the overdrive to put them in that clutch situation, but it does give hope that retakes might be the strategy. Might have been figured out a little bit too late, though, since it's 8-3 in the last round and a half, but it could be kind of an idea moving forward if you are able to win out this first semifinals of the playoffs stage, or even in the future maps, I should say, of this series. For now, though, 8-3, last round of the half. Like I said, Showstopper and Rolling Thunder online for SHU. And look at the over-rotation. Look at EAOSU trying to stick together here and feel out where they're headed.
Yeah, 8-4, the best score that Oregon State can go for, although, I mean, if you believe in superstitions, you're hoping that this is 9-3 right now, but that could start us off right there. Dirt Top's able to take care of Lazy, and so just a matter of rotations here for Oregon State. Do they want, I mean, it looks like they're going to commit here. Showstopper is out for Smooth. Is this going to find anything is the question. Running out of time to see if it finds it. Everybody's just running away from Smooth, and Smooth's not going to have a chance to fire this off at all, so nothing doing for the Showstopper, so they get rid of one ult. That saves them off for right now, but Zesty going down means no chances left, no secrets either. This guy is gone, and now Dive for Heals has to back that off already from the alarm bot, but is able to from the shadows. Is now gone, so no more ultimates available for Oregon State. Pirate Fiddle might be able to bring this one out. Lockdown comes out from SHU, but Pirate Fiddle already goes down. Now the Odin makes its appearance. It's going to be the Fade getting 4, not much more. Soul does get the op, but this op needs to be big. Needs to get 2 more kills here, or 3 more kills rather, in the next couple of seconds if they want this spike down. It probably doesn't happen. Nanoswarm is out and about as well. This is Soul just finding a kill whatsoever. Taylor ends that hope. It's 9-3 at the end of the half.
This is what? The third 9-3 we've had
believe so.
Today in the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. And maybe 3rd time's the charm, Clutchy? I don't know. I mean, I hyped up their attack half. Let's see if they're able to deliver. And I just want to like touch on the turnaround from Sacred Heart University. I mean, legitimately every single player on that team was technically negative in their matchup when they got the 13-3 against UCSA. And now all of them are positive and then some, and it's just so impressive. And like I predicted, Dirt Top is leading the charge now, even though Eagle IMD has had the spotlight recently. It's quickly been claimed back. Oh well, okay, we didn't see that. I'm blind.
We didn't see that. But I mean, you want to talk about trends? We've evened up the series. If you're talking about scores at the end of the first half, this is our second 9-3. 2 of the games 8-4s. So we've had 2 chances of varieties, but nothing really other than that. No 6-6s, no 7-5s. No, it's been 8-4s or 9-3s so far. So we go into this second half now, and just jump peeking already. I think that's, somebody's low. That's this guy falling very low, but Lazy, even with low health, is able to take care of Dirt Top. Race falls low. Pirate Fiddle's able to take this one down. And now we get to see the aggressiveness of Oregon State on their attacking side come out as they decide to go B first. And now they're going to go ahead and use all the util out here to go. Smooth takes care with the Boombot, is able to take care of Lazy and Pirate Fiddle at the same time. So we're back down to a 3v3, a winnable situation now for Sacred Heart to retake this site. Zesty's up there, but Smooth is able to take care of that. Taylor gets that classic kill. It's a 1v1. Soul versus the Rays of Smooth. Soul versus Smooth. Who gets the win here? Spike's got to get the fuse now or never. Gets the fake out, and Soul's able to use the headhunter to get that final pick. And Soul gets Oregon State's first point of the half.
Doing well, keep trying.
I was about to sing the praises of EOSU in terms of how dominant that site take and holding off of that Cypher trip from Zesty was, and then it quickly just crumbled into a 1v1 that was almost robbed away if it weren't for Soul's headhunter in that situation to chip away and finish off what the rest of the team had started. But even then, it being that close scares me a little bit because they still have 5 rounds to make up, but it's a good glimmer, right, of how fluid they were able to take that site. And they just need to keep that momentum up. But look at this, Pillar's aggression and maybe try cancel it out at the gate.
Goes on the Spectre, already taking care of things, and Oregon State using this second round very well. You know, you mentioned earlier that we saw a lot of second round losses in a half for some of these teams here. That might not be the case. Soul's able to find Eagle. Paint shells being thrown out. Doesn't really matter. Soul's behind that wall though, so it's going to be an easy take over here. It's going to be the Killjoy. A lot of the KJ utility right here on Steve. Can they get rid of the KJ? Yup, all utility now down for the KJ. It's 1v5. We saw 3 flawless rounds earlier from SHU. Oregon State looking to pick up one of their own here. Spike does go down. Where is Smooth though? They're going to try to run down Smooth, I think. Or I almost spotted them actually. I thought that Chamber trademark was going to find it, but no, to no avail there. 9th. It's going to be Smooth just looking for maybe a pick or so, even in this pistol round. Especially in a bonus round like this, even 2 picks would be great, but Smooth on the backhands of a flawless, just backing out right now, just playing around the corner very cautiously, knowing that probably not going to pick up anything here as the Spike is already down, and it looks like they're just going to exit out. And is this team going to go hunting? This team is going to go hunting. You can hear all the footsteps. Are they going to find one?
Oh.
Smooth is there. They're not looking at Smooth right now. And do they find the pick? Yes, they do. Technically a flawless, even though Spike detonate. Doesn't matter, though. Oregon State finds their 5th point.
Yeah, I was like, there's just 4 people having a party in Waterfall, and I was like, that's such an interesting place for 4 people to be holding, and they I guess were that confident in the abilities that they were going to get that round on the board. Here, though, now is, I would say, the real test, right? I mean, this team kind of thrives off of that forward mentality, that forward aggression, and it's going to be the full rifles where, yes, you'll have a rifle by next, but that'll be double digits for Sacred Heart University, which can kind of just lurk in your mind and wear away what you think you're capable of. So we'll see if they can do something here to disrupt that momentum like they've done before on Vine. And for now, it's actually SHU taking the aggressive forefront.
Yeah, SHU takes the aggressive start here, so Oregon State's going to decide, all right, let's rotate out. They know that there's utility here for KJ. How many setups do you have if you're the KJ is the question, and you do have the turret right on top of that corner wall. But Cypher Kills actually goes ahead and uses that Shrouded Step to really rotate in. Point already, and they're going to even get this down. So you were talking about cages. Here's the cage from the Cypher that kind of makes the difference, but Die for Heals already goes down. And so now Soul on the back end tries to get Smooth, but Smooth just turns around and says, okay, Ghost versus Bando, I think I win that pretty much every time. Right on in. SHU down to its final player, standing another flawless round intact here for SHU. As on the defensive side, they find their 1st point of the half and their 4th flawless of the game.
I talked about how they needed to keep the morale up, and that is one way not to achieve that goal. And I mean, Yeah, the cage there, kind of a little bit of an undoing, a counter curse to the stat I had brought up in the first half, in terms of kind of paving the way. But even then, it was just small mistakes adding up, especially, for example, that timing from Pirate Fiddle, just not clearing the 2 players entering. That would have been huge, especially since they didn't clear them out initially. And it's just... It's a blip. They need to treat it as a blip in the radar. And now that we're back to a rifle on rifle round, I think this is going to determine if Sacred Heart University locks in and this doesn't go to a cat and mouse game at double digits pushing each other, or if this is the beginning of the end.
So Sacred Heart looking to see if they can start off against the #1 seed, against an undefeated team, mind you, of Oregon State. 3-0 for their record, but they could be very well looking at their first loss here, needing only 3 points for Sacred Heart, 8 points for Oregon State as they kind of just wait around for right now. You can see the cautious of Oregon State. They don't know if SHU is going to play this aggressively, but we do know Spanini's right around the corner waiting for something to pop out here. Do they look at the right corner? As pulling out the gun, they find one, they find two. Smooth and Panini, the combination has just run them over. It is only down to this one Omen who has to run for their lives. Die for heals, the only survivor of that entire barrage that was Sacred Heart. And Oregon State wanted to rush right in. Not going to get it here. Die for heals, though, looking for it. They know they have the turret down there. Die for heals, they know they're there. And is this where he's going to go for it? I mean, this Omen got nowhere to go here. I mean, do you try to save at this point?
I think you do. I mean, I talked about how this round could be the beginning of the end, but that's definitely finally on the coffin type beats, and they can't even save because it's a 4K from Smooth off that initial aggression. And I mean, that round's got to be devastating because if that's what happens at right following a flawless, and now they're going to use their second time out of the game to try and discuss, maybe try and break up the momentum, to maybe just try and restore the vibes that propelled them into a victory the last time in bind against ECAC. But even now, 11-5, they're looking at pistols, so they're probably playing for that overtime, which will mean, you know, 7 rounds in a row, assuming Sacred Heart does in fact win this round. And whew, I mean, what strategy do you think that they can pull out of the rabbit's hat here, especially if they continue with this buy of pistols that we're seeing kind of hovered around by Zesty and Pirate Fiddle?
Yeah, I mean, what do you pull out of the hat here? Pirate Fiddle right now 14-12, been kind of, I guess you could say, and 14-12 is a great positive KDA, but still not a lot of things to talk about here for Oregon State being good for right now. Meanwhile, on the side of SHU, it's been all Smooth and all Eagle right now. 21-8, 12-6, above that 2.0 KDA threshold here. So for them, and the Odin's been so good as long as it's been in the hands of Eagle. Eagle deciding not to use the Odin here, would still decide to stick on the Vandal. Meanwhile, like you were saying, pistol rounds. Although Die for Heals does go ahead and buy the Vandal here, so is the call here to buy out? I mean, Die for Heals does have from the shadows maybe to get a flank here, but no, instead they're going to light buy. So I guess the call is, yeah, you're playing for overtime at this point, seeing, or unless you can find the picks, or if you're finding an early gun. Find an early pick, get a gun down. The rush down, here we go. Oregon State wants to run right into trouble as Pirate Fiddle using the overdrive is able to find Eagle. We saw Pirate Fiddle being able to get 3 before. Showstopper goes nowhere here. As they are marked for right now. Dirt Top from the top rope is able to find at least 1. Cannot find the overdrive. Pirate Fiddle for right now just shooting all over the place, seeing if they can get anything, but it's the last player standing already for the Cypher. And it's going to be the Cypher kind of stuck here. There is the plant down. It's not going to matter. Another defuse. A quick round from Oregon State to get the plant. But the defuse comes up from SHU. Match point coming up. Or rather, map point coming up.
I mean, we've seen the overdrive do God's work before, and it just cannot get the job done this time. Map point secured here. And I'll have to double check with production to see whose map pick this was, but it's been kind of devastating, and it's interesting, especially since this was a map that, you know, the esports at Oregon State University was able to win in the group stage, and that makes me think that even second map, which is going to be on Sunset, will be 10 times more interesting.
Yeah, and I just got word this was Oregon State's pick.
Yeah, see? I predicted it.
yeah, Oregon State's pick here for this map, so not good if your map pick, you're down 7. And 7 map point opportunities here.
Oh.
Smooth with the paint shells already starting this off on the right foot to take this one home in a 13-5. As lockdown available for SHU, you do have Shadows as well as Neural Theft available to you as well. Great ultimate to use if you want to just get kills. Smooth is able to take down Pirate Phil. Smooth has been good all game long. We get the screenshot of the kills afterwards here. If this wraps up right now, but this KDA is going to be this average combat score is going to be so impressive after the game. That's
Mostly the first bloods.
Yeah, mostly the first bloods. Yeah, we want to see that actually. So the waiting game now for Oregon State. I mean, what do you call here if you're down 3 players? I mean, you're down 2 players already, but this is match point. What do you call here?
Maybe like a gamble from the shadows onto a site while the rest of your team like causes havoc or distraction on the other side. Or maybe even a fake from the shadows. It has to be somewhere where it can't get destroyed. But even then, that's a hard bill to fill because you want to draw some of these players off, but with the 2-player advantage, like they still are pretty stable on every single site.
30 seconds left.
Single site's been taken so far. Gonna rotate through Stream, maybe. Dirtop's waiting right there. Dirtop's able to find Zesty though, so back down to a 4v2, still a 2+2 man advantage here. Cypher Hill's looking for a very low Smooth. I mean, Smooth as well as Panini just so low right now. Trying to find one. Soul is able to find one with the Phantom so far. From the shadows that's going to be there. Soul's able to find a second one. 5 seconds left to go. Gotta get the spike down. Do you have enough time? 1 second left. Do you have it? Yes, you do. With .83 on the clock, they are able to get that spike down. We're back down to a 2v1. Taylor, as well as Eagle IMD versus the Omen here. Cypher Heroes has to clutch this up. 1v1 to keep Oregon State in this. Breach, but you can see the health bars right now in favor of the Breach of Eagle IMD. Has the Odin as well. This Odin's been shredding all game long. Also has all of the util. You've only got 2 shot at steps on a smoke so far here for Die for Heals. Watch your flank. Eagle's going to start defusing, but that's going to be a fake. Doesn't know Die for Heals knows that, but the Odin's just going to shred that away and shreds all hope of Die for Heals clutching it up and keeping Oregon State alive. It is Sacred Heart on Oregon State's map pick, taking this one 13-15, up 1-0 in the best of 3 series.
I mean, finishing things where it started with that Odin from Eagle IMD. And I mean, they're going to see that in their nightmares here tonight, especially if they can't get the reverse sweep to bring themselves into the grand finals of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marines. And I mean, like you said, that being Oregon State University's pick is that much more just like breathtaking to me in that it was that dominant out of Sacred Heart University. I mean, that time off, that getting to watch those games definitely paid off.
Yeah, paid off in dividends. Smooth with your MVP, by the way. Average combat score 369. You want to talk about first bloods? How about 6 of them? 6 first bloods, 24-9. That KDA overall. My oh my. Dirtop also following that up with the 17-11. Pirate Fiddle though, 271, the top of the board, 15-14 on KDA with 2 first bloods overall. So what a wonderful round from SHU. That was Oregon State's pick, by the way. We are going to take a break, and when we come back, it is going to be the map pick from SHU. We head to Sunset when we come back here with the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps right here on ESU2. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Stay alert, Marine.
And unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. Clutchkey alongside Zoe with you for what was a very interesting map number 1 back on Lotus, a 13-5 for SHU, the second seed that lost to the number 1 seed of USCA right now. So South Carolina Aiken, we actually have an update for you right now. The very first map they went to, 13-0. 13-0, a complete wipeout there for the very first map against ECAC, and then ECAC decides, okay, we're done there, let's just end it. So it is USCA at least getting 500 to end the day for themselves, but can they get to that $1,000 prize spot is the question when we get to that championship round. Meanwhile, back here, if you're just joining us, big 13-5 round for Sacred Heart on Oregon State's pick back on Lotus. So now map number 2, we will get to see what is Sacred Heart pick, and this time it is Sunset. And right now, for those of you that are watching our stream right now, over on the Esports U main channel, you have Texas A&M taking on Georgia Tech right now. That game currently at Sunset as well. So it's pretty much a coincidence that both streams right now are going to line up in Sunset here for a second map. But I mean, Sunset, we were pretty excited that Sunset got picked here in our map pool.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of my favorite maps to cast right now just because teams are throwing up crazy comps like a Yoda Gecko, but also just, I love how kind of a staple that mid fight can be, either right out the gate, early into the round, or even just the late lurks through market especially can be so catastrophic to rounds if you get the timing right. And it just kind of requires those like multi-depth, multi-kind of capability side executes and retakes that are kind of optional on other maps and are more kind of an afterthought. Like, you have to have these in the back of your head or just everything becomes unhinged on this map. And it does seem like we're kind of starting to settle down into a meta composition, but this is Division B of Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marines. So you typically see those comps get thrown right out the window, and I can't wait to see what they have cooking.
Yeah, Division B right now looking like there's a lot cooking, especially, I mean, you were talking about off comps here. Yeah, the Gecko's going to get pulled off of Soul. We know Soul played Chamber last round.
Yes.
So Gecko is going to get locked in. Cypher gets locked in as well. So we'll see if there is the double initiator setup, because Lazy is hovering over Sky right now. Meanwhile, for Sacred Heart, also hovering over that double initiator as well, but they might be locking in more. I guess an interesting comp as well, I guess you could say, but they do
that
have
is the meta comp actually for Sacred Heart. This is the accepted, or I don't say the accepted, but this is like one of the most played compositions right now on Sunset in recent, I guess, like higher tier events. So it's definitely interesting. And on the side of EAOSU, I'm kind of questioning the solo controller being the harbor, but I've seen it made work.
So we get to see what they pull out here as we go right into Sunset now. Again, 13-5. This was Sacred Heart beating Oregon State on their own map pick. So now Sunset gets to be played out by SHU as well. And you're talking about accepted comp, or rather the meta comp, if you will, most played. But we'll see if that pays off here, or if Oregon State can make this Gecko and make this interesting picks work out. I mean, the Gecko, it needs to work out here to keep Oregon State alive in this game right now, or rather in the series, because the next map, if we were to go to a map number 3, is going to be Bind. Of course, Sunset, the newest map revealed. And so we'll get to see how these teams decide to play it out. Right now, it looks like for for Oregon State, who's on the attacking side this time, opting for maybe a B push to start us off.
Yeah, and I mean, I do feel like B-side's really dangerous just because of the Cypher utility, and it'll definitely be a test to see how much of a defensive lockdown Taylor is able to hold on to, because I've seen how catastrophic that can be. But instead, they're opting to go towards that market, like I said, that volatile attempt right out the gate, and the door was closed immediately off the rip by Panini, which is an interesting strategy.
We're going to close that off right away for right now, so it's all stations go here in mid. Flops, now it's just the rundown here. They're all blinded out from right now as Dizzy gets a couple of hits on, but Mobile, it's a 1v1 trade for right now. Dirt, Top, and Smooth. We've seen these pistol rounds go one way here for Sacred Heart, and looking not too shabby thus far. Solo is able to pick up Taylor, makes it down back to even. Although now it's Wingman planting who's going to get protected. So it's going to be the plant down for Wingman, and it's just a rushdown game here for SHU. Remember, folks, if you go back to the very first round back on map number 1, it was Oregon State that did win. That was on the defensive end. On the attacking end, though, might be a little bit of a different story. Smooth is able to take care of Lazy. Health bars falling oh so low, though, for this raise, as well as the fade of Lazy.
One
Now
enemy
we get the
remaining.
defuse right now. Durtop's able to find that headshot. Panini takes care of Soul. And SHU starting off this time with their first pistol round.
I mean, I look up and I see, all right, 3v3, you know, both Smooth and the Fade are at like 0 HP. Like, this should be an easy round for EAOSU. And then they just have Panini take charge, take the lead, and then they're able to just get the frags, and both of those players still survive. Like, just, I feel like Sacred Heart University's just kind of reservation and how they play around the situation is just unrivaled for somebody of their ranks. And it's just interesting, and now going to the next round, they're going to be sporting the Spectre squad, which is interesting because you typically see a Marshall kind of posted up there on top mid. So we'll see if they're able to hold on to this mid control, which is exactly what it looks like EAOSU is looking to capitalize on.
See right here, they pushed up mid before. They pushed up with 5 in mid. This time the decision is push up with 3 here to decipher maybe the trap wire just in case this race decides to flank them out. Haunt goes up, but Haunt goes down immediately. So maybe all the utility from Fade here probably does go out at the same time, but Durtop, Spectre beats that classic, or Spectre beats that pistol any time from right now. Just throws out the paint shells. Smooth is able to take care of Zesty, so we're down to a 5v3, but you want to take a look at health bars yet again. It's the Raze and the Fade again. It's Smooth and Durtop, both with their health bars just oh so low, but this time they've got the man advantage. He's able to take care of Pirate Fiddle, 1 away from the flawless here for SHU. 1 in the smoke right now. Soul was the last one in the smoke. Maybe she's kind of just trying to shoot through it for right now. Soul's just waiting here. They run into each other. Soul's able to take care of Durtop, avoids the flawless, but that's all that they will get. Eagle IMD with 3. SHU up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, the Spectre squad's definitely getting the job done. Gonna make this a bonus round to be reckoned with. But then again, rifles on the table for EAOSU, a chance to get off to the right foot here after losing the pistol in the follow-up. So I think this will be a good indication of if we're in store for a repeat of Lotus, or if we could have that map 3 on Bind in the near future.
Let's see, Oregon State's got to get themselves 13. They're first to be 13 first if they want to get to that map. So far, SHU still gets the head start 2-0. As now, we've seen them split push. We've seen them go all mid. This time, it looks like an all-hands slow push here on A. Awaiting them, though, is going to be a Fade as well as the Raze here. And that Fade Hunt gets a lot of people looked at here. They know where everybody is. So now it's going to be SHU on the rotate and kind of surround them. The pack of wolves surrounding Eagle IMD. Here comes Panini on the flank, just waiting patiently. Guiding light is there, but they know that there is somebody there, so they're going to rush them down. I think Panini's got the sprint out for right now. Actually hits Panini for right now. Dizzy's going to get out. Doesn't have a shot at step to work with here, but does have some backup from Eagle IMD. He gets that headshot on the Soul, and Panini's going to escape with their lives. It's going to be a fight down here. It's really just going to be a fight right here in this mid area, mid bottom.
Yeah, no.
It's just a stable game, 3v4 or 2v4 right now.
Durtop there was able to use that collected weapon from the fight against Die for Heals and use it to propel themselves into this numbers advantage, where Panini who was saved by that escapade, and might be able to just close this round out in their lonesome.
Cypher's all they got left. Taylor's the only one left, and trying to maybe save the Phantom here. But
10
everybody's
seconds
just
left.
kind of running around, just looking for where Zesty is at the current moment. Zesty might not live much longer. That smoke is about to go down, but they know where they are. Zesty's able to find 1 headshot on the Smooth, able to find a second. Yeah, the timer expires, but hey, you find 2 more picks here, and not looking around. Panini's able to clean up, and Zesty's Phantom gone. 3-0.
Yeah, winning that, I definitely feel like you've been playing now for, you know, like, for so long today, especially EAOSU in that case. Obviously, SHU only having the 2 games before this. I think it's showing in terms of just the amount of steam that they have left, and especially when you're not used to competing and you're more competing in this lower stakes Division B for fun, then you definitely can get stuck in a rut, just like if you're playing competitive and you're on a losing streak. And I'm hoping that's not the case here for Ohio State University as they go once again towards the B side, but more and more kind of all in, chips on the table. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what does happen in B. Taylor's able to find a headshot off the Soul to start us off. So Gonna be a lot of utility being used here by both sides. It's gonna be the rundown from Lazy. Doesn't find anything, finds a little bit of damage, but that's all they'll get. As Eagle, IMD, and Dirt Top both finding picks of their own. SAG looking to defend this with another flawless round. A good flawless round coming out from SHU on the defensive end, and I believe, if I'm counting this correctly, their 5th flawless in 2 maps.
Can we just get like a flawless tracker on the overlay at this point? I'm sure it'll get more use here in the future rounds, but I mean, even now, just those rounds have charged up some insane retake ultimates, Nightfall, Showstopper, you name it, they have it. It is countered at least by Thrash, which might be able to get them onto a site. But even then, last round, they basically were given a site after the initial exchanges, and it was retaked so fluidly. I mean, we've seen that even on the pistol, and it makes me, I'm sure EOSU is asking the same question, what do we do?
What do we do indeed? Questions have to be asked and answers have to be made. Oregon State's got to find something here. Just got to find any kind of answer whatsoever. Wingman's down as well. Wingman's going to go ahead and plant this out, but Panini finding Pirate Fiddle not very good. You're going to have Thrash out, but Thrash is gone! So no ultimate here for the Gecko now. Nightfall's going to come out, finds a lot of people inside of that Nightfall, finds especially Lazy here. Probably just going to take care of Soul as well. Soul is deaf down, can't find anything else, and gets the neural theft down. Zesty's able to take care of Dirt Top right now. Oregon State does have the spike down. How much longer it's gonna? Zesty's able to take care of Smooth. Everything's aimed at Zesty for right now. Taylor starts defusing this, but Zesty's able to take care of the headshot, so Oregon State might have their answer right here. The smoke is down for pretty much a one way here. Panini falling also low. It's gonna be Eagle IMD, and it's just Panini left to go. Does Oregon State find their answer in this round? Yes, they do. Zesty finds 4, and Oregon State's on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Zesty filling in the gaps there. We've seen them do that before on Haven from C-Long, and so they thrive in those offsite post-plant positions, and that's exactly what we just saw there. And, you know, I do feel like every duelist needs their sentinel, and with Pirate Fiddle at the bottom of the leaderboard, Zesty is the one to be the one stepping up here on Sunset so far. And if they can keep this up, then maybe they can carry their team towards a 4-4.
Yeah, I mean, remember folks, there was a catalyst for Oregon State against that ECAC staff team. That was back with Pirate Fiddle. This time, Zesty with the 4K. Does this spark something here? And they're going to use Dizzy right away. Now they say, yeah, let's have some confidence. Let's go all systems in. And the green light is on. They've already got a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Oregon State, so a 4v3 now. Panini's got it back all the way up. No heals either. And so for SHU playing on the back foot here, they have B open. They decide not to use B instead. They're going to try to rotate towards mid maybe instead. As they go towards mid-bottom. Just waiting for a little while, seeing if they can pick off this Raze. Raze has to back away for right now, so they're back on both sides. 2 back on B. It's actually going to be the Fade running right back in. Heading towards Market. The door's down. Cypher Hills takes it down, so everybody spread which way. Panini's about to run into the bulldozer here. Runs right into the meat grinder. Pirate Fiddle takes care of Panini. 4v2. We're back to B. And we're back down for the plant here as it'll get spiked down. And Pirate Fiddle going to go ahead and plant this. Dirt Top, though. It's going to be Dirt Top as well as the Raze of Smooth. So Smooth and Dirt Top have to do this on their own. Spike gets planted down. The rush from Oregon State worked out so far. 3v1 trade. Now it's just trying to find out where Smooth is. They're gonna use the Showstopper here. Maybe trying to find some kind of hope here in this round. Showstopper around the corners. Able to find Cypher. Dirt Top is able to find kills at the simultaneously. Dirt Top finds a second one of their own. 2v1 situation. It's down to Zesty. Zesty's had this off chance before. Zesty's found Dirt Top. There's location reveal on the Smooth. Smooth around the corner. Smooth gets it. And in a very close round, SHU takes a round back.
You can't see this right now, but I'm like massaging my temples, face palming at the same time. Like, that round was so beautifully orchestrated from EOSU. I was a little nervous when they were thinking of rotating towards A, where Smooth was waiting with the Showstopper to kind of catch them off guard there. And then once they're back on B, they're able to handle, you know, Panini as flawlessly as they did. I was like, all right, this round's good. Go next. And then just the 2v4, it's still brought back, like you said, them gambling to invest that ultimate. And then I was even like, okay, Zesty's alive. We've seen them clutches before. They have their timing down. It's great. And then just the impending doom that they saw because of the spy cam dart, and they still couldn't handle it. Now look at this. Insulted. They're expanding upon it, and it's getting hard to watch, Keegan.
It is getting hard to watch here for this, and right now, as it stands 5-1 scoreline. I mean, having just right now that's only 6 rounds thus far. Panini brings out the judge. See if the gavel strikes here. I mean, yeah, Oregon State just having no answer. They thought they had some momentum. Sacred Heart shuts the door right on that hope whatsoever. Eagle IMD gets the headshot on Lazy, looking for another flawless round here. Won't get it. Zesty's able to find the sheriff's shot. Doesn't matter. Sacred Heart takes another round off them. It's 6-1 after 7.
And that obviously means that they'll at least have a 6-6 going into the next half, but I don't think that's where this is going to end. I mean, they have the Rolling Thunder, they have so many ultimates to work with on a retake. I mean, yes, look at the other side, right? You think that you see all these ultimates that are on the table, and you're like, all right, EAOSU has to win this round if they invest those ultimates. I mean, Reckoning, another one of those disruptive ultimates paired with a showstopper where they're already running for their lives, and that should be a free sight. But even then, something tells me that's not going to be the full picture here.
It's not going to be the full picture, I don't think so. You're right. 4 ultimates online for Oregon State, 3 online for Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart looking to see if they can push this one to really a good score as they did in the very first game. Wingman's already going to go down. Panini's looking all over the place. Panini will just shoot to the left and see that Wingman has blinded, but looks to the left and says hello to Pirate Fiddle in the meanwhile. And now just a lot of utility being used already here. There's going to be just the Reckoning coming out from Harbor already. That's just Panini just being stunned out left and right here, but no, already the fusion coming up here. Panini's not faking this whatsoever, just holding on to this. Taylor's found 2 through the smoke, and there is no faking what the Spike Diffuser has had. 7-1 SHU.
I mean, you saw it. The tripwire was still there for the entire round. They just sent Wingman in. Nobody ever crossed that threshold, and that I think is a major issue in my eyes. I mean, you have no semblance of site control. You're letting them have the upper hand in a 5-person retake, and that's a scary thought. I talked about how you need these multi-pronged kind of or layered site hits on this map. Like, leave somebody mid to lurk. Kind of have somebody work different parts of the map, and looks like that might be what we're finally getting at, right? 3B main, 2 tiles, and they just have to look for these early picks. And so far, look at this. They might be able to catch Eagle off guard, and the Deagle not gonna get the job done.
Sheriff off duty, if you will. Zesty can't find that pick. Eagle IMD is able to take it. Showstopper comes out here. Is the Showstopper going to find anything? Not smooth. Though with that Showstopper, it's Pirate Fiddle who can't find a single kill on it. Pirate Fiddle has to just run across while gunning here to find any sort of damage here. Now it's going to be the Nightfall being brought out here. Panini's found 2. And we'll find probably another one thanks to the hands of this Nightfall. Pirate Fiddle in so much trouble in a 4v1 situation. All the utilities just going to get thrown right at her. And Pirate Fiddle, all they can do is wait for death to appear. 8-1 SHU.
Yeah. I mean, they use Thrash, they use Showstopper there, and the round's still going in favor of Sacred Heart University off of their Nightfall to be able to reclaim, or I should say stop that aggression that they were trying to flip on its head and mark it. And like I said, that one showed hope in terms of the multi-pronged nature. It's just the players couldn't move fast enough through mid into market. And like I said, I kind of want to see like maybe like a 4-1 split or something along those lines, so we can see one hero player kind of have an unexpected lurk. Because I think if you are SHU, you have to be getting a little bit of an ego at this point. If you're not, then I'm like, wow, purest players alive. They truly are Sacred of Heart. But I mean, 8-1, I think you deserve to at that point.
An 8-1 scoreline, you can do basically whatever you want at this point, considering you're winning right now, and they might even go to 9 here. Dirt Top's able to find Pirate Fiddle. That's the duelist gone here, so really only your Neural Theft left to go here for an ultimate. Zesty's drop bar does get triggered, but it's going to still show up for nothing here. Still the split here. You've got the Omen looking down mid. Meanwhile, 2v2 on either side now, as they're just going to use Wingman going ahead. Wingman doesn't have the spike though, so it's just going to try to run right at somebody. Meanwhile, lots of utility right here on top of B-site yet again. Oregon State wants to keep trying for B-site. Have not been successful a lot, as you can tell by the only 1 point that they've had thus far, but they decide to try it this time yet again. Panini versus Zesty. Zesty gets the better of that. will use the Neural Theft. And gets the Shrop Wire as well. So they know that somebody's behind. Neural Theft has another tick here, which they do know. So now they know that Dirt Top is right behind them. Can they get that angle? And Eagle IMD trades that out. Fields does go down though. It's a trade, 2 for 1. SHU, it comes down to the breach. It comes down to Eagle IMD to win this one out. But Oregon State is finally able to get around here, 8-2 with 2 rounds to go.
Dehydrated? Need a quick rinse? Just checking.
Yeah. I mean, finally some semblance of control, right? I mean, you have diver heals deposited deep into the site, fixing the issues that I talked about had occurred a few rounds prior, where they just sent wingmen in, and all were playing from main. And that's, I think, so it looks like they want to change of pace. They know that they've been gravitating towards B, and you can even see SHU kind of now leaning their defensive prowess towards that site as well. So you're going to see this A hit. My question is, are they going to expect this aggression that looks like is being set up here by SHU? I mean, already deep into elbow, already the Prowler out, and look, the Smooth have lineups.
Smooth
To
does
force
have
them into
lineups.
the
They had to
fight?
back away from that. Yeah, Smooth did have lineups there on that nade. That's so impressive here from SHU. Thank you to our observer Ethan for catching that. What a lineup that was there. Dirt Top, though, is able to find a kill onto Pirate Fiddle. Good start for them. And the trend so far right now has been SHU winning 4 rounds in a row, then Oregon State winning 1 to bring it back. But then SHU's won the next 4, and it's Oregon State to bring it back. The trend line, though, for Oregon State does not want to continue happening that way. So from man advantage-wise, you would say that the Pioneers have that man advantage. First time we're seeing a plan here on A, or rather second time we're seeing a plan here on A. Oregon State lost the first one. In the very first pistol round we had, they're going to need to pull out all the stops here. 4v2, no ultimates online, just utilities left for Oregon State, if any. Dirt Top will go out of there in a great flash overall and a great blind. Ends up with Dirt Top getting 4. And SHU take the round back. It's 9-2.
I mean, not only, like you said, the 4K from Dirt Top, starting out with those 2 opening picks off the contact Smooth and nade with the nade, but then just being able to swing off of Panini's paranoia there into elbow to isolate those fights was just a great way to end that there and show how, yes, we can have individualized plays, standout players, but then we also have that team coordination that's tight. And I mean, 18-5, Dirt Top, definitely showing that Fade should be a staple on this map. And like they went under the radar a little bit over on Lotus, it felt like, because Eagle IMD obviously taking the cake with the Odin magic, but here they are dominating.
Domination, the name of the game so far here for SHU, 9-2. Remember, first map was 13-5. SHU want to end this even quicker than that. As Oregon State now looking in, they like B a lot. They are 0 for 2 on A. They at least have 2 round wins on B thus far. Wingman also doesn't get the plant off, so that Spike's just hanging out there.
No man's
That Spike
land.
is in such a bad position here for Oregon State that they have no chance to recover this, and now they're going to use the Nightfall to get both Lazy and Tasset. The Showstopper is going to add the exclamation point right here.
Oh,
they're not
that's
there.
a
Things are
razor.
just going to bounce off the wall, though, and now Zesty's in so much trouble in the back line. Smooth is able to find one. Zesty's still alive? Wait, how? Zesty doesn't get out in the process, though. But still, I mean, the Cypher does get out. Besides the
Zesty?
runaway, yeah, I mean, finds a way out.
Last player standing.
This
Now it's
neural
gonna
theft.
Yeah, it's going to be last one standing here. Lazy does go down, so now they're going to find it, but the neural theft is just going to reveal where Zesty is. So do the pack of wolves get released? Zesty is able to take care of Smooth. We'll need 3 more kills for a round win here. It's high 9 impossible, but Zesty going to try to prove us wrong. Second kill onto Panini. Looking around, 1v2 is a little bit more manageable. Quick peek with the spy cam. Look at where they are for right now. Around the corner, gets another one. Zesty could clutch this one out. 1v1 situation with a full health bar, with almost a full health bar. Now looking around the corner,
4
footsteps being
bullets.
heard. Spike
There's
is
no
there.
time.
Could plant the spike. There's no time. 2 seconds. Got to find the pick. Now or never. Finds it in time. Finds it right at the nick of time. And Zesty clutches it up. Oregon State's got their 3rd point.
Zesty is the definition of the clutch gene. Yes, they've fallen short a few rounds here, but they get them when they matter. And what better time than to give us another potential the 9-3 curse. And I mean, I want to touch on that beginning of that round that hole that Zesty had to pull them out of, which was, I had just praised them the previous round for addressing the issue of everybody being A main and then sending Wingman in all alone. And then they repeated it. And like you said, it was in no man's land, the Nightfall further locked it down. As soon as that neural theft came out, I was like, all right, Zesty, your chances are gone. But they just navigated that so well, punished every misstep that Sacred Heart had taken to get this 9-3 on the board, to give some semblance of hope back to EAOSU to not get 2-0'd and be sent out of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps.
9-3, the end of this, our third 9-3 here of the day so far. Panini's able to take care of Seoul. Oregon State has to find a way to run this all the way back. SHU looking at 4 more points. Oregon State needs 10. Now, minute 10 left to go on the clock. I mean, Oregon State now on the defensive end, but you got to split up, meaning the way they're split up right now, mid control is all for SHU. Now the decision is where to go. Looks like more the util heading towards A. They've got the race out there. Dirt Top's able to find Pirate Fiddle. We're down to a 5v3 scenario. Pistol rounds have been so far so good for SHU. They got the first half. Looking like they can get the second. Eagle IMD with the instant headshot on Zesty. The instant execution. Dirt Top's there. Dirt Top gets the third. And now we've got our 6th flawless of the game from SHU. A flawless round for the Pistols yet again.
Oh my goodness! I mean, you literally, they give EA OSU an inch and then they take the mile right back. I mean, just the impactful rounds going in their favor. Like you said, these pistols especially allowing them to start off on the right foot and then be able to close out the following half. Like, they squander any hope of a comeback so early on, and it does require then hero plays or some sort of thrifty response now that there is full classics, because we've seen how this pans out. This is a literal repeat of Lotus, and Dirt Top opening things up with the Bulldog pick makes it seem even more so.
Shines right into the back of the haunt here. Zesty has to back that one off. Door's already going to go down here for mid, but SHU's okay with that. SHU thinks that they now have control. There's no one on A, by the way, so they can just run towards A here, plant the spike, and they'd have full command of this, but instead, they've got the split. They don't know that, unfortunately, but now if this breach runs in there, they're going to get the call out. There's nothing here, guys. Eagle IMD can just say, hey, there's nothing here. Just run here, plant the spike. Everything else will take care of itself. They're down to a 3v4 scenario for Oregon State. And yeah, no util, nothing whatsoever. SHU rotates, or rather, Oregon State rotates all the way out to SHU for right now. So now it's Sacred Heart on the front foot here as they've got all control of A. Nobody's staying on A, though. Look at this push up from SHU. They want all the kills here. Dirt Top lines them up for a third. Has to pull out the ghost, but instead, Eagle IMD closes them out. 11-3 the score.
Yeah, I mean, Dirt Top definitely feel themselves this game, showing the mastery of the map that they have chosen as the final battleground to secure their spot in the grand finals, to get that rematch against University of South Carolina Aiken. And the fact that they're this dominant here makes me think, was that 13-3, like, did that even happen? Was that just a dream? Like, it seems like a completely different team, and I have no clue how that rematch is gonna go. If it happens, of course. EAOSU, make the comeback, all right? Make me my words.
I think you put it out there already. I think maybe Oregon State may have forced it because that's already the first kill onto Dirt Top, and now a lot of utility being used. Panini, though, has the back line on the Pirate Fiddle. Pirate Fiddle's back turned the wrong way. The score now. Lazy gets the back kill onto Panini, so it's a 3v3. Health bar falling also low for the Cypher right now. That's Taylor falling low at the moment. Taylor does go down with what little help they have. That trades out, though. Eagle IMD on the Spectre's able to take care of Lazy. Last player standing, Oregon State with man advantage. That doesn't mean this round's over just yet. Eagle IMD with a flash out. A very nice flash out for right now. Second flash will almost get them the kill around the corner. Runs away just in time. Dive for heals, doesn't have a lot of time. Doesn't have the spike either. It's all advantage of Eagle IMD. Eagle IMD pulls out the Spectre. The 3K. SHU sits on series point.
I mean, I like the selective aggression out of EAOSU there, but then again, it was definitely an all-in, a do or die here now. Like you said, we're on series point, and the fact that the Nightfall is online this early into the half makes me think that's exactly what they're about to bring onto this B site to make it the final stand, to find a closeout. On the other side of things, though, EAOSU kind of receptive to this idea, this fact, and they have 4 players here. Maybe the Cypher rotating off, maybe Zesty trying to be that clutch player. But for now, let's see if it is in fact gonna pan out.
What are the odds they use this Nightfall in the next 10 seconds here? I bet you they at least try to maybe, but see,
no.
I mean, they're up 9. You're sitting pretty comfortably right now. Pinchos are going to come out from... There it is. Nightfall's going to come out. Spots at least 1 on the truffle right now. Prowler down and about, gets shot down. They know where at least 1 is, using that trail. And now they've got the C's out. Die for Heels having to do their best to just kind of walk away from this. Also Deft for right now. And now 2 going mid. This is the Omen.
Oh, no.
This is the Breach as well. This could be the all the way around kind of flank here for Eagle Eye MD as well as Panini here. They've got him in the back line. They find Soul. Soul's gone. Die for Heels also gone as well. The pincer maneuver is on. They've got them in the back. They've got them in CT. They've got them in market. Who knows where the heck this is going? Zesty's found 2 in the back line to give Oregon State a breathing chance at this. But what they will do for SHU is go all the way around to A and say, we're going to plant this. We're going to end this right here. Zesty gets that kill. Onto Smooth. Zesty could ace this.
I'll find you.
Push this out. Right now they have full control of A.
Yeah, no. But even then, we've seen this team come back from numbers deficits, and it's gonna be Dirt Top leading the charge, searching for all of them, like you said, to close things out. And they shut down the ace opportunity. They make it the 1v2.
They make it the 1v2. Pirate Fiddle needs to do this by herself here. Timer's running out if they want to stay in this. Needs to find the kill, finds Taylor, needs to find 1 more, but that spike is right next to the Fade, and the Fade gets it. Dirt Top ends with a 3K, and it will be SHU 13-5 on Lotus, 13-3 on Sunset, and it will be the rematch heading into the championship round for that $1,000 championship round. SHU USCA coming up and only moments away from a break, but my oh my, that SHU team did not look like they should have been taking that first round loss, I tell you what.
That was just a completely different team to me than we saw in the group stage, and that was technically a 1-game difference between like the split that we saw and then the first Lotus and then the Sunset, and it was just complete dominance and complete mastery, I would say, in that regard. And it was just a lot of aim fights being won out. It was just kind of, I guess, not in-depth play style coming out as well on the side of EAOSU,
Yep.
and it's what led to that 2-0.
Yeah, and you take a look at the final scores overall as well. As we're getting our final score lineup here. Dirt Top landing with a first look at an over 400 combat score, 432, with a 27-7 and 8 KDA, 4 first bloods for Dirt Top. It was just absolutely popping off with 3Ks, 4Ks left and right. Zesty, though, finding their way into second place in this entire thing. Yeah, all 5 players lining up in the top 6 for average combat score. If you're looking at Sacred Heart, but Oregon State Zesty is able to break their way into that average combat score, 363 with a 20-13 KDA. So Zesty popping off, unfortunately not enough to bring Oregon State up to the tie to bring us to bind. It is 13-5 for Sacred Heart, 13-3 for Sunset, and when we come back after this break, it will be the rematch of the Group A between USCA as well as SHU. Sacred Heart versus South Carolina Aiken. Don't want to miss it. Winner takes the $1,000 in the very first week of the Fighters Cup, presented by the United States Marine Corps. We'll be right back right here on ESU2.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen
Stay alert, Marine.
and unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final series of today here in Division B, going on right now over on Esports U. The semifinals going on right now between Simon Fraser as well as Ukers. You can watch that one over on the Esports U main side. But if you want to watch a champion being crowned now, we're going to get to the series right here, right now. The rematch of Group A between the University of South Carolina Aiken taking on Sacred Heart University. 3 maps already determined. Here as we'll get into that in just a second, Zobi, although a very exciting matchup between a team that looks like they have turned it right back around from Sacred Heart and a team from USCA that has only played a total of 2 maps thus far, because if you go back in the recap for the entire series, they did beat ECAC, and I say beat down, but that's really the case. 13-0 in the very first map, and then the second map, ECAC would give up, so it would be 2-0 there. Meanwhile, again, Sacred Heart winning their matchup in a 2 versus 1 seed. Mind you, Sacred Heart comes into this as a 2 seed from Group A, beating Oregon State in a mighty fashion, only giving up 8 points through 2 maps, 13-5 on Lotus and 13-3 back on their last map as well. So really a really good setup, and back on Sunset, I should say. But now we get to our final matchup here, USCA versus Sacred Heart University, as we reveal what the maps are going to be, and pretty standard, might I add. Bind is going to be the very first map, then Ascent, and then Haven starts us off on the decider side. So pretty standard, I guess you could say, series of maps that we have here.
Yeah, no. And I mean, Sacred Heart University's pick being Bind here, trying to start off with a bang. And I mean, given their success against in the semifinals, basically, it definitely makes me think that Bind's going to be even more so kind of dominating, just because we saw how the last team, we saw how EAOSU was against ECAC. And so based on some sort of layering, I think this is the best shot that they have to get a point on the board, to overwrite the history of that 13-3 over on Split, which I'm guessing probably you can see there was their first ban, of course. So it makes sense. It'll set them up hopefully for success for the rest of the series, where it does, as you said, go back to that kind of vanilla, I would call it, Valorant action that you're used to seeing here.
Yeah, and so yeah, we're used to seeing kind of the same style of maps, if you will. Now we didn't get to see, or we really didn't get to see any other map besides Split between these two teams. Otherwise, the only other game that we did see from Sacred Heart thus far was that 2-0, but that was back on both Lotus and Sunset, which we will not see here. So this is going to be pretty interesting to see how these two teams play Bind as we get things started off. And I know, okay, so ISO's not allowed here in this tournament. What C-Tango was right there
Next
to
week.
go ahead and kind of just hover it a little bit to give us a little bit of a tease. But otherwise, Assassin bringing out the KJ here on Bind, pretty standard on either side, so I'm assuming Taylor and Assassin will both pick up the KJ. Otherwise, Ray's pretty standard here, Omen pretty standard as well, so pretty much looking close to a mirror, if you will.
Yeah, only difference being Eagle IMD on the Breach versus C-Tango on the Sky. That does double up your information. Both will have those flashes, but I do feel like the execution ultimate of that Rolling Thunder might give Sacred Heart the edge that they need. And we've seen the Eagle IMD with the Odin over on Lotus, and I feel like that can be just as kind of brutal here, I would say, especially if you're thinking of playing them towards Hookah or that side of the map on the defense, which is exactly kind of where I believe, we'll double check, where they're starting out here on Bind. And on the other side of things, though, like I said, we're going to be a lot of eyes on Smooth to see if they maintain this kind of fluid movement, these Raze mechanics, to see if they can kind of rival Raga. On the other side of things, though, Panini versus, Jewish Sun Rose. Jewish Sun Rose had some insane rounds there on Split to bring back what should have been unwinnable rounds, and Panini had a little bit slower start on that map, but since then have thus proven themselves consistently being that linchpin, and I'm hoping that they get to do the same thing here on Bind.
Yeah, we talk about a couple of the players here from SHU on their last game that they played back on their last map of Sunset, I should say. Though 27-7 from Dirt Top. Pay attention to this Fade. This Fade can make some plays, as well as Panini, like we were talking about earlier. Panini 14-7, the only 2 players there to get the 2.0 KDA, as well as some top 3 average combat scores. Zesty, meanwhile, was the only one to break that from Oregon State, but Oregon State now out. They will be getting the prize pool pack on that the 250. So again, not a bad day overall. But if you're talking about what they are playing for here, for those that want to know, they're are playing for the $500 difference. SHU and USCA, $1,000 for the champion team, and $200 per player. Not a bad payday at all, especially in an open division like this. So we will get to see what they pull out of the hat here as we go underway. Are they going to play aggressively or not? USCA starts us off on the attacking side, and it looks like it's slow and steady.
Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts, though. We saw Dirt Top get a quick little kind of boost on Sunset there. Be the top frag for their team time and time again, so they have that first line of defense getting denied space by the Prowler. And that's even causing now more of a pivot towards short, maybe even towards the B site, where this Killjoy has been consistently holding on to short. Was challenged by Smooth, but then ultimately the space relinquished. So for now, it is going to be potentially this A short reach challenge.
Let's see, slow and steady. Really, I mean, we've seen these teams play aggressively, but now this is slow and steady. They know what's at stake. They're playing just a little bit more carefully. And so right now, it's just 50 seconds already off the clock and only another 50 left to go. What's the call here for USCA? Most likely what they're trying here is they're going to try for a B push now. They have 2 on A. But at what point do they relinquish that site and try to rotate out? It looks like already one, maybe going for a flank. Gonna go ahead and be the Trailblazer that seeks out what's going on here. That one does go down, but they do know that there's a raise inside of Hookah right now. Smooth is in a little bit of trouble. 2 people looking right at him. And Smooth does go down. Can't find a big earlier on. Here we go. All systems go. Green lights on for everybody. 20 seconds left to go. First gonna be blinded out. First gonna be gone. Meanwhile, Taylor, Dirt Top come right all the way around. CT get their kills. 13 seconds left. Sky versus the world here. 1v2 in a pistol situation. Guiding Light finds nothing. Dirt Top's able to run around the edge and is able to find the first round for SHU.
Yeah, I mean, that round slow was an understatement. There was less than 30 seconds left on the clock when first blood was even drawn. And when that happened, when Jewish Sun Rose got the first pick, that's when the execution on to that site came through. And ultimately, we saw SHU just able to piece apart, isolate those players, especially those coming out of long, thanks to that backside kind of fortitude. And ultimately, like you said, we couldn't have this guy close it out.
Let's see. Sky tried to close it down, but unfortunately it fades right there. SHU starts off on the right foot. You go back to what was their very first matchup here. And already you can see how quick they're going to go on a pistol round here, but SHU was the first one to take the pistol round over USCA. In fact, SHU would go up 3-0 to start them off in that very first matchup. See if SHU can continue that trend. Unfortunately, it would be right straight after that to take us to the 9-3. Raga wants to change that back, though. Does get the Marshall kill onto Panini right now. USCA want to push right on in. Don't have a lot of health to do so, though. KJ and Fade, so low health. Assassin and Gore right now. The call right now is going to be taking the teleporter out to A. They're going to get to A quicker, but waiting right there is Eagle INT. We've seen them on the LMG so far, having the Ares this time. The Odin's been so good to them thus far. Maybe the Ares will do the same as they do get the spike planted. And it's going to be right around the corner. Eagle INT is able to find the first one. On goes up, nothing doing there. Assassin War have to wait in showers for something to happen because they are so low health. Raga's able to take care of Taylor with the Marshall, though. Can't find a shot, just a bit off the mark on that Fade. For right now, 2v3 situation. Raga's around the corner. They don't know that for right now, but Eagle IMD is going to run them down. Assassin gets the kill onto Eagle IMD to straighten that out. 2 low health bars. 1 remaining left to go. Dirt Top with the health advantage. Hans is destroyed. They know where it is around. They can fake them out. They do. And they have enough time to defuse this. We are tied at 1 apiece.
Yeah. Breaking the Fighters Cup presented by United States Marine Corps. Division B cursed of losing that second round that we've seen time and time again. But then again, it's close, right? Dirt Top, the only one to walk away with a weapon here. And that is going to make it that much harder this third round to convert things, which I think is why we've seen them hand off the Ares back to Eagle IMD and force up this year rifle. Or they're just baiting us. Why you gotta do this to me? I was about to hype you up. But nah, they're committing to the ghost. They've already thrown it on the ground. They gotta.
2-0 your scoreline right now. Sorry about that. I said 1-1, but it's 2-0 your scoreline right now in favor of SHU. Again, trend-wise, they go back to game number 1. They won the first 3, but then USCA, careful for them. They can streak as well. They've got the last 9 rounds back to game number 1. So see if that works out in their favor this time around as well. Already a good start here for USCA, trying to break that trend, though, as they already have 1 pick, and they're just going to rush right into A. All systems, or try to rush right into A, but No systems just yet. Jewish Sun Rose is going to go ahead and smoke out lamps for right now, making sure there's no sight lines, at least for one side, looking towards showers. But it's just going to be a little bit of a slower play here. And it looks like they're even going to split up.
Yeah, but we have seen that Sacred Heart doesn't redistribute too much off of any of the presence across the map. We saw it in the pistol. We're kind of seeing it here now with the two anchoring as they can to redistribute to make sure that it's a 2-2 on each site. That's going to put them in the best situation possible for this B split hit that's led by the Showstopper in the backside, but Raga gets caught in the window.
Showstopper right there. Doesn't get fired off. Raga doesn't fire that off. No, just saw around the corner, but too late. Too little, too late there. Was able to find the kill onto Smooth, and there goes Eagle IMD as well. So USCA 4v1 situation in a very big round for them. Panini only having the Classic out for right now is in Hookah waiting around. See if they can find a pick or two here with the Classic. Looking very unlikely unless just find one headshot. Maybe they see one, tries to peek around the corner. Vandal versus Classic in that tight space. Vandal's going to win that every time. Jewish Sun Rose gets the headshot and USCA on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously that is the round you expect to lose, and finally we're back to kind of the expected flow of Valorant, right? This is, I feel like, the most on par we've seen so far, which is good considering the fact that on the split, SHU won the first 3, and then that was all that they won. It was those kind of 13 rounds in a row for USCA, and so that's been disrupted. That's been thrown out the window, technically, by USCA winning the next extra round here. But I'm hoping that kind of shows that things are changing.
Yeah, you're hoping if you're SHU, the streak that they had to go 13 in a row after they lose the first 3 is something of the past here. SHU though, winning the first 2, not too shabby, but you're thinking that maybe the tides will turn after this for USCA. So slow push yet again. We talked about it earlier where they only had 30 seconds left to go in that round number 1, round number 2, round number 3 a little bit differently here. It seems like they want to play something similar. You can see the sight lines right now looking all over. They have the Nanoswarm out, but the Nanoswarm's not going to find anything around the corner at the very least. Panini's got a good lineup here. Looking around the corner, is able to find at least Glor. But Assassin, good thing you have a second person there. Is able to trade that right out. Raga's also there to clean up Taylor, so no more util from the KJ coming out here. Eagle IMD, meanwhile, coming through the teleporter, is able to find 2 onto C Tango as well as Sun Rose. And now Dirt Top on the other end is able to find the next 2, and SHU up 3-1.
And just like that, they've gotten as many rounds as they did over on Split and don't have any signs of slowing down. I mean, Dirt Top Nightfall online just as early as it was over on Sunset, 6-1. And I mean, yes, you have a few ultimates like the Lockdown or the Nightfall coming in soon for USCA. But I mean, so far this defense has been solid. The rotations have been on point. The retakes have been piecemeal. The only time they had lost that one round was when they kind of got overwhelmed by the Showstopper. And even then, right, Smooth was able to just cut that down to size real fast.
Let's find out here. If we look at, for USCA, what they want to do, they already approached this in mind that they might just want to kind of run this down a little bit faster than they have been, but already the smoke goes out. Dark cover for right now, just making sure that they stave off that aggression for the current moment, but it looks like everything's at B. So with Hookah 3 coming down into Garden. See if they can find anything here. They've already got one. They've already got the going out. Or rather another dark cover right now. Just for a short distance. There is the Seas, but the Seas doesn't find anything. Even Panini around the corner doesn't see it. So now the call probably get in the teleporter, get out. And you know that you've got a chance here, but waiting around the corner is Dirt Top, who does not find the kill. And in fact, Eagle IMD also waiting around the same corner. It means that they get nothing out of this. They have 2 people in showers, and now they can just use the secrets to find out where the other 3 are. So they wait for the healing to get in. They know the other 3 are all the way inside of CT. And where they're going to find kills. Smooth up inside. Venom right now finds a second, finds a third onto Raga, into C Tango. Spike is down onto A, but it's a 2v3 now situation. The defensive side here looking for another Jewish Sun Rose, doesn't find a kill onto Taylor, so now they know one is in lamps at the very least. Glor takes care of Smooth, 2v2 now. Prowler comes out. Prowler blinds him for just a couple of moments, but Taylor on the back foot here around the corner gets the kills for Glora. 2 more for Glora. 3rd kill on the board, and USCA cuts the lead down to 1.
One dream ends.
I mean, yeah, Smooth coming in hot from heaven, able to play aim labs around the retake on the A side, get a few off, but then, like you said, Glor going huge, ensuring that that Seeker's investment was not in vain, making sure they could accurately play around triple stack, making sure that none of those frags went in favor further of SHU to pull that round back, to now send SHU into this deficit economy. The biggest weapon that they're sporting is Eagle IMD with that Spectre, and it looks like they're going to put that on the A site, which is interesting considering you might want to put that on a site with less people, but they're going to be leaning into this Killjoy setup, leaning into the information that Panini can gather early on, but are they going to get overwhelmed by utility right out the gate?
There's a lot of utility heading down B, like you're saying, so let's see what the call here is. A teleporter right next to it. There's going to be shrouded step, nothing doing there so far, so there's going to be the lockdown coming out from USCA. So Assassin lockdown comes out. Showstopper comes out from Smooth. Isn't going to find anything around the corner. Might find 2. It does! Around the corner, Smooth is able to find a double, but Jewish Sunrose is able to trade that right back of their own with 3. And so now it's a 3v1, but it's the KJ that's left, and through the walls of the box goes C-Tango. Showstopper is stopped for nothing. SHU and USCA, we're tied at 3.
I only have 2 things to say to that, Keegan. I think the first one is Jewish Sun Rose's response there is like, you need a showstopper to get frags? I can do that just with my rifle. And on the other side of things here, 2 rounds in a row so far, and yes, that was a save, but if SHU loses this round, I am nervous that we might have caster cursed them into getting 3 and then losing the rest
Oh boy.
after.
Oh, don't say that. Oh no.
No, I gotta caster curse the caster curse, right? Then they cancel out, right? And then we're back to normal.
Okay, so now that you've mentioned it, you've caster curse the caster curse. Yeah, okay, that now makes sense, yes.
Yeah, kind of. We'll see.
Kind of. I mean, we'll see if that even makes sense here at the end. If you can keep track of what we're saying here, that's very impressive on its own with the caster curse on top of the caster curse. Meanwhile, as we see here, the call for USCA maybe going not from A, maybe rotating from A to B here, but kind of just stopping in the middle a little bit. And you talked about not relinquishing too much control here, not over-rotating for SHU. That's exactly what they're doing, keeping 2-1 despite them rotating out for right now. Because this is just slow and steady here, and we might have another 30-second push the way it's looking.
Catch them.
Yeah. Look at this, just the awareness and forcing Smooth to take that teleporter out of dodge. And in the meantime, on the other side of the map, it's Panini going huge with a judge to open up the round. First blood and all, completely denying that double-pronged B-side hit. Can they go back for more?
And they go back for more. Bloodthirsty is the judge. Judge in session here.
30
Looking
seconds
for
left.
a little more from the shadows. Sunrose around the corner. Judge is denied. Denied the motion there, but USCA needed to find some way into B-side with only 15 seconds left to go. Has the spike, but how much hope do they have left to go? Assassin is able to take care of Taylor. 10 seconds left in the round. It's now or nothing here for USCA if they want to spike down. Gonna take the Prowler. Glor is able to go ahead and start planning, but that plan still continues on, just being surrounded by the pack of wolves. That is SHU, and SHU scores the 4th point, which we did not see in their first match, and they also have the lead.
I mean, I did predict this in Agent Select, the Odin from Eagle IMD, right? And not gonna say that's what gave them the 4th round, but I mean, coincidence, causation, where's the line? And I mean, not only do they keep those bigger weapons moving forward, number 2, Panini is gonna reprise the judge because they found that much success with it. They're happy with it, and they have 4 ultimates to leverage over the 2 of USCA. I think they are sitting pretty here to continue and make this game a lot closer than that first one ever was.
Econ in shambles right now if USCA loses this, so
Oh yeah.
SHU is sitting pretty right now. If they win this round, USCA might be one of the more equal on the other end. Meanwhile, Eagle IMD through the wall is taken care of by a Guardian. An impressive shot there from C-Tango. Meanwhile, Showstopper from Raga is this going to find anything? It will. Dirt Top's caught off in the middle of the boxes using Nightfall. And so that Nightfall Charles looking a little interesting. It just goes up in the air, up and down. But it's not going to catch anything other than a kill for USCA and the Showstopper. Meanwhile, from CT, Raga's right here waiting for them, waiting around the corner. Raga finds Smooth and Taylor. But Raga says, I'm a smooth criminal. After going right around the corner, Panini has to judge. Raga's found a fourth, and USCA ties it right back up.
I mean, that literally was just a Raga masterclass, right? The entry off the showstopper to take the retake numbers down, to mobilize and ensure nothing can come of the Nightfall's usage. And then even then pushing deeper into CT to get not one but two before turning back to site to defend the rest of the team from the impending retake. Like, they literally did everything there, which I think is interesting now that they're forcing out the timeout from SHU. Like, they just like stepped on the brakes, like, all right, we tied it up again. Now we have ultimates. How do we use them?
Yeah, this has gone back and forth, and in fact, for this, I mean, we have not seen a 4-4 at all in this entire day for us here in Division B.
That's
This
true.
will be the first time we're ever seeing a 4-4 here. Meanwhile, again, if you want to see the other matchup going up on Division A right now, Ukers and Simon Fraser right now. Ukers leading this one 1-0 as they head into that the next map as they're headed into the semifinals right now. So championship round coming after that. That prize pool at $4,000, so a lot more than what we have out here. But for Division B, still a lot of good action here as we go right out of the timeout, and you can see the economy-wise looking pretty equal on either side. So really in round number 9, this is a huge round.
Yeah, no, and I mean, the economy for SHU is the one that's now kind of detrimented, right? I mean, you talked about it, USCA's would be in shambles. So now, once again, just both being kept in check. And the fact that the Guardians are here, positioned in the right location, gives promise, but Smooth has to hit these shots, and so far, they're good for one, but the repeat doesn't come through, which I actually like. I don't want to see that overheat. I don't want to see the trade. I want to see numbers consistently in favor of SHU or double swings, which looks like it's just utility for now.
Yeah, it's just going to be utility for right now as they get that one nice, very nice flick, might I add, on that Guardian. So now what's going to be the plan here for USCA? It looks like at least the Rays is thinking they're going to go towards A, which might not be a bad idea here considering where they are. B looks a little bit closed off. That KJ is kind of set up. Love the KJ setups on B. Always love that. Always love to see it. But now it's just a rotate to A, and they're going to go A short here, seeing if they can find anything, especially using dark cover.
Cover going out.
Where they want to go here. They're going to go ahead and smoke off Labs for the current moment, but dark cover on the other end. We'll go ahead and smoke this off, and a good caution right now. Keep them at bay. But the Trailblazer trying to see if anybody's in Labs. Nothing doing there so far, and now it's just going to be all the utility. And here's where it is all systems go. 5v3 situation. Dirt Top, though, makes it a 5v2, looking for another Assassin's able to turn that right out. 25 seconds left to go on the clock. Push us right in. Smooth around the corner. It's just Smooth with it. Gets the third headshot out. The Assassin is able to take care of Smooth, so it's just a KJ left to go. It is just Assassin by themselves with 10 seconds left to go. Doesn't put the plan down. Trying to think that out for right now. And nobody's near him, so yeah, this plan does go down just fine here. Does get hit by Paranoia. They don't know that quite yet, but where is this KJ holding on to for right now? Not in the boxes, they know that. And they are surrounded, but Assassin's in Labs right now. They have no idea where this KJ is. They don't find him peeking around the corner, so they're just waiting for this. Assassin's able to find one, is able to find a second, is able to find the fifth, is able to find ace! Oh my goodness, Assassin, what did we just watch?
What we
Sits
watch
down
is
the
them,
entire team, holy cow.
what we just watched is them earning their name. I mean, 5 up, 5 down. That is how you add some spice to the grand finals. And I mean, I thought for a second, I'm like, the plant location, that clues them into U-Haul. They should know, they have them surrounded. And then they just solo swing it. I like the fact that they got somebody on the spike, but I don't know if it should have been Eagle IMD. You have so much utility to take that fight against Assassin, and you use none of it.
I'll tell you what, folks. Hands up in air for me. I'm standing up already. That was an insane ace right at the end. A 1v3 clutch to end that out. The aim impeccable. And folks, this is a series on its own right here. 5-4, the closest series we have had so far in the middle of a map. And we're just in the first half of the action here in the championship round. SHU USCA fighting for that $1,000 championship slot. Right now, as it stands, USCA coming off of that ace has to feel absolutely hyped at what they just did, especially if you're Assassin. So again, play it slow and steady, I guess is the call here. You're talking about not getting trades. How about not getting anybody killed at all to start? I mean, this is slow and steady as they go towards A yet again.
They have the lockdown as well, so they can get onto a site, like you said, with that kind of slow approach. It'll be like a nice post-plant lockdown. Prowler is going to spot out Eagle IMD, so now they're stuck trying to get out between Pain Shell. Seasonal at least help with that to team up with Dirt Top. And now they even are addressing the extremities. They're addressing the Showers player, but the C-Tank escapes the Prowler's peripheral.
30 seconds left, down to 1 now. We have USCA trying to find their way in. Are gotta be all systems go A because that's where the spike is, but Dirt Top and Sheriff's able to take that down. Eagle IMD rushes right up to Juice Sunrose. Was able to take down the Omen, but that's traded out. 10 seconds left to go. Around the corner comes C-Tango with that Vandal, was able to get it out. Secrets will come out. Is that able to find another? It does. C-Tango gets the kill onto Panini. Spike is now planted. Now we're gonna get the fight here. Both of them in CT. Are they able to find it? C-Tango's found a third. Around the corner, there is the guiding light. They know where that is. Smooth flashed out for right now. Sheriff versus Vandal. Who gets the better of it? It is the Sheriff. Smooth gets the kill and gets the gun. Gets the Spectre. We'll try that out for the Vandal right now. Only down to a couple of seconds left for this spike, as it is going to be a rotate back up for this raise of Smooth. We've seen one clip so far. It isn't going to be a second in a row. Assassin from mid is able to take that down, and USCA 6-4 guarantees at least a tie for the half.
I mean, sniping them off of the Haunt reveal there is just wild. I mean, Assassin 11-6, what can they not do? Clutch, they can hold down a site. I mean, I can't wait to see them on the defense too, to be a lockdown for the B site. But for now, SHU has to get these next 2 rounds, and mind you, they didn't have the best weapons last round, so they've been prepping for this. They want to go for that 6-6, and now they have the weapons to do it, and they have the ultimates.
This has got to be the round if they're going to go for 6-6. Unfortunately, though, because economy not look good, and that's not a good start either when Smooth, one of your top players, is already gone. Raise out, the duelist gone, so it's up to... It's a good thing you have defending tactics here, especially with the KJ on B if they decide to rush B, and they're going to say, let's try it. Let's try and run right into this KJ utility here. And flash out the turret for right now. Nothing else doing for that, but the turret now gone for more about 40 seconds now as the Paint Shells go in the back line. Raga's on top of the boxes, and Raga looks down below. Lockdown is out for the KJ, and Assassin's just going to lead them right on in. Glor plants this down. USCA looking for the guaranteed lead at the half. They've got the 5v3 scenario. Lockdown goes out. It's going to have to be a big play here. And now the lockdown comes out from Taylor. So now that's going to be the defending side who gets the lockdown. They know where this lockdown is, probably around the corner. If they want to challenge this is the question. They say no. They're just going to back out for this for right now, making sure that they still have numbers advantage just in case. The lockdown does go down. There goes the Rolling Thunder out inside of Gardens. This is going to find anything, though. Boombot's out at the same time. Haunt knows where everybody is inside of that corner. Assassin Tango line them up. Taylor's got 3, though. It's not going to be enough. Juice Sunrose finally cleans that up, and it's going to be USCA guaranteeing themselves a lead into the half.
I mean, everything but the kitchen sink invested into that round. All the ultimates that I said were giving SHU the edge cannot give them that round. And like you said, USCA claiming the lead. And now this round, I mean, they can make it hurt less with a 7-5 off the showstopper, but even then, that's countered by Raga's own. And like you said, Smooth, it's either a hit or a miss. They get first blooded or they go huge, or even they're the last one standing with a mountain to scale. And it is just a coin toss as to which is going to happen.
Let's see right now if they can find themselves in a position to get that 7-5 at the moment. Right now it's just kind of dire here for SHU. They didn't really have enough credits to try to do much of anything here, so let's find out if they can stave away. Looking for maybe a gun here. Smooth is able to find out C-Tango, though, so that's a good start for you. That's a great start, but now the question is for USCA. Where do you go from here? I mean, you've got the spikes pretty much in showers as they try to rotate off, but do you try to, what site do you try to challenge here? Juice Sunrose says, well, let's try to challenge A. Maybe I got the pick already onto Smooth, their best player thus far on top of the map, and Assassin wants to run away, but Assassin is going to go ahead and rotate towards the team. Here's where all the util gets used immediately. Eagle IMD waiting in the smoke of Juice Sunrose, waiting, but the Prowler catches him out, so the Prowler gets called out here. And so now there's no opportunity for that kill behind in Labs, although Eagle IMD is able to spot out Glor. So the spike is now down inside of the middle of the site. Too bad Juice Sunrose is able to find it. Denies the ace. Assassin does get Eagle IMD Panini waiting inside of Heaven. Assassin catches out Panini and into the half. We'll have our third 8-4 of the entire day.
Yeah, no, Assassin just being the closer. Add that to the list of accomplishments, the list of roles that they serve in this game for their team. And I mean, I think just there again, Smooth was ended so early on, and then they weren't able to invest that showstopper for a retake. They weren't able to really get any of that momentum back, and it is just the default. Seems like Sacred Heart wasn't able to kind of to piece together, or I guess to learn how to piece apart so that they could win a round other than the ones that they won so early into the half. I mean, look at that, the 5-round streak to end at the 8-4. Now here's where you got to end the momentum, which is what I will say SHU was known for in the semifinals, was getting these key pistols on the board so that they could stop a comeback. So in this case, maybe it'll be the opposite.
Let's see, pistol round for SHU went their way in game number 1 in their first game back on Split, but then USCA, of course, you remember the 13-round streak, they would get the next one. So far, you want to talk about streaks, they have won 5 rounds in a row to close out that 8-4 first half. So we'll get to see what they pull out here in the second half. As right now, all the utilities still on B, as much the KJ systems would be. Now it seems like 3 of them, or 4 of them rather, all rushing. 3 of them inside of Hookah right now. Dirtop's able to get that ghost kill onto Jewish Sunrose. Paranoia does come out, able to stave them off for just a couple of moments, but the Sheriff's out and about here. Assassin has found 2, and the streak might just continue here. Last player standing is Dirtop with the ghost. Has to find all the headshots here if Dirtop wants to win this round. Raga says you first. All right, okay, well, never mind. All right, I'll go first, I guess. Doesn't really matter from Hookah. Dirtop's able to get Raga. Around the corner, though, they know where Dirtop is at the very least. But Assassin from on top of the box hits the Sheriff's shot. And USCA keeps the streak going 6 in a row.
I mean, for me there, I was just like, Assassin with a deagle instead of Killjoy utility to be that defensive B lockdown? And then they're like, yeah, hold my drink. I got this. And they go out and hit every single one of those shots, basically serving the same function the utility does. I mean, it's the Assassin show right now to keep that streak that you mentioned alive and start propelling them towards a win, which I will say is on SHU's pick.
Yeah, it's on SHU's pick. USCA, though, trying to do what SHU did to Oregon State on their first map pick. Trying to close the door on what SHU is providing. Jewish Sunrose has this judge around the corner. You don't want to walk into a shotgun here, but that's exactly what Dirtop does. Just unfortunate timing. Tries to go for the dark cover to no avail there. And it will be no shot for the judges right now. Smooth lines up USA Glory. And now it's going to be Raga getting the kill with the Guardian onto Smooth. Has to back away with the Satchel for right now. Through the box! Is able to find Eagle IMD. Not too sure how you find that shot off, but my oh my. And now it's just, what do you do here if you're SHU? They try to go around the Hookah, uses the teleporter through short.
Taylor, don't do it.
Is able to find it. Oh boy. Dirtop around the corner.
Oh.
Dirtop's flanking with the judge.
But look,
Looking for it.
Raga knows.
Raga does know. If he gets the better of it, it is going to be the judge. Raga knew. Raga didn't knew what that judge was cooking. Bulldog there takes care of that, though, so it's a 2v2 situation. Pretty much free right now, that knowing that both of the players are at B. They're going to rotate onto A. Now they're going to get the plant down.
Such low HP.
Yeah, low HP, too.
And that's why Panini is trying to play so aggro here. I don't know if the Trailblazer spots them.
I don't know if it does. I mean, Assassin's looking the wrong. Yeah, not looking around the corner. There's the Nanoswarm.
They did,
That's going to allow
definitely,
Panini
yeah.
to know where they are, but Spectre takes care of that. It's going to be Taylor versus the world here. Picks up the Ghost. The Ghost is going to have to be it against 2 big guns here from USCA. Nanoswarm is on out about right on the spike. Time is running out, though. Trying to get maybe just a little bit there. Having to peek around the corner for right now. It's going to be able to not take care of Taylor. That spike does get to half, but it's not going to be enough. Assassin cleans up house, and the streak continues on.
I mean, Assassin alive in a post plan, check. Route on the board, check. 20-7, check. I mean, we're both Killjoy mains. We are loving this. I'm gonna call this the battle Killjoy. I think is the best way to just sum it up.
We love the Killjoy getting the lead here. We love the Killjoy getting the ACS lead, right?
They better get the match MVP. That's all I can say.
That's all we're saying. We almost 3 KDA as well at 20-7. No, mind you, Usually the Killjoy would have a lot more assists than 0. But 20 and 7, not too shabby, I would say, if you're bloodthirsty as a KJ here. Paint shells are going to go all over Juice Sunrose, has no escape whatsoever. Smooth starts this off on the right foot with the Vandal as well. Smooth is already 3 kills. 2 more left to go. Probably shouting at your teammates, give me the ace right about now with 3 kills already in. Spike does go down very early on. USCA will go to A yet again, 3rd time in a row, or SHU rather going to A, 3rd time in a row. Gets the Spike down. Do they have enough this time? Assassin, as well as the Sky of C Tango, all the way in CT. Assassin coming around the corner though, trying to find it. Dirt Top denies the ace, but does take care of Assassin. The least of their worries right now is that ace. Meanwhile, C Tango's in heaven right now, just trying to see if they can clutch this one out. Has the Guardian, decides to save it for right now, unless anybody decides to go hunting. But SHU knows that they're going to take their wins when they can get them. They're going to back away. SHU now cuts the lead down to 5.
Yeah, but Dirt Top's hunting for this. And I don't think they're going to find it in time, yeah. At least walk away with their weapon. But I mean, like you said, 10-5, they have a few rounds to work with if you're USCA. So I like that choice. But on the side of Sacred Heart University, I love that they finally were not giving the 1v1s away. I mean, you saw it. They had a literally 3-person swing, technically, if you think about that bench player and the double swing out of U-Haul. And it's scary that that's what it takes to shut down Assassin. But that's the kind of timing, the coordination that you need to consistently have if you want to stage this 5-round comeback, if you want to start sewing up that gap that is starting to gape open.
2 double-digit kill players right now on the side of SHU, 4 for the side of USCA as we get underway here in round number 16. The streak was over before that, though. USCA was able to build up a 7-round win streak. Gets ended by the spike there from SHU, and a great play overall, like we're saying. Making sure that their team plays are great. See Tango, though, with the Guardian through the walls, able to take care of Taylor, so no more KJ utility. At least on the attacking side, not too bad, but Smooth is able to find 2 of your own. The Duelist doing some work, and Glor lines him up with the Vandal looking for a 3rd. It doesn't happen, but what a lineup there for Glor. It's up to the Fade now, and it is up to the Fade of Glor. Or rather, up to the fate of, of Dirt Top. Trying to win this one out. Raga's waiting around the corner for Dirt Top. USCA brings it back.
Yeah, I mean, just getting control of that spike and hookah so early upon the entry attempt out of SHU. And I mean, at this point, it's literally just like Smooth saying, I'll do it by myself. And if they die, the round isn't getting much traction. That's how it seems like, at least. I mean, you saw even the round where they closed out against Assassin their CT, like Smooth was one that entry and got, like you said, the 3K. They just obviously denied by Dirt Top later on, but even that round they were able to get 2, and that wasn't even enough.
SHU's got to find some answer here. Smooth trying to put the team on the back right now. Dirt Top goes down. Juice Sunrose with a very nice angle to get that headshot. Meanwhile, looking towards B right now. The only one left to go towards A at the very least, or towards the back mid area, is this breach. See Tango, though, is able to find Smooth, is able to take down the king of the team right now. And that is bad news if you're SHU.
Yeah, no. And I mean, even if they get a few more frags, like they have these ultimates to lean into, these insurance policies to cash in. But I mean, I think they're even far from that, unless we can see Eagle IMD go huge here on this A lurk, which isn't impossible, but it is asking a lot of them when there's 3 players on the site all holding different angles.
So if you're SHU right now, I mean, what do you do here? This is going to put them at match point if they win this for USCA. Pacers looking good, but for Pioneers right now, what do you do here? Trying to go through hookah. Panini getting a little bit too antsy on the peak, I should say, as Assassin's able to take care of Panini, so down to a 2v5 situation. Now it's going to be the lockdown on B. Most likely have to escape from this, but they know where Taylor is now, so yes, it's going to be a back-away play here. You've only got 20 seconds to put down either a spike to keep this round going or get 4 picks. But the option looks like that they're going to back all the way off and save.
Yeah. I mean, it would take at least 10 just to get to the site, and then you still have to deal with these 2 or 3 players on site. And it is going to mean that they have to win 7 rounds in a row to bring things just to OT, to make sure regulation isn't where they lose their map pick to USCA. And the fact that there is the Showstopper and these Seekers online, and 2 off from the Nightfall, makes me think that USCA has the tools in the toolbox to close things out, which it means this is a great call for a timeout here.
Yeah, this timeout here for SHU, knowing that they're on the brink of a loss. But during the timeout, we'll remind you that this is an open tournament, the first of 5 weeks here that we are going to be playing here for the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. Don't forget, check out all of the other games that are going to be happening as well. Esports U happening right now. Ugr's taking on Simon Fraser right now. But again, there's plenty of action to go through here for the Fighters Cup on November 5th, November 12th, November 19th, as well as December 3 and 10th. So 5 weeks of action, all open tournaments. Come check it out. Join the Esports U Discord server and get your team registered for the next one coming up next week, Sunday. Same time, same area, in the same Discord and Esports U. Timeout starts to end here, and really a super, I mean, the rest of these rounds are really important here as the Pacers will get 7 opportunities at match points, and right now, the economy not looking the greatest if you're going for a last stand here for SHU.
Yeah, no, I mean, 3 rifles, two Spectres. They're definitely going to lean into this Nightfall, into the Showstopper to even get onto a site, which I think is why we're seeing more of a decisive A lean. But I mean, that's been read out here a little bit by USCA. It looks like they're ready to challenge it while the rest are going to clear out space, and B to confirm that it is an A follow-through.
See, it's going to be all systems. The aggressiveness from SHU here. Raga's going to throw the paint shells. Paint shells do get thrown, but it doesn't matter when you got 2 kills already. Raga and Glor both down. SHU using this timeout to their full advantage. Let's play aggressive. Let's go. All systems go. Jewish Sunrose does get caught out. Boombot is out. Prowler's out at the same time. Around the corner comes Dirt Top. All the utility there for the Omen, and the Omen does go down. Assassin, though, is able to take care of Smooth, so the comeback's still possible here, especially with a player like Assassin. Trying to pull up the kills right now. See Tango and Assassin, 2 of the top players right now on this USCA side. Spike is down here on A. If you're USCA, though, you're feeling pretty comfortable. You could maybe push this. Economy looking well in your favor right now. The smokes come out. It's going to be the dark cover kind of covering up Labs for right now. First, and the Nano Swarms comes out to deny any chance at a backwood defusal, although they might not have to worry about that. Dirt Top, Eagle IMD getting their kills. And SHU, using their timeout very well, gets their 6 points and keeps themselves alive.
Yeah. We said being able to get that Nightfall to get on site and then position themselves accordingly. And now you can see here 1 more round, and they might even be able to upset the economy of USCA into a save. So that would be 2 rounds strung together to get to 8. And then it's going to be starting to look more feasible. The only thing you got to dodge is these bullets of ultimates, the Showstoppers, the Seekers, 1 off from the Nightfall. And that's the scary impending doom in my mind. But if they keep up the work that they just showed out of that timeout, they can navigate this carefully.
They gotta navigate this for another 6 rounds here. If you're SHU, it's all gonna have to be the Pioneers that bring this one all the way back. Down 6. On comes up. It's not gonna find anything. Doesn't land on top of the roof like you would want that to. Let's see if there's any spotters for right now. Around the corner does go Smooth, but it's spotted out by Jewish Sunrose. So they find the pick onto the Boombot at the very least, but they know Smooth is still there. So Smooth maybe want to satchel out because they're shooting right in the same direction, but doesn't so far. Bridge trying to find any initiation in, but to no avail as USCA still just holding them back. SHU already down Panini, so no more Omen either. The only ultimate you do have on SHU side, and rather both sides, you do have a Showstopper, but the one that could be the difference is the Seekers from USCA, but Smooth's not going to have a chance to stop the show whatsoever. See, Tango's found 2 headshots. SHU on their last limbs. It is down to Taylor, and it is down to Eagle IMD. This will do it here. 30 seconds left to go. The call's going to have to be made, and look who's waiting for them at B site. It is Assassin, one of the best players in this round so far, if not the best player with the they're played. But now they're going to
huge.
They're going to go all the way around. They're going to go towards A. Too bad there are people waiting for them there. 18 seconds left to go. Map right here. Showstopper out in showers is going to be avoided for right now, but 10 seconds left to go. SHU cannot play for time. You got to play for kills. Through the smokes, they will find nothing as C Tango, Jewish Sunrose cleans us up. 13-6 to map score, and USCA off to the 1-0 lead, 1 map away from getting the $1,000.
Yeah, and they'll be heading into their map pick on Ascent, where the sides will be the same kind of situation, the same start to their own momentum. And I mean, we saw signs of life there from SNHU. It just feels like it came a bit too late. So the fact that they are starting on the same sides does scare me a little bit. It means that they won't be able to kind of get that momentum from an attack half to start off the comeback. I'm trying to think about it, right? Ascent. It's a classic. You might even see the first mirror comp of the day, complete mirror comp of the day, which might be just what they need. I mean, we saw the differences a little bit there in terms of information, in terms of approach, in terms of the breach versus the sky, and it felt like you consistently could see USCA rotating and being on point in terms of their analysis as to where these players were going to be. And I'm wondering if the composition had something to do with that leg up.
Mm-hmm. And you want to talk about another difference as well, the difference between the Killjoys. So I don't want to say big, but it was. USCA's Assassins 23-10. Taylor, though, 5-16. So the KJ making a big difference there. Both of the raises as well on top of the leaderboard. 19-16 for Smooth, 16-15 for Raga, but the average combat score. Killjoy players rejoice. Assassin showing up here, 322 for the average combat score overall. And that will be USCA looking at series point, and we are headed to Ascend. This was the Pacers map pick, so we will take a break, and when we come back, we will see if the Pacers can close it out in the next map. 5-minute break here coming up between the Pacers and the Pioneers. We'll see if they can win the $1,000 when we come back. We'll take the break. You're watching the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps right here on ESU2.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Stay alert, Marine.
And unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. Clutchkey alongside Zobi with you for the second game of the best of three series. Here is first map you just saw. USCA Pacers able to win that one 13-6. So now we go to our second map here, which is the Pacers pick. Remember, last map was for the Pioneers of SHU, who picked out Bind, but in a bind most of the map there. They were down 13-6 in that map, and now we get to Usca's pick. So Pioneer sitting pretty comfortably here as we get onto Ascent. And of course, if it was to be an SHU win, we head over to Haven afterwards. But Zobi, for you, I mean, this is Usca's pick, and they're on attacking side to start, which means this is a lot of confidence heading into this.
Yeah, no, I mean, clearly USCA is favored to win it, right? They were the ones that came out the gate in the group stage against this team. They are, the top dogs, with the underdogs being SHU. But I see glimmers of hope, mainly just in kind of what this map favors in terms of composition, catering potentially to the skills of Sacred Heart University. Mainly, I want to focus on Dirt Top. Dirt Top, we've seen them playing the Fade time and time again, which, would be great to see again. But I go back to the fact that they played KO on that split map, and they were so dominant in that utility usage. So when you place them on a map where KO is meta, it could be a whole different ball field, and they could completely surprise us even more so. On the other side of things, obviously it's a Killjoy's playground, so they'll be able to even capitalize further on the defensive hold. But I also want to see maybe, hear me out, Eagle IMD. What is their favorite weapon, Clutchkey?
The Odin. The
and
LMG.
What do we see them currently hovering? An info initiator that reveals. So with these paper thin walls, if they can get an early start, if they can get the economy in their favor, things are gonna go insanely. And as I highlight these things, you can kind of see both of those coming true in Agent Select for here on Ascent.
Yeah, and South Carolina Aiken putting Assassin instant Killjoy lock in, so no surprise there. Omen and Jet as well. But meanwhile, let's see if Zobi is cooking up something here.
We'll
let's
see,
if that
we'll see.
prediction cooks into something like a 5-star dish. Meanwhile, the rest of USC Aiken starting to lock on in. KO is locked in for Glore at the very least here, so we will see that come out. And for Sacred Heart, nothing locked in, but in terms of what we're seeing here, I mean, we're not seeing a KJ necessarily, which I think KJ's
that is interesting.
That's very interesting, yeah.
They also have the roll stops, right? Taylor going over to the Brimstone, Panini on the Cypher. And I'm wondering if that is because, you pointed out, they were kind of struggling to counter Assassin to put up the same kind of stat lines. So maybe this refresh and rolls could also breathe new life into them to send us to that map 3 during the grand finals.
Let's find out here as we'll go right into the game now.
The Yoder, though, again.
Yodu comes out from Smooth, and it will be Panini that actually plays defense.
They switched
the Sentinel this time, so they switched it up. So it's no longer the Omen of Panini, it's the KJ of Panini that plays out.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? They were hovering the Cypher, so we didn't think we were going to see the Killjoy, but still, they were on Omen last map, now they're on the Killjoy. I mean, it's either gonna hurt them or it's gonna help them. And like I said, I can't pinpoint it yet, but we'll just have to wait and see.
So let's see what it lands up to be here for this side of SHU. Again, SHU on map point, or rather USCA on map point, SHU trying to play for their tournament lives at this point right now. So they are playing to see if they can get the difference between that $500 and that $1,000 spot. But who knows? I mean, this could go either way. We've seen teams turn it around on maps before, and in fact, when it has been the team's map pick, 0-2 when we start off on the first map here, when it was the other team's map pick. So when it was a losing team's map pick, so 0-2 the start here in our series. But USCA on the attacking side, and looks like the opt-in is for B, although the Sova looking for A first.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just going for a standard pretty much default here. One top mid, one exploring towards mid, the rest kind of hanging out to appease any aggression that we might see SHU send right out the gate, but none of that is happening. It's kind of that slow approach we saw over on Bind, and I'm wondering if we're going to see a similar kind of build up and explosion into a site, especially with that Jet being known for that dash out to button kind of execute style.
Raga was already marked out, so they know that they can't go super aggressive on B because they know that there are the team waiting there, and you have the Killjoy set up as well. That's right around that corner, so a little bit of aggression might hurt you in the long run here, as you see two kind of staying away in mid and market for right now. That Omen looking down. But the No avail. Nobody's being spotted out, and this is what we saw in the very first round. Slow and steady. The Nanoswarm comes in. The Haunt also comes in at the same time. Still KJ utilities out left and right. Rocket's going to try to make their way around the corner. Rocket's going to find Panini on the boxes. So it's going to look like an open sight here for USCA as they start to get the plant down. The Yoda being caught out by C Tango, who just runs right past. The Yoda just runs right past C Tango, looking for the kill on the Classic. Still has the health advantage. What a shot from C Tango to flick that onto Dirt Top, but is taken down by Eagle IMD. 3v2 now in favor of USCA. Prowler comes out to no avail. Rocket's got the ghost on the headshot. Glor's going to go ahead and do the same thing on the other end of the site. Eagle IMD goes down. USCA starts off with a point.
I mean, we literally just laid out the roadmap and then they followed the navigation into that pistol win. They built up the pressure, they executed it, they took out those players. And I want to point out there, SHU, I don't think they over-rotated, but you could see them kind of straying off of that tight towards CT, so they were kind of caught off guard by that sudden pressure release into the site. And I want to see them anchor a little bit more. I want to see them not get too antsy, considering obviously this is their last opportunity to get a map on the board to secure that $1,000 piece of the prize pool. I want to see them keep it together, keep it smooth, you know, as their teammate is named, and we'll see if that's possible, especially now that they're on an eco buy right out the gate when they're used to winning the pistols.
Yeah, so SAGU, yeah, winning usually the very first round, and now SAGU on the back foot in the very first round of the first half here. So see how they play this one out. Yoda suppressed for a little while, Smooth having to get out, but right back into the fight. It's hit by the Paranoia for a couple of seconds. It's just going to run out for right now. Dirt Top trying to find a kill onto this very aggressive Jen, and the rest of the team starts to get aggressive as well. USCA tries to just kind of mosey right on in, march their way into this point, and A's already being captured out. So they get the plan down on A. And now we'll see what they can do. Incendiary's out. Smooth is able to find the Classic kill on the Raga, but the way they are, they're not able to pick up the gun. And now the Shock Bolt is going to get down Smooth from the below. Juasun Rose is able to find the cleanup for the third kill. And USCA all nearly flawless in the second round.
Yeah, no, and that does bring the weapons. And what's even more interesting, and I feel like I keep jinxing this, so I'm gonna wait a few more seconds, let it cook, is the fact that Glor, Assassin, they want to keep this momentum going. This is the first, I feel like, third round hero weapons that we've seen get forced up. And I mean, I think it just shows, number one, their confidence in their abilities here, and just the fact that they want things to end. They do not want to send us to map 3. They want that $1,000. They don't want this to be on Haven. They want this to end here.
Yeah, they want it out already. They've already got the knife out from the KO, so 0 point. Finding at least one, staves off the Yoda for a couple of moments. For right now, this Yoda just having no chance to enter on in. C Tango's got the Sheriff out and Smooth through the boxes. That's spiked down too, so advantage SAGU because that spike's in the middle of no man's land. You gotta have probably the shot at step to get out. Good thing you have the dark cover at the very least to grab that. And USC is able to run away with it for right now. So that spike was in a terrible position if anybody was looking mid. It's a good thing you have your Omen to keep you up for that for right now. So as they try to push in right in, trying to have the Nanoswarm, maybe trying to see if anybody's in the corner, but to no avail. Nobody's there, nobody's home. Top having that 0 point yet again. 2 agents suppressed, and that's both of the KJ and the Jets. So they're just going to try to shoot away. Aggressive rotation here coming out from SHU. Oh, Fragment against the ball, so they're going to have to wait to kind of rotate. That actually allows USCA to go ahead and plant right on into A. So advantage now headed on over to USCA, who's got this in a 4v5 position, but Raga and Glor getting the 2-for-1 trade puts us back at even. And now Raga around the corner with the Classic is able to find Eagle IMD. Panini's there to clean up 2v2 situation now. Taylor from up top on Heaven trying to find their picks, just trying to pinch out. They're ones on either corner of their placements. Taylor's able to find Juasun Rose, who gets Panini down. Nanoswarm is out. It's just the KJ that is defending this out. And now it's going to be the smokes down. Incendiary's going to come out around the corner as well. Is there another Nanoswarm on the block? No, there isn't, but around the corner knows exactly where it is. Knows exactly where the spike is, and Assassin makes it 3-0.
Yeah, and I mean, we mentioned how the fact that the sides were consistently rolled over from that bind, USCA starting on the attack, SHU starting on the defense, and I think that's contributing to what we're seeing here, this rolling of momentum. This map, I still can't pinpoint in my eyes if it's attack or defense decided, but with the meta composition coming out from USCA, they're showing why it is, right? And I think that's another contribution, and we'll just have to see now, especially that they're on full rifles, resetting the eco for SHU, if SHU can do anything to send the bleeding before they're out of leaders.
Let's see, USCA, can they keep this going? 3 in a row, the longest streak they've had at the beginning of the game so far, at the beginning of the 2 games, or 2 maps that they have played against SHU thus far. So, can they keep this going, or can SHU stop what USCA is giving them right now? So 1 minute and 10 seconds. Again, the theory here is slow for USCA. Want to see if we can get the opening pick. But so far, SHU is not giving them any opportunity.
Yeah. And because of that, we're going to see the regroup towards a definitive A execute. Might be stalled out slightly by that 0 point, robbing them of that information. Once again, like I said, this KO, be able to utilize the kit effectively because they're used to it. And that just completely fizzles out the attempt. And you can see here, yes, an over-rotation from SHU, but they're headed back. Although it might be a fake, it might be a re-hit.
Might be a fake out, it might be a re-hit. Indeed, that is what's going to happen. Jewish Sun Rose goes aggressively in. 30 seconds left to go. Here's what you love to see in the 30 seconds. It's all systems go. Green lights on. Every single utility is going to be popped here to see who's going to win the battle of attrition, if you will. And so far, so good for USCA, who gets the spike planted yet again. 3rd straight round, they've gone to A to go ahead and plant. It's going to work out in their favor from the looks of it. 4v1. It's just the Brimstone left to go of Taylor, and Taylor is gone. C-Tango's found 3, and USCA keeps the streak going at 4.
Yeah, and not only does that make the streak 4, but it brings on some ultimates like the Blades, like the From the Shadows, like the Hunter's Fury, that can be leveraged to further develop these side executes or be those bonds to cash in to ensure that nothing slips out of their fingertips. Mainly what I think I want to see is the Hunter's Fury being utilized to kind of force the hand, kind of herd the cattle that is SHU into fights that we know that they're eager to take. But I do want to shed some light on something that I see here, Keegan. Eagle IMD bringing out the Odin.
Yep, Sierra calls it already, and it's going to be very, very interesting
Hoping
to find out. But already Dimensional Drift coming out from Smooth just to check out where they are. Just going to get out of it, keeping C-Tango in lock with them. There's flashed out. Do they win this? No, C-Tango takes care of Smooth in the 1v1 process. And now the call out, let's go B. Nothing to worry about here. Let's just mosey our way on over, except now the rotation here from SHU. Eagle IMD may not even get a chance to shred away because where this Odin is right now, stuck by trees, not a very good signal that Eagle IMD is going to get much of anything. There's the Owl Drone already hitting Eagle IMD. We were talking about the Odin. We were talking about the charge in with the fade. Did we just cast our cursor by any chance?
I've been told by Prod that we're making our caster curses too meta, so I'm going to say no, especially since Dirt Top now has Spike isolated here in Boathouse. But then again, Raga's just gonna backstab them in the head, leaving SHU with 1 player standing, the Killjoy to clutch up against the world. Nini, though, might be granted the 1v1. They win it out, so 1v3 feasible, and the Spike just getting planted should give them the time to cook.
Tries to cook, or do they save here? No, the Cage is just going to go right for it here. Tries to take care. They're going to run into a turret here in just a couple of moments. Raga and Assassin crossfiring just as the market is there, but they notice around the corner that something gets thrown. Panini looked at what was thrown. What Panini didn't look at was the mirror. KJ looking right down the lane. And it's 5 straight rounds for the Pacers.
Those 5 rounds are just solidifying the idea as to why this is their map pick. And in the last round, right, they used the From the Shadows, but that's it. So now, even with the Null Command coming on, that just makes the execution power that much stronger. On the other side of things, though, it does look like, other than the Dimensional Drift, things are charging up there, too. So if you get an early pick out the gate, you can get that in your favor, and that's exactly what it looks like they're trying to do here mid with these worst weapons, but that dark cover is just stalling it out, completely canceling out the hopes that they had.
See where they want to position things here for USCA. The Recon Bolt does get destroyed, so they know there's at least 1 coming up here. And actually, they're going to set up on A with this KJ setup here that they did last round, as there wasn't really going anything A. Meanwhile, All drone is out. Is this going to find anybody, though, is the question. It does. It spots out Eagle IMD again, and Eagle IMD is hit one more time. So now the Hunter's Fury is going to go right onto Eagle IMD, who is in a lot of trouble, and that is C Tango getting it down. But Eagle IMD is able to get Jewett Sunrose before they get down. Smooth on the Sheriff, though, hitting the head, hitting the shots on the body, rather, as USCA Raga does go down. And the Shock Bolt, C Tango has now hit 2 utility kills in this round alone. The Sova Scary. And see Tango making sure that USCA has their chances here, but it's back down to a 3v3 situation in a little while. And also that Spike is stuck in A site as well. Taylor can go pick up that gun if they really wanted to. They will pick up the Vandal. Now it's down to 30 seconds. Here's where the all systems go would be entailed from. They've got that Recon Bolt destroyed. They only know 1 tick, but they don't know that they haven't rotated just yet. The Spike is still there. Flashes out. Spike is grabbed. And now it's going to be C Tango getting the kill. Panini getting their fine. Assassin there as well. It's a 1v1, but Assassin getting the last 2 kills of the round. And USCA guarantees themselves the tie at the half. And we're only halfway through that half.
Astute analysis there, but I mean, I want to praise Panini there trying to capitalize off of that utility contact, able to get 1, but that is all. And I feel like it is just Assassin consistently getting the last lap. Yes, we've talked about the USCA, we've talked about the flawless counters, right? But I think we need just an Assassin closeout counter at this point. And I mean, it's just like, what can you do? Finally, these ultimates are going to come online, so that might be the difference maker, but that even wasn't the case over on Bind, which is why I think we're seeing this right out the gate aggression, even though they now have weapons.
See, Tango's going to start this one off with a kill on the dirt top already. Not the start you want if you're SHU. You got to find a way to make the comeback here, and so far, not the great start you want. Eagle IMD is going to be right around the corner, but if the Owl Drone or the Recon Bolt spots them out, which it does, it's going to be all systems go here. They're just going to rush down to Eagle IMD, who runs into 1-hand shot. Doesn't get the others, so it's going to be just USCA running into this point basically for free unless Panini can find at least 1 more. Does find the Spike Carrier. That Spike Carrier is just going to be changed hands as Panini does go down. So the team plays here from USCA. They know that they can't, if they peek 2, they've got a chance at it as long as they don't line up. It's going to be the Brimstone by the against the world here. Incendiary is available, just trying to find where that lands. Does land down onto site, but not much else. See Tango and Taylor are going to be looking at each other through the smoke. Smoke does go down, and see Tango finds the 3rd kill. USCA keeps the streak going. 7 straight for the Pacers.
Yeah, I mean, yes, 7-0 is looking grim, but then again, we said that the attack half is kind of where SHU shines, so one hold on to that. But on the other side of things, right, they did look desperate in that push out. They did get overly aggressive when they had these ultimates. They had these weapons to lean back into. And I set the stage, right? They had these 3 ultimates online, and 0 of them got used. Now where they're up against the wall, this is the last round that they might have weapons fully. For now, this is where I think you want to use them. That, or they need to be not afraid to use them on a bonus round to kind of pull out those EG-style strategies where they flip the script because those ultimates give them the edge.
I'm going to call out a producer real quick. Ethan, hit tab 1 more time. I want to make sure I saw this right. Yeah, Assassin has not died this entire round. Assassin has not died this entire map. I mean, this is insane on its own right here, and see if Assassin can keep this going here for the perfect game thus far. I just wanted to look real quickly because, I mean, I just wanted to make sure I saw that right. Through 7 rounds, has not died, even with only 5 kills. That's just impressive in itself. So playing the life of Assassin. Assassin does not die when you get the kills. Lockdown comes out, and this is going to be the KJ of Assassin yet again, just trying to see if they can go ahead and enter right in. Orbital Strike's going to come down. It's not going to find anything right on the entrance, so USCA does not have to, or USA does not have to worry about that for right now. No command, though, does come out, and they are just going to see if they can push right on in. This is the no command of USCA from Glor. He's going to try to push right on in. Dirt Top, though, is able to find their first pick onto Raga, onto C Tango. Now it's a 3v5 situation. Glor is gone as well. And Assassin goes down. It's a flawless round. And just as I say, USCA's Assassin doesn't die. It's a flawless round for SHU, who finally puts up their first point on the board.
And you cursed him. How could you do this?
I did. I did. How could I? How could I? I'm sorry, Assassin. I was just pointing out how good you were playing, and then all of a sudden it just turned. My apologies. Caster curses the meta, apparently, right?
I guess. And that does kind of keep the money flowing here so that they can try and stage the comeback. I mean, if this ends at a 7-5, I will be astounded.
Yeah,
For now, though.
Yeah, the comeback would have to do. And yeah, you're right. 7-5 would be astounding, no?
I mean, that's 4 rounds in a row. I mean, it doesn't sound like for any team that would be a hill to climb, but I mean, here it is, Smooth making it seem like that is the case. They try to bait out using the orb, but C-Tang is ready to shut that out. Even though, no, there's 2 players here main, strike that, make it 1.
So Jua Sunrose through the wall is able to get Panini as well on the headshot. And the out drone will come out. Eagle IMD may get spotted here. Yes, Eagle IMD does get spotted out. It's going to be 2 peeking out. Jua Sunrose is able to find the kill there. Onto Eagle IMD. SHU gets 1 round. That may be all they get here in terms of cutting off a streak. They stop the bleeding, but the wound might be open yet again. C-Tango's able to take care of Dirt Top, who had that null command, and might even get another headshot. And C-Tango through the bottom of the floor is able to give him the chef's kiss to end the round. 8-1. USCA gets the round back.
And with that, thanks to the previous round they won, SHU will be able to wrestle it together another bye, but you do have some light shields. You do see that kind of economy fatigue starting to set in as the ultimates start to recharge on the side of USCA, so that in these last, 3 rounds, they could build to widen this lead. And I mean, you've said it yourself, I think we've had the most 8-4s. It's been where the scores have been ending. And it looks like USCA wants to change that, and SHU wants to, I guess, make it happen, right? That's the best that they can do here going forward. But Raga has already popped the blades. I mean, like I said, USCA is not afraid to use these ultimates versus SHU, still sitting on the 3, minus Smooth, who uses this Dimensional Drift every time.
Let's see. I mean, Dimensional Drift is out. I already tried the 1v1 earlier. Smooth tried the 1v1 earlier. I believe that was onto C-Tango, but to no avail. Now Panini and Eagle IMD able to find the first 2 picks, or able to find at least the 2v1 trade for right now. Cease doesn't get anything for Eagle IMD as they throw that out. But still, the turret looking down mid for right now as they get the Haunt out, and they know that at least 1 is there on the Haunt, but do they know where the rest of the team is? So USCA tries to push in. 45 seconds remaining. A decision needs to be made here from USCA, even though they're down a man advantage here. You do have the Bladestorm out. Is there able to find anything? Raga uses the Cloud Smoke to try and dash right across from here. No, the Blades just trade out with the bullets. Raga's down to 24 armor, 87 health. Meanwhile, turrets and just counted out that 1 is on the flank. Panini, though, able to take care of Raga. We're down to a 4v2 now. SHU in favor, although the plant is down. Assassin's able to take care of Dirt Top right underneath this area in Market. And now looks down for Smooth, takes care of it. Panini's able to take care of Assassin on the mirror battle, though. It's a 1v2. It's Glor that has to defend the spike from being diffused here. And they are looking at 50 health in the Dream to win this one out. There's the Haunt. Haunt gets destroyed. Prowler comes out. Prowler's destroyed as well. Using everything. Lockdown is there. Glor's down. Has to reload. During the reload, doesn't take advantage of it. And Panini finds the 4th kill and will find the 2nd point for SHU. Lockdown used at the same time, but it doesn't matter. It is the Pioneers that find an answer.
I feel like as soon as you swap over to Killjoy, like, you're just imbued with a little bit of the clutch gene no matter what. And I feel like us both being Killjoy mains can kind of attest to that in some regard. And it's even more kind of like multiplied or amplified when you are the last one standing here, right? And we talked about how there was that Killjoy diff on the last map, even though the kills might not show too much. Panini has now technically surpassed what Assassin has been able to achieve. Minus, we don't look at the 2 deaths. Don't look at the 2 deaths, but look at the 8 kills.
We don't look at the KDA. We don't
look at the KDA. Look at the number of kills. Yeah. I mean, look at where they are in the leaderboard. Look at where they are in the leaderboard. They're on the top.
Panini's on the top, and if you ignore 10 kills for C-Tango, yeah, on top of the world,
of course. Yeah, of course.
Shh, no, nobody else noticed. No. It's fine. Eagle IMD.
Oh.
Getting a trade off, and the Sova's gone, so that's a lot of informational areas just now gone. You don't have that recon bowl. The only thing now you're going to have is that 0-point knife from the KO to give you any information at all. So now it's just, what does USCA want to do here? And they want to play aggressively. They want to walk right on in. Jua Sunrose looks at the wrong thing. That's a turret, my friend. That's not the kill you want to have. Panini is able to take care of Glor, though. It's a 3v2 situation now. Kind of split up alongside of the doorway, and only 1 smoke remains between Raga and Assassin. Of course, Assassin playing the KJ for right now, but only 1 smoke left for this Jet. So, Cloudburst there, but using the Sheriff, Taylor tries to find something here. Panini does have the Vandal advantage. Puts down 1 more Sky Smoke here for the Brim, just denying them any space, and 40 seconds left to go. I mean, what do you do here?
I mean, like you said, SHU has numbers advantage, but with Taylor being so low, that can quickly get stripped away, especially when USCA has the better weapons overall still. On the other side of things, though, I mean, Raga's also low here, so Assassin and them need to play this very carefully.
Gonna play this super carefully. And you can see it trying to peek around the turret's able to do a little bit of poking, really, but Raga's able to take care of Taylor. You're talking about low health. Now we're down to a 2v2 situation. Who's got the better of it running around the corner? Assassin finds Panini in the mirror battle. This went from a 3v2 to a 1v2 here for SHU. And now they're just going to close the door. 4 seconds left to go. Got to get the spike down. The spike doesn't get out of time. Just play time for Fade, and they get it. And SHU will find their 3rd point based on time.
That is insane. And, I mean, we talked about the 8-4s. Now we're set up for another potential 9-3 opportunity. But I feel like at this rate, you know, Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps has just proven that 9-3s maybe do not happen as often as we would hope. And I mean, just the fact that USCA has 3 ultimates to work with makes me think that, yeah, we are going to end on another 9-3. So maybe it'll finally come true when it matters, when it's the grand finals, when it's the final stand for Sacred Heart University.
Remind me, we have not seen a 6-6. We have not seen a 7-5, but at least on the other side of the spectrum, we have not seen a 10-11-1 or 12-0 like there was back in USC's match against ECAC. Let's just put it that way. So at least we're not going to get to that one. We've only seen 9-3s and 8-4 so far. And now we'll see if SHU can bring this back to an 8-4 for right now. Spike available to the Silver for right now, but Hunter's Fury available. There's going to be from the shadows. Where is this Omen going? This Omen is just going to stay put for right now, is just staying with the rest of the team, just kind of scouting out maybe, but there goes from the shadows, a trade on either side. Panini's gone, which is a big kill if you're USCA, meaning a lot of util on B now gone from play. So now it's going to be the Sky Smokes coming out from Taylor, but now the null command out from the KO. So it's going to be all the ultimates. That's all the ultimates available for USCA, except for the Hunter's Fury, which is still in the hands of C Tango. Smooth is able to take care of C Tango, though, so no Hunter's Fury anyways. So no more ultimates except for the null command on point. Spike still running away with time. SHU's got to make a play, but they don't have a lot of util except for Yoru on Smooth for right now. I think it's the decoy, try to find anything, flashes out, trying to see if they can find a head, maybe finds one, but that's just over the box, finds another here, and it's traded out. 2v2 situation here with the Spike running out of time.
They don't clear it?
They gotta find the crossfire. Eagle IMT is there, it's a 1v1. KJ versus Fade, who wins this out? Gotta go right at Assassin here, and it's Eagle IMT that is able to find the pick onto Assassin, but the Nano Swarm is there. Do you have enough time to defuse this is the question, and no,
they do.
They will have enough time to defuse the Spike, which they get it with .97 on the clock. SHU gives themselves still a chance. It's 8-4 at the half.
I'm just still trying to wrap my head around how USCA's Omen, how Jewish Sun Rose was able to slip into that corner. I mean, not only were they not wallbang, but like they passed around the default boxes and were fully at the end of lane and still were not shooting them. I don't know if it was a wild time flash from Boat, or but that could have been devastating. In the end, though, the USCA might have escaped the 9-3 curse, but this is the 8-4 that SHU would have been hoping for. But even then, we've seen them win the pistols and then still not able to get the clutch. So it's going to be, in my eyes, not going to be dependent on these first 2 rounds. It's going to be the rounds after that.
Real quickly, we want to remind you folks about this, the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. Don't forget, tournaments happening almost every single Sunday from November 5th to December 10th. Sign your teams up in the Esports U Discord server, so check that out. Again, lots of tournaments happening, 5 tournaments, including this one happening right now. Championship Series right now as we get 8-4. Your scoreline for USCA at the half. Pistol round went to USCA in the very first half. Second half, though, who will get that win? SHU winning the last 3 rounds. That is so big for them in terms of momentum. That momentum might have just shifted on over. SHU needed a catalyst. They might have just found it, taking care of C Tango, but Jewish Sun Rose around the corner is able to find one headshot. Are you able to find Jewish Sun Rose?
Aww.
Yes, you are. Trades that out, 4v3, but look at the health bars right now. SHU, it might as well be 3v3.
Yeah, no, Jewish Sun Rose getting the job done for the team, hopefully. Now they just have to close it out, finish off these last remaining players. Even though they had the numbers disadvantage, like I said, I think that damage could be enough here. Considering I feel like USCA, like, thrives in the numbers disadvantage, it almost seems. It kind of gives them that extra discipline and reserve that they need. But Glor doesn't seem to have that. They're taking every fight and win 2 of them. Rog is there for the trade now on Panini, and just like that, numbers advantage shifts back in favor of USCA.
Yeah, 0 Point is able to find 2 there on suppression, start the planning down. Taylor, though, can turn this right around. It's Assassin versus Taylor. Who's going to win the better of this Assassin has been the one to clutch out these rounds so far, and that will not change. Assassin gets the headshot onto Taylor. That spike gets defused. USCA winning both of the pistol rounds at the start.
And I feel like that is even a change for SHU on this map specifically, as they're used to winning those pistols, so that has to just add to the hurt that they're feeling now. And I'm wondering if we're going to see a force next round. I feel like they've been changing so many things, and there's so many strategies across the board throughout this map that might be just what they need. The thing is, though, are they just going to stick to the guns, stick to what they know, stick to the classics and pistols? And all as we wait for them to distribute, that looks like exactly what we're headed towards. Is they're going to play for the post double digits again. The USCA should be able to lock down unless a miracle happens.
Let's see, they gotta, if they want a miracle to happen, they gotta have to happen soon. They had the catalyst in that 3-round streak towards the end of the first half, but now it's just stopped here by a brick wall, and that brick wall's name, USCA, pretty much Assassin in that last round, getting that final 1-kill clutch. So, US Thunder Rose now brings out the Bulldog, and the Bulldog doing wonders, is able to take care of 2. And Eagle IMD finally stops that right away, so we get to a minute and 20 left to go now. I mean, if you're SHU, your plan of attack here is B, but with B basically being covered up by this KJ, now this KJ's right around the corner, got to look to the left. Yes, you see a turret, but now it's this KJ trying to fight the 1v1s here. They get the haunt off. Assassin with the ghost only for right now. Didn't buy, but looking for the pick here. And around the corner they will go. They run right around Assassin. Now they're looking for the Sova as well, but the Sheriff kill, the instant headshot from the Sheriff, and C Tango gets the kill, but it's traded out right away. 0 point onto the point as well as we get the spike planted. Site's taken over by SHU for right now, looking to see. They don't have Assassin to worry about, but you still have Raga, and you still have Glor to worry about as well. Through the fragment they will go as they try to shoot through the box. They know where 1 is. Raga's able to find that 1 kill. Wrong way to look, guys. Raga's on the other side of that. They play this beautifully, and USC is going to get their 10th point.
Yeah, I mean, even though they were able to bring that to the 2-2 in the end, they weren't able to pick up any of the weapons that USCA had bought into that round. And so they still were in that disadvantaged situation in terms of HP line. And there was so much utility still in favor of USCA that they just doubled down and played that coordination.
Ah, bless you. Oh, you know what? Your sneeze actually, you had a sneeze that actually activated the timeout. So, yeah, that's
apparently
that's something else. So we get into the timeout here, 10-4. I mean, for you, really, what do you want to see that you had? What do you want to see for SHU right now? Because SHU has the kind of disadvantage, if you will. I mean, Panini's gonna have to buy up, but down 6 rounds. I mean, what do you do here?
I mean, first you gotta win this round, but even then, C-Tang go and Assassin forcing the here rifles again it is gonna make that kind of difficult. So I kind of want to see a dedication towards the site. I want them to kind of outpace USCA because the defaults don't work. They're losing the one-on-ones. I don't feel like they have enough coordination, versus I feel like if you give these opportunities to Dirt Top, who's currently not having the best game, or even Eagle IMD, who is having a good game, to just frag and get these multi-kills, then that is your best opportunity for success. So I don't want to see these defaults. I don't want to see this overcooking. I want you to dedicate yourselves to B, which, I mean, look at this. Eagle IMD is already on an island, so they're not listening to me.
C Tango right now popping off as well, 20-10 so far. That 2.0 KDA looking good for them. C Tango also popping off on that Skyler 16-11. That average comment score, 5th best in the lobby in the last round. So we get to 90 seconds on the clock here. SHU down 6 using their timeout, and that timeout may just have been wasted as they get a 1v1 trade, but that's not what you want on the attacking side. You want early pickoffs here. Defending side, looking at all they can. Jet playing aggressive, but watch the Jet versus the Fade coming up down A for a little while here. As maybe they'll just back off for right now. Raga making sure that maybe they just back off heading towards B, but it's going to be this Fade just looking around the corner for right now. So meanwhile, C Tango, Panini looking for a chance here, and it is going to be the Jet versus the Fade that gets that takes down Eagle IMD. So 50 seconds on the clock, and now it's just got to be all systems go here if you're SHU. Find something, find a pick here, as they're just backs against the wall right now. Assassin's just waiting on the other side of these boxes, on the other side of this wall here. Smooth, though, does get taken down. It's a 4v2 situation. 3v2, and now that's the spike down. Assassin's able to find it. Can you get one more off the flash? Yes, you do.
Oh my gosh.
Assassin gets the kill and ends the round yet again. You want to counter for Assassin? Go back in the VOD later on and find out how many rounds Assassin has ended.
No, I'm about to say it. I was like, if you took anything away from Bind, what was the #1 lesson? Do not give the solo fights to Assassin, and that's exactly what they just did. I mean, they are what? The only person our entire day to have aced?
Yep. I mean, about to hit a 3.0 KD as well.
Did you hear the voice line saying yeah as soon as I asked that? They're answering the questions for us, Keegan.
They answer the questions for us, so it's just, oh boy. When the voice lines match up, it's a good day. You know, it's a great day here. 0 point already. Nightfall is already out, and now Raga's in a lot of trouble. This is where they're best at. That's a rush down, and Raga has the op, but not for much longer. The op now taken over by Dirt Top, as SHU running rampant right on in, has the Owl drone out. Jua Sunrose going to go ahead and use from the shadows. That's going to get the flank down, but they do have the utility behind them. Spike is down onto A site. Let's see if they can win this in a 5v4 situation. Dirt Top has that operator. Can they use it to the best of their advantage? There's the flash out from Dirt Top in the trees. Nothing doing for right now. See, Tango does have the upper echelon in heaven right now, and just an instant retake here. 3v2. And this is a 3v1 situation from man advantage to man disadvantage. In an instant, you blink, and USCA's got the round here as they get up to series point.
Yeah, I think the operator was an interesting choice, and it kind of brought what I had hoped would be Dirt Top's multi-frag capabilities down into a shackle. And they went for the decisive site hit that I wanted. They took the site, they got the post plant, but then, you know, they weren't able to get those picks that I was hoping for. And that does, like you said, lead to series point, does lead to at least a full buy. But I mean, they've handed this operator over to Raga. We haven't seen them with the operator too much, but now they're on the best, arguably, agent for it, on one of the best maps for it. It looks like they're trying to get aggressive out mid, which makes this even more dangerous.
Championship point here for USCA. 8 opportunities to take home the $1,000 grand prize for the top of the board. Raga's able to start this off with the op shot. Already an Assassin trying to clean things up. It's a 5v3 man advantage. SHU's got to give it all they've got. SHU's got to put something up on the board. Otherwise, it is all over here. The drone spots out at least 2 of them. Actually, they're both on. Hunter's Fury is out. Just the jump shots hitting at least Panini. Panini gone from the Hunter's Fury. It's down to a 5v2. SHU trapped in their own spawn. Smooth is gone. Bladestorm out. It's going to be the surrounding here from Smooth. And it's going to be the surrounding. And it's going to be the $1,000 grand prize for USCA in the very first Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps.
I mean, that's domination that's being undefeated for you in this event. And I mean, I can see why a team is FF'd against them. No, I'm joking. But I mean, they've definitely had an insane showing here to claim that $1,000 part of the prize pool. They weren't afraid to take risks, to force up weapons, to use ultimates as soon as they became available. And that just gave them the edge that they needed to pull out this 2-0 to make them the winners of the first week of Fighters Cup Valorant Series presented by the United States Marine Corps. And I couldn't have asked for a better first week.
Yeah, first week overall, I mean, all of the games really not maybe going distance on double digits on either end, but regardless, still 2-0s for SHU when they got their very first matchup against Oregon State in the top 4 bracket, but then they would run in to what we would call the brick wall known as USCA. Maybe only having to play 2 maps overall before this one, but they still look good as ever, getting the 13-6 win back on the very first map, and then on Bind, and then Ascent 13-4, only giving up 10 map points overall due to only getting all 26 to win out that $1,000 grand prize. But still not a bad payout if you are SHU. You come into the semifinals, you get the $500 for your team, so $100 per player. But hey, pretty good payout if you are them, but double that for USCA. Meanwhile, we take a look at some of the scores from that last lobby. C Tango coming up big 24-11, more than 2.0 KDA with 4 first bloods. And you want to talk about first bloods? How about 4 for each of C Tango and Juice Sunrose? Juice Sunrose getting that 269 average combat score, 16 and 12. Meanwhile, for the rest of them, it is Eagle, IMD, and Panini getting 3rd and 4th, but getting 5th. And one of our stats overall that we do want to show off, Assassin is the player that we do want to preview here, and the stats, my oh my. This KJ Bloodthirsty, 322, 209 on the ACS, but more importantly, that KDR, 350, 2.30, and a total of 37 elims through 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looked like they were cooling down for a second, but like you said, that KDR is what shows how even when they're not fragging, they're having that impact on the outcomes. I mean, what round was it when they finally had a death? I mean, that in itself just shows the kind of impact that they brought in to this grand finals for their team. And I mean, what rank are they? I don't believe it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, remember, the team's plat average here, so I mean, who knows? I mean, Assassin probably. I would like to think Assassin probably belongs in Division A right about now, but still, USCA comes out here, and USCA's Assassin. You were asking about what round Assassin finally died on in the second game. Yeah, died in round 8. That was their first.
That's
death.
Wild.
It is wild to think about, but overall, USCA again getting the win, 13-6, 13-4, and that will start to wrap us up here as we get done for week number 1. I mean, it's week number 1 of the Fighters Cup. Sarah, what do you think about the week 1 out of week 5 here for the Fighters Cup series?
I mean, I've been looking forward to this for a while. I know so many people have been putting work in the back end to make it possible. And I mean, if I'm not casting future ones, I want to be competing in this Division B as a Diamond 1 peak myself, current Plat 3. And you guys can have that opportunity too. Like we said, Division A, if you are Immortal Radiant, anybody can play in that. Division B for these Platinum and below players. And we have 5 more events coming up. November 5th, which was today, obviously is now past. We have November 12th, November 19th, December 3rd, and December 10th. So get a team together, come play, come have fun.
Yeah, and join the Esports U Discord server to find out more information, talk about it. But again, lots of action. And in fact, speaking of action, still action going on in towards the finals of the Division A going on right now. Check that out on the Esports U main channel. But that'll wrap us up here. A special shout out to our producers and our observers, Professor Leighton Deguda, as well as our observer Ethan. Thank you very much, Brewmates, for all their hard work. For Zoe and I, that will do it for us here on the Division B side. We hope you all had fun. Final score once again, USCA winning out 13-6 on Bind, 13-4 on Ascent over SHU to claim the top prize in Division B in the very first week of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. Until next time, everybody, take care.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Stay alert, Marine.
And unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Mm.